Chapter 1 Goddess Strategy System has arrived. Magic City. A very tasteful restaurant. At this time, a beautiful and elegant lady in gorgeous clothes was sitting by the window. She was wearing black sunglasses, so even though her entire face couldn't be seen, her fair, smooth skin and lips as rosy as rose petals were enough to show how amazingly charming she was. In the restaurant, many male compatriots secretly glanced at her, but no one dared to approach her and talk to her. After all, the value of her clothes was no less than 30,000 yuan. Not to mention, the bag she was carrying was a new model of the season and was worth hundreds of thousands. With such strong charm and aura, she must be either a daughter of a rich family or a senior executive of a company. If a beauty like this doesn't have certain abilities, she won't be able to catch her eye at all. I bet that this kind of woman must be an extremely strong woman on weekdays. Just as everyone was talking with their heads down, the door of the restaurant was pushed open. A young man, about 1.82 meters tall, walked in with long legs. He looked around the restaurant, and his eyes finally fell on the elegant beauty sitting by the window. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile, and he walked straight towards where she was. This scene was naturally noticed by some people. No way? This boy, is he trying to flirt with that beautiful lady? It's going to be a good show. I bet $100 that this guy will be rejected miserably. You know what, this guy is pretty handsome, with a great body and looks. He's the type of guy that rich ladies like. Maybe he really has a chance of success. Why don't we make a bet and see who will win? At this moment, the young man completely ignored the looks of people around him. In less than a few seconds, he had walked to the seat in front of the elegant beauty and sat down. Qin Yang straightened his clothes, then checked the time on his phone, and immediately showed an apologetic look on his face. I'm so sorry, I'm late. It's okay, I just got here. What Sophie hates most is people not being punctual. Before Qin Yang arrived, she had made up her mind that she would question him thoroughly after he arrived. But when he saw Qin Yang sitting in front of him, he had an outstanding appearance and exuded an indescribable masculine charm all over his body. In an instant, all Sophie's anger disappeared. Instead, she gave Qin Yang a smile as if bathed in the spring breeze. What would you like to drink? Sophie raised her hand and motioned for the waiter to come over. A glass of lemonade, please. Qin Yang looked at Sophie and replied with a smile. His voice was deep and sounded indescribably charming. This made Sophie's eyes light up, and her favorability towards Qin Yang increased a little bit. The waiter nodded and just turned to leave. Qin Yang's eyes were fixed on Sophie, and he touched his nose embarrassedly. Although he thought that the other person must be a great beauty, he still couldn't help but want to confirm it. Beauty, can you please take off your sunglasses? If someone else had made such a request, Sophie might not even respond. But when Sophie saw Qin Yang's face, he seemed to be very interested in her looks, so she nodded without hesitation. No problem. As she spoke, Sophie reached out and took off her sunglasses. That angelic face was completely exposed to everyone's sight. For a moment, everyone around was stunned. In ancient times, there was Su Daji who brought disaster to the country, and now there is Sophie whose beauty can captivate the whole country. Even though Qin Yang had seen countless beauties, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at this moment. He could tell at a glance that Sophie's facial features were delicate and she had never had any plastic surgery. At this moment, with just a light makeup on, she showed her stunning charm, completely defeating those popular stars. I didn't expect such a beautiful goddess to become Qin Yang's blind date. It seems that I am lucky. That's right. Qin Yang is here for a blind date. But he never expected that Sophie, who was going on a blind date with him, would be so outstanding in appearance and temperament. Now, can we get started? Sophie picked up the coffee and took a sip. Then, she smiled sweetly at Qin Yang. Can. Qin Yang also quickly came to his senses. Then, he took the initiative to introduce. My name is Qin Yang, I'm 26 years old, and I graduated from the finance department of Magic City University. 1.82 meters tall, Aquarius, likes photography, ball sports and food. Currently working as a delivery man for Black Swan, with a six-figure savings. Sophie listened with great interest, her eyes sparkling. After a moment, she couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect you to be an employee of the Black Swan Group. No wonder you look so good. I'm just curious. With your education, you should be able to find a well-paid job in other financial companies. Why did you choose to do this kind of work? Of course, I don't mean to belittle you. I'm just personally curious. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Sophie knew that asking this question would seem abrupt. But he couldn't suppress his curiosity, and asked while looking at Qin Yang closely. Black Swan Group is also a service platform similar to Meituan. However, it has extremely strict requirements on the appearance and height of delivery men. The clients we usually serve are high-end customers. So in terms of income, his income is naturally much higher than that of ordinary delivery guys. Occasionally, the tips given by guests start from 4 figures. It's simple. I prefer freedom. I personally don't like the intrigues in financial companies. And once I save up a certain amount of money, I can trade the stock market myself. You have to know that money is just a string of numbers to a qualified investor. Qin Yang shrugged and said indifferently. This scene caught Sophie's eyes, but it surprised her. It seems that you are very confident in your abilities. Sophie was full of admiration for Qin Yang. She didn't think that Qin Yang did this on purpose to attract her attention. From the moment the other person walked in to the moment he sat in front of him, and even his every move when he spoke, he was in an extremely comfortable state. In other words, this is the truest form of Qin Yang in life. Beauty, how should I call you? Qin Yang looked at Sophie's stunningly beautiful face and asked happily. My name is Sophie, I'm 25 years old, and I'm currently the president of a listed company. On weekdays, I spend most of my time working and socializing. I'm considered a strong career woman. Having said this, Sophie's eyes fell on Qin Yang and looked at him carefully. Qin Yang was not surprised at all. In fact, even if Sophie didn't confess voluntarily, he had already guessed 80% of it. When the two looked at each other, Qin Yang's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Just at this moment, a series of electronic sounds suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, detecting that the host is attracted to the goddess president, the goddess capture system is activated. Complete random tasks to get rewards and attribute points, and increase the success rate of pursuing the goddess. Today's random task is open. 1. Play a song for the goddess and get 30% of the shares of Black Swan Takeaway Group as a reward. Note, after accepting the task, you can temporarily possess the ability of a world-class piano master. Chapter 2, Playing to Alice for the Goddess shocked the audience. What? Goddess strategy system? When Qin Yang heard the name of this plugin system, he suddenly felt excited. The next moment, a virtual window popped up in front of him, clearly describing Sophie's various values. Goddess President, Sophie. Age, 25. Height, 1.72 meters. Bust, 38D. Appearance, 98 out of 100. IQ, 122. Personality, cold, arrogant. Favorability towards you, 70. Qin Yang was stunned. He knew that Sophie had a great figure, but he didn't expect her to be so hot. It was completely beyond his expectations. For a moment, his eyes were directed towards Sophie's proud figure. Ahem. Seeing that Qin Yang was looking at her with burning eyes and had no intention of looking away, Sophie deliberately coughed a few times to remind him. Soon, Qin Yang realized that his behavior was inappropriate and quickly withdrew his gaze. He immediately laughed awkwardly, and then said to Sophie, I'm so sorry. It's rare to meet a beauty like Miss Sue, so I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Humph, Qin Yang, I didn't realize you were such a smooth talker. Sophie's cheeks immediately turned red. She had already noticed the look in this guy's eyes, which had been constantly assessing her chest, and she was afraid that he had some improper thoughts about her figure. Now he has found an excuse to exonerate himself. From this point of view alone, Qin Yang has good emotional intelligence and eloquence. Miss Sue, I was offended just now. How about I play a song for you to express my apology? Qin Yang was worrying about how to restore his image in Sophie's heart. At this moment, he just remembered the random tasks given by the goddess strategy system. Take this opportunity to try whether all this is true. Immediately, Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said to Sophie with a smile on his face. Why, you can also play the piano. Sophie showed a hint of surprise at what Qin Yang said at this moment. She didn't expect Qin Yang to have such talent. I know a little bit. Qin Yang himself has never played the piano. But because of the support of the goddess strategy system, he is full of confidence at this time. If your performance satisfies me, I will forgive what happened just now. Seeing Qin Yang's serious expression, Sophie's eyes suddenly flickered. Without any hesitation, he agreed to Qin Yang's proposal. Soon, Qin Yang stood up and walked straight to the center of the restaurant. There is a valuable piano. Qin Yang's actions immediately attracted the attention of the restaurant guests. What does that guy want to do? Does he want to show off his skills in front of the goddess? TSK, there are so many people here. If something goes wrong during the performance, we will lose face. After all, he is a young man and he likes to be in the spotlight. This little brother is so handsome. He could have made a living with his looks, but he chose to rely on his talent. He is so charming. Of course, most people at the scene looked gloating and were not optimistic about Qin Yang. Qin Yang sat in front of the piano, completely ignoring the gazes of others. He gently stroked the black and white piano keys with his hands. Boom, 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 boom. A string of beautiful notes rang out in the restaurant like joyful elves. The look in everyone's eyes when they looked at Qin Yang no longer had the contempt they had before. After all, this one skill is enough to prove Qin Yang's mastery of the piano. A song to Alice for Miss Sue. I hope she will live a happy life in the future. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang's temperament changed, and his hands kept moving on the black and white piano keys. The melodious piano music spread slowly, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Under Qin Yang's guidance, many people were immersed in the wonderful piano music. With world-class piano playing skills, Qin Yang displayed an even more powerful charm. The rhythm continued to accelerate, and Qin Yang's hands had already left a series of afterimages on the piano keys. Looking at Qin Yang's elegant performance, Sophie, who was sitting not far away, was stunned for a moment. This guy, his piano playing skills are at least at the professional level. No, even higher. In her spare time, Sophie often goes to listen to piano concerts held by international masters. With her taste, she could almost immediately tell that Qin Yang's piano playing level was extremely high. Of course, Qin Yang can play piano pieces like to Alice. This in itself has proved that he has considerable strength. Time flies. Only until the last note fell did Qin Yang stand up and bow to everyone. My performance is over, I hope everyone enjoys their meal. At this moment, Qin Yang's every move showed his gentlemanly demeanor. Pa pa pa. The next second, thunderous applause broke out, and everyone looked at Qin Yang with eyes full of admiration. Most of the guests who can eat here are of good quality. Have the most basic appreciation for piano and art. At this moment, everyone was impressed by Qin Yang's piano playing and marveled at his talent. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Qin Yang was about to return to his seat when he was stopped by a beautiful young lady. Her figure and appearance are both excellent, but they are far behind Sophie. The male compatriots around him once again looked at Qin Yang with envy and jealousy, feeling that this boy was so lucky. Sorry, I'm afraid my future girlfriend will be jealous. Faced with this kind of approach, Qin Yang refused without hesitation. He had a good impression of Sophie, and now that he had obtained the goddess strategy system, Qin Yang had even less reason to be attracted to other women. After a while, Qin Yang returned to his seat, looked at Sophie with a smile and said, Miss Sue, are you satisfied with my performance? Not bad. Sophie nodded. Sophie was very satisfied whether Qin Yang was playing on the stage or rejecting other women's advances without hesitation just now. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of playing a song for the goddess, and you will be rewarded with 30% of the shares of Black Swan Takeaway Group. Black Technology, all rewards obtained by the host will be transferred to the host's name through legal procedures. Qin Yang heard the news the first time he heard it. At this moment, he was in a very happy mood. Although Black Swan Group is not listed, its asset valuation has exceeded 10 billion. The 30% stake in Qin Yang's hands is worth at least 300 million. He didn't expect that today's blind date with Sophie would be the turning point for him to reach the peak of his life. What are your plans next? Qin Yang looked at the time, raised his eyes and looked at Sophie and asked. Yes, the company will hold a high-level meeting later, and I have to go back to preside over it. Sophie thought about it and felt a little regretful. At first, she didn't have any expectations for her blind date today, so she specially arranged this meeting before Qin Yang came. The purpose is to be able to leave the blind date halfway through with an excuse. But she never expected that she would develop a good impression of Qin Yang at this moment. As the president of a listed company, Sophie never required her boyfriend to be a business elite or a child of a wealthy family. On the contrary, she cared more about the feeling of being together. Sophie has never been in love, but she has always longed to be in love. At this moment, Qin Feng gave her a strange feeling. In her heart, she seemed to be looking forward to the next interaction with Qin Feng. Really? That's a shame. Qin Feng showed a regretful expression on his face. Then, he quickly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Sophie. But it doesn't matter. Here's my contact information. We can always meet up when you're free. P.S. The new book is about to start. I hope everyone can give it 5-star praise. The writing style is more casual, and occasionally a little pretentious. Chapter 3. Did you fall in love with her at first sight? Sophie took the business card from Qin Yang and looked at it. The team leader of Black Swan Takeaway Group 1, Qin Yang, contact number 132. You're still a team leader? Sophie couldn't help but smile, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Yes. My performance was quite high, and I was promoted to team leader within less than 3 months of joining the company. Qin Yang's appearance and service attitude rank first on the platform. Most of his clients are rich girls and internet celebrities. Thanks to these clients, his performance skyrocketed in just 3 months. Today, Qin Yang has become the #1 delivery man at Black Swan. Sophie had no doubt about Qin Yang's answer. If it were her, she would also be happy to give the order to Qin Yang for delivery. Sophie put Qin Yang's business card into her designer bag, and then took out paper and pen from her bag. In front of Qin Yang, he wrote down a number directly. This is my private contact information, synchronized with WeChat. Remember, never disclose it to anyone else. Sophie has many suitors. Someone once paid a large sum of money to buy her contact information. In order to avoid getting herself into trouble, she had to remind Qin Yang in advance. Don't worry, I will never disclose other people's privacy. Qin Yang clearly realized that Sophie took this matter very seriously. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and immediately saved Sophie's number in his address book. Add WeChat as well. Then, tear the note into pieces. Ding dong. After a while, Sophie received a message reminder on her mobile phone. Sophie quickly picked it up and checked it. Dark Horse Prince requests to add you as a friend. See here. Sophie couldn't help being curious. She raised her eyes and fixed her gaze on Qin Yang, and said softly, Qin Yang, your WeChat nickname is really funny. Why is it called the Dark Horse Prince? Instead of the White Horse Prince? Qin Yang shrugged and replied with a faint smile, because the one riding the white horse may not be the prince, it could also be Tang Monk. I'm the #1 delivery guy at Black Swan, and people nickname me the Dark Horse Prince. So, I changed my nickname to this. Sophie smiled brightly and felt that Qin Yang did have a sense of humor. Soon, she accepted Qin Yang's friend request. Thank you for playing Fur Alice for me just now. It made me feel very happy today. I hope we can meet again next time when we have time. Sophie said as she gathered her things and stood up. It was obvious that she was planning to say goodbye to Qin Yang. No problem. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. The two walked side by side towards the restaurant door. The guests around all cast their eyes towards Qin Yang and Sophie, the handsome man and beautiful woman. I have something to do with the company, so I'll leave first. Bye-bye. Sophie's car is a black high-end Porsche, which costs no less than 1,500,000. Qin Yang stood where he was and watched the Porsche leave. Afterwards, he rode his Harley-Davidson motorcycle brand back to his residence. Jiangwan Community. It is considered a relatively high-end residential area in Shanghai. The reason why he can live here is thanks to his good brother Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei was Qin Yang's roommate for 4 years in college. His family was in real estate, but Qin Yang had no idea how much assets they had. However, there should be several billion. You know, Jiang Bei alone has no less than 10 houses under his name. When Qin Yang was looking for a house after graduation, Jiang Bei rented this house to him at a low price, and he would come to live here from time to time. From this point, we can see that the relationship between the two is very close, and they are not just drinking buddies. Brother Qin, you're not going to date, are you? You actually went on a blind date? You said that with your conditions, it wouldn't take a minute to find a partner, so why bother going on a blind date? Qin Yang pushed open the door and just walked into the hall. He saw a handsome young man lying on the sofa. He is Jiang Bei, Qin Yang's best friend who has shared a dormitory with him for 4 years. I was bored too, so I went over to take a look. Qin Yang took off his shoes, put them on the shoe cabinet, and went straight to the kitchen. After washing his hands, he took out 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator and walked out of the hall. Then, he threw one of the bottles to Jiang Bei, leaned comfortably on the sofa, opened the bottle and started drinking. Hey, you said back then, the most beautiful girl in class and school all handed you love letters to confess their love. If you had accepted one of them, you wouldn't be single until now. If I post the news that you're going on a blind date to the class group, it will definitely cause a sensation. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with interest. To be honest, he couldn't understand what was going on in Qin Yang's mind. He spent 4 years in college being the most handsome guy on campus, but he never had a romantic relationship. A top student in the Department of Finance, he always tops the list. After graduation, he did not go to work for a financial company, but instead went to work as a delivery man for the Black Swan Group. There are many such things. Take out any one of them, it may be what others dream of. You dare. Qin Yang immediately frowned and gave Jiang Bei a fierce look. Hee, just kidding, are you so nervous? Seeing Qin Yang's serious expression, Jiang Bei quickly smiled. After only a few seconds of being serious, Jiang Bei immediately showed a gossipy face and asked Qin Yang. Brother Qin, tell me, which woman is so lucky to have a blind date with you? Who is the other person? Is he good looking? Do you have a photo? Is he the type that will die in the spotlight? When Qin Yang thought of Sophie, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a slight smile. She is the female CEO of a listed company. She is beautiful, has a good figure, and has an outstanding temperament. After she found out about my job, she didn't act snobbish. To be honest, today is our first meeting. I am amazed by her and even a little moved. There are many beauties around Qin Yang, of all shapes and sizes. Only Sophie left a deep impression on him. There is a feeling of being fascinated and excited. It's over. Brother Qin, you didn't fall in love with me at first sight, did you? Looking at Qin Yang's distraught expression, Jiang Bei couldn't help but hold his forehead and said with emotion. To be honest, Jiang Bei has known Qin Yang for so long, but this is the first time he has seen him so obsessed with a woman. Love at first sight? No, not really. Qin Yang touched his nose and said embarrassedly. He is not like Jiang Bei, the Sea King, who changes girlfriends every 1 or 2 months. I was single for 4 years in college and never had a relationship. Tell me, what is the identity of that woman? She is able to be so obsessed with you, Brother Qin. She must be a great love expert. I have to help you check, otherwise you'll be exposed as a scumbag and your friends will laugh to death if the news gets out. Jiang Bei quickly jumped up from the sofa and sat next to Qin Yang. At this moment, he put away his cynical smile and looked at Qin Yang with a serious face. As Qin Yang's best friend, Jiang Bei couldn't bear to see him fall into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 4, As expected of my brother Qin, this wave is really awesome. Jiang Bei, she's not as scheming as you say. Qin Yang shook his head and immediately denied Jiang Bei's statement. Her name is Sophie, and she is 1 year younger than me. She strikes me as a professional woman who is decisive and resolute. Sophie? Why does this name sound so familiar to me? I wonder where I've heard it before. Listening to Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei scratched his hair subconsciously, feeling that he had heard this name more than once or twice. It was just for a moment, but I just couldn't remember it. So Jiang Bei quickly took out his cell phone and checked it. After a moment, the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. No way. Could it be it's really her? Brother Qin, take a look at the girl you are dating. Is she the beauty in the photo? Speaking of. Jiang Bei handed the phone to Qin Yang and asked him to confirm it personally. Yes, it's her. But she is more charming in person than in the photo. Qin Yang took a glance and immediately nodded towards Jiang Bei. Awesome. Brother Qin, you are really my brother. It would be fine if you didn't fall in love, but once you do, you come up with something so bombastic. Jiang Bei was extremely shocked when he received the affirmation from Qin Yang himself. At this moment, he could only look at Qin Yang with an expression of worship. What? You know Sophie too? Seeing Jiang Bei's excited expression, Qin Yang couldn't help but ask curiously. She is Sophie, one of the 4 most beautiful women in Shanghai, and a famous cold queen. Graduated from Yale University with a double master's degree in law and management. A true academic master. After returning to China, she founded a company on her own without relying on her family. It took her less than 3 years to go public. She is the dream goddess of many wealthy children. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with an incredible look at this time. He never expected that the woman Qin Yang had a blind date with would be Sophie. This is simply shocking news. So amazing? After listening to what Jiang Bei said, Qin Yang had a better understanding of Sophie and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Brother Qin, why do you have to go on a blind date? It turns out that the woman you are dating is actually a goddess of this level. After all the fuss, Jiang Bei felt like a clown. If I said that I didn't know who the woman was before I went there, would you believe me? Qin Yang shrugged, then spread out his hands, looking as if he knew nothing about it. Cut. Do you think I, Jiang Bei, am such a fool? Jiang Bei didn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Brother Qin, what did you talk about with Goddess Su after you met? What's her impression of you? Is there any possibility for you to continue your relationship? Jiang Bei completely believed in Qin Yang's charm. He was really curious in his heart whether this Goddess Su was really as otherworldly as the rumors said. Jiang Bei, when did you become so fond of gossip? Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Bei unhappily, feeling that this guy was acting abnormal today. That's Goddess Su. How can I not be curious about the goddess that so many men dream of? Besides, you're my best brother, I have to pay attention to your love life. Jiang Bei touched his nose and replied with a smile. We both had a good impression of each other and exchanged contact information. We will probably meet again when we have time. As for whether it will be successful or not, it depends on how we get along with each other in the future. Qin Yang did not hide anything and told Jiang Bei the truth. Awesome. Jiang Bei immediately gave Qin Yang a thumbs up. As Jiang Bei expected, even Goddess Su could not resist Qin Yang's charm. But brother Qin, if you really plan to date Goddess Su, I advise you to be mentally prepared. The family behind her is extremely powerful. Jiang Bei didn't say much, just gave a brief reminder. He knew that with Qin Yang's intelligence, he would definitely understand. Don't worry. I know what to do with this matter. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. If it were before, he might have had some concerns. But after obtaining the black technology system, he knew that his life would reach its peak. No matter how powerful the family behind Sophie is, Qin Yang is not afraid. Gossip time is over. Afterwards, Jiang Bei returned to the room and took out a notebook, then handed it to Qin Yang, and said with a playful smile on his face. Brother Qin, for your future happy life, start working hard now. Seeing Jiang Bei's expression, Qin Yang couldn't help but tease. Why, did you lose money in the stock market again? Jiang Bei sighed immediately and said with a depressed look. I don't know what's been driving me crazy lately. The stock market is obviously doing well, but I keep losing money on everything I buy. Look, I've already lost more than 3 million. I really can't take it anymore. Brother Qin, please help me. Let's stick to the old rules. We'll split the profits 50-50. If we lose, it's all mine. As early as college, Jiang Bei started investing in the stock market. By chance, Qin Yang gave a little advice, and Jiang Bei made a small profit of several hundred thousand. Later, whenever Jiang Bei lost money, he would look for Qin Yang to recover the funds. After investing more than a dozen times, Qin Yang almost never lost money. He made about 1 or 2 million at most and hundreds of thousands at least. Therefore, no one knows better than Jiang Bei how outstanding Qin Yang is. 3 million? How come we lost so much this time? Qin Yang frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Jiang Bei would play such a big game this time. No way. A friend of mine insisted that he had inside information and asked me to invest with him. But who would have thought that I would be taken advantage of and ripped off? Losing money is a small matter, I just can't stand this anger. The deposit in Jiang Bei Bank's card is at least 8 digits. Although it was painful for him to lose several million, it did not mean that he had no chance of making a comeback. His greatest confidence comes from having Qin Yang as his helper. Let me take a look. Qin Yang quickly sat up and took Jiang Bei's notebook with one hand. His eyes fell on the stocks he invested in, and they were all green. It seems that a lot of losses have indeed been made. How much capital is left? At this time, Qin Yang asked Jiang Bei. If Qin Yang takes action, then naturally we can get as many as we want. I'll give you the entire 10 million first. If that's not enough, I'll mortgage 2 houses tomorrow and I can get at least 10 million. Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang choose to take action. Immediately, a deep smile appeared on his face, and he spoke very generously. No, this 10 million is enough. Qin Yang shook his head and quickly rejected Jiang Bei's proposal. Ding, the host has been detected to have entered the investment field, and the points mall is open. The points obtained after the host completes the task can be spent at the points mall at will. Current points, 500. Just as Qin Yang was about to analyze the market conditions, a burst of electronic sound suddenly came into his mind. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Qin Yang. Check the points mall. Qin Yang muttered to himself. Next second. When the virtual screen is transformed, many options appear. Student Halo, 1000 points. Sound of Nature, 2000 points. Get the God of Driving Skills, 2000 points. Master Level Carving, 2000 points. Investment by the Stock God, 5000 points. God Level Photography, 5000 points. The series of professional skills made Qin Yang excited. The skills are all very good, but unfortunately with my current points, I can't afford them at all. It seems that I have to work hard to complete the task in the future. Qin Yang thought to himself. It is detected that the current host's points are too low, and a random lottery will be held for rewards. Host, would you like to start the random draw now? Just as Qin Yang was calming down and preparing to exit the points mall, he received a reminder from the black technology system. At this moment, Qin Yang felt extremely excited. Without any hesitation, Qin Yang immediately said silently, "Start the lottery." Chapter 5, The Stock God Invests in the Shareholders Meeting. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the investment from the Stock God. As the sound of the black technology system fell, Qin Yang found that a strange memory suddenly popped up in his mind, making him feel a little headache. This process probably lasted for a few seconds. The next moment, Qin Yang's investment thinking underwent a dramatic change. It's really a high-tech system. It's really awesome. Qin Yang clenched his fists, and at this moment he looked extremely excited. He became more and more confident about this stock market investment. Brother Qin, which stock do you think we should invest in this time? Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang's excited face and thought he had found the investment direction. At that moment, he hurriedly asked him. Don't worry, I'll take a look. Qin Yang skillfully opened the software and checked the stocks that had performed well recently. Feeling that the expected returns could not be achieved, he shook his head. Then, I analyzed the market again. About 10 minutes passed. Qin Yang found 3 stocks that suited his taste and marked them all. After putting the notebook on the table, Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei with a serious face and said, Jiang Bei, do you dare to make a big bet with me? Jiang Bei sat up straight and patted his chest with one hand. You must be joking. There is nothing I dare not do. Brother Qin, just tell me, how are you going to bet this time? Jiang Bei was too familiar with Qin Yang's character. Seeing his serious expression, he knew that he was going to get serious this time. 2 of these 3 stocks are bound to surge within a month and a half, and the increase will exceed 200%. The last one will more than triple in value within 3 months. This is a rare opportunity. If you trust me, mobilize all available funds to buy them. This time you can not only recover your losses, but also make a lot of money. With the halo of being a stock god, Qin Yang is now full of confidence in his vision. So he spoke directly to Jiang Bei. Real? After hearing Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei immediately showed a look of shock on his face. Of course it's true. I'd never cheat you even if I cheat anyone else. Besides, I'm going to get half of the profit from this. I won't joke with you about this. Qin Yang replied with a serious face. Okay, I'll go back and raise the money. After saying, Jiang Bei jumped up from the sofa, picked up the sports car keys and went out directly. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He has already given the opportunity to make money, and the rest depends on whether Jiang Bei has the courage. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yang woke up from the bed, washed his face, and was about to go out. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone in his pocket rang at this moment. Qin Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Out of curiosity, I pressed the answer button. Before he opened his mouth, he heard a soft and pleasant voice coming from the other side. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? Who are you? Qin Yang couldn't help but ask back curiously. Boss Qin, I'm Lu Qi, the special assistant to the president of Black Swan Group. You have acquired 30% of the shares of Black Swan Group and are now the second largest shareholder of our group, so the president specifically asked me to invite you to attend the shareholders meeting this afternoon. I wonder if you are free. Lu Qi spoke carefully, fearing that she would leave a bad impression on Qin Yang. No problem. I happen to have time. I'll go over right away. Qin Yang replied with a smile. If Lu Qi hadn't called, Qin Yang would have almost forgotten that he now owns 30% of the shares of Black Swan Group. Then I will represent the group and welcome Mr. Qin. Qin Yang hung up the phone. I picked up the keys and went out, and soon arrived at the garage. Then he started the engine and rode his Harley-Davidson directly to the Black Swan Group. About half an hour later, Qin Yang appeared in front of the group building. After parking the car, Qin Yang walked towards the hall, took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Qi's number. Assistant Lu, I'm here. At this time, in the president's office. Lu Qi answered Qin Yang's call with excitement. When he heard that the other party was already in the lobby, he quickly ran towards the elevator. Boss Qin, please wait in the lobby. I'll be down to greet you. A few minutes later, Lu Qi was dressed in a professional female outfit. She moved her beautiful legs in black stockings and soon appeared in the hall. Special Assistant Lu? Qin Yang looked at the beauty in front of him and couldn't help but ask curiously. You are Mr. Qin? Lu Qi was shocked. She had had 2 phone conversations with Qin Yang, so she naturally knew that Mr. Qin was not very old. But she never expected that Mr. Qin would be so handsome. Yes, it's me. Qin Yang smiled slightly and took the initiative to confirm his identity. Boss Qin, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Lu Qi quickly bowed and apologized. Although he knew that Qin Yang was rushing to the group, he did not expect him to arrive so soon, so he did not have time to prepare for the welcoming ceremony. It's okay, I just got here too. Qin Yang waved his hands and didn't get angry about such a small matter. This made Lu Qi feel relieved and she developed a favorable impression of Qin Yang. Boss Qin, this way please. As she spoke, Lu Qi turned sideways and respectfully welcomed Qin Yang to the VIP elevator. The two took the VIP elevator directly to the 13th floor. Bite. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lu Qi walked out first. She hurried to the front desk and said to the beautiful lady at the front desk, "Notify the president and directors that President Qin is here." Yes, Special Assistant Lu. Soon, Lu Qi brought Qin Yang to the VIP reception room. He also took the initiative to introduce some relevant information about the group company to Qin Yang. At this time, the door was pushed open. Xia Zhengjun, president of Black Swan Group, walked in. He looked at Qin Yang and then introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Xia Zhengjun, the group president. Hello. Qin Yang stood up from the sofa and greeted Xia Zhengjun. The shareholders' meeting will be held in 5 minutes. President Qin, why don't you come with me? Xia Zhengjun kept looking at Qin Yang, and was even more curious about the other party's origins. He is so young, yet he can come up with hundreds of millions of dollars. This shows how deep his family background is. No problem. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Inside the meeting room, the group's directors and senior executives had been waiting for a long time. Everyone was curious about who this Mr. Qin was. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Qin Yang and Xia Zhengjun walked in one after another. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is President Qin. He owns 30% of the group's shares and is currently the group's second largest shareholder. Let's welcome President Qin with applause. Xia Zhengjun walked up to everyone, pointed at Qin Yang, and solemnly introduced his identity to everyone. Hello, Mr. Qin. In an instant, there was a wave of applause. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, with a hint of awe in their eyes. While marveling at his youth and potential, I was even more curious whether he was the young master of some wealthy family. Hello everyone, I am Qin Yang, and I will officially become a member of the board of directors. On weekdays, I will not interfere with the operation of the company. All work arrangements will be made by Mr. Xie. Qin Yang did not want to get involved in the group's affairs. He just came here to handle the handover procedures and show up to let everyone know that there was such a person as him. Chapter 6, the delivery guy counterattacks the rich and handsome man and sends a loving dinner to the goddess. The meeting was over in less than 10 minutes. After all, the main purpose of holding this meeting is to let everyone know that Qin Yang has become the second largest shareholder of the group. Mr. Xia, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Qin Yang stood up, greeted Xia Zhengjun, then turned and walked towards the door of the meeting room. Boss Qin, I'll see you off. Xia Zhengjun smiled and nodded, then followed Qin Yang. During the period, the two passed by various departments of the group company. Xia Jingjun glanced at Qin Yang, then smiled and asked. Boss Qin, since you're here, why don't you say hello to the company employees? Because next time you come here, no one will know your identity. Qin Yang thought about it and felt that what Xia Jingjun said made sense. He nodded immediately and said, just do as Mr. Xia said. After receiving Qin Yang's affirmation, Xia Jingjun clapped his hands and shouted to the employees who were working, everyone stop what you are doing. I will introduce you to the company's new director, Mr. Qin. Hearing this, everyone put down their work and gathered around Xia Jingjun and Qin Yang. Their eyes first turned to Qin Yang. What's the matter with the company's new director? We haven't received any notification yet. But Mr. Qin is really handsome. He is not inferior to those top young handsome guys at all. He's handsome and rich. I don't know which rich family he belongs to. So, Mr. Qin will come to work in our company in the future? Then won't we be able to see Mr. Qin every day? Isn't this too happy? Seeing the company employees talking about it, Xia Zhengjun kept smiling. Then, he said to everyone again, Boss Qin has acquired 30% of our group's shares and is currently the second largest shareholder of the group. He will come to inspect the company from time to time in the future. Everyone should work hard and don't even think about being lazy. Yes, Mr. Xie. Everyone nodded quickly and answered in unison. At this moment, in the corner, Jiang Manli's expression was extremely wonderful. She thought she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes hard. But when she saw Qin Yang's face again, she was completely stunned. No way. Qin, how did Qin Yang suddenly become the second largest shareholder of the group company? Could it be that he is really a super rich second generation? Is it purely for the experience of delivering food to Black Swan Group? That's right, Jiang Manli was Qin Yang's immediate superior when he was a delivery man. Qin Yang seemed to have noticed Jiang Manli's astonished expression. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then he took the initiative to walk towards her. Sister Zhang, thank you for your care some time ago. Since Qin Yang took office, Jiang Manli has always taken good care of him. Perhaps the most important reason is that he is reliable and has outstanding looks. Qin Yang kept all these in mind and never forgot them. Boss Qin, you are too polite. You are an excellent worker and rank first in the sales team in terms of orders. You don't need me to pay any special attention to you. Jiang Manli did not dare to take credit for it. After all, what Qin Yang said was true. No, I remember all your kindness to me. Starting today, you will be promoted to Vice President of Sales. Boss, yeah, there shouldn't be any problem with my arrangement, right? Giving Jiang Manli a promotion and a raise was Qin Yang's reward for his previous care for her. Of course, it is more of a recognition of her work ability and the belief that she is fully capable of serving as Vice President. No problem, everything will be done according to Mr. Qin's wishes. Xia Zhengjun smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Thank you, President, and thank you, Mr. Qin. Until now, Jiang Manli still feels like she is still dreaming. At this time, other colleagues in the company all looked at Jiang Manli with envy. After all, no one expected that Jiang Manli would know President Qin and be promoted by him personally. After Qin Yang finished dealing with these things, he left the group building directly. When I got home, it was already getting late. Qin Yang touched his stomach and suddenly felt a little hungry. I walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and saw that there were still a lot of ingredients inside. So he took out his cell phone and immediately called Jiang Bei. It took a few seconds before Jiang Bei answered the call. Jiang Bei, will you come back for dinner tonight? Qin Yang didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. He personally loves delicious food, so he cooks for himself whenever he has time. This kid from Jiang Bei is also a foodie. Once he accidentally tasted the food made by Qin Yang, he was immediately amazed by it. Every time Qin Yang cooks, he would come over to eat. So over time, Qin Yang would do more every time. Brother Qin, I won't be going back tonight, you can eat by yourself. Jiang Bei is currently very busy in order to raise funds. From the moment he left Qin Yang's house, he mobilized all his personal connections and resources, preparing to mortgage all the properties under his name. At this moment, he was attending a cocktail party hosted by a friend. Although she really wanted to eat the food Qin Yang cooked, she couldn't spare the time, so she had to reluctantly refuse. Okay, I'm hanging up then. After saying that, Qin Yang decisively hung up the phone. Putting on an apron, he started working in the kitchen by himself. I'm not bragging. Although Qin Yang's cooking skills are not up to the level of a 5-star hotel chef, they are also incomparable to ordinary chefs. Xin Yang took out a piece of beef from the refrigerator, held the knife in his right hand, and started cutting it skillfully. Day. With superb knife skills, the beef was cut into even pieces. Then, Xin Yang took out 2 tomatoes and a few eggs, intending to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A few minutes later, all the ingredients and sauces were ready. Adding fuel to the fire, Xin Yang took the lead and immediately began to show his superb cooking skills. About half an hour. 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Ding dong! Just as Xin Yang was about to start eating, he received a message on WeChat on his phone. Xin Yang put down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up his phone and saw that it was Sophie who sent him a message. President Su, Xin Yang, is there any delicious food nearby? Ding, a task is issued. Send a loving dinner to the goddess. The reward is proficiency in 8 languages. When Xin Yang heard the system issue the task, he suddenly understood. Then, with a smile on his face, he responded to Sophie without slowing down his movements. Dark Horse Prince, why, Miss Su is still busy and hasn't eaten yet. President Su, yes. The company received several large orders today and has been busy until now. I guess I will need to work overtime in the evening, so I want to ask if you have any delicious dishes to recommend. Dark Horse Prince, Miss Su, please send me the address of your company and I will send you a delicious meal. President Su, would this be too much trouble for you? Dark Horse Prince, it's okay. I'm a professional at delivering food. President Su, okay then. After saying that, Xin Yang received an address link. He quickly found a few boxes and bags from the cupboard. Pack up the food on the table. Not only that, Xin Yang also took out some fruits from the refrigerator, washed and cut them, and put them in a box. After that, I went out directly with the food and fruits. Jiangwan community is not far from Sophie's company, only a 20-minute drive away. Xin Yang walked into the lobby and took the elevator directly to the floor where Sophie was. At this time, in the president's office. Sophie leaned back in her office chair, looking at the chat history between herself and Xin Yang, a smile breaking out on her face. She was just asking in a roundabout way what kind of dishes Xin Yang liked to eat so that it would be easier for them to choose a place for their next meeting. But unexpectedly, Xin Yang actually offered to bring him dinner. At this moment, Sophie's cheeks were slightly flushed and she looked a little shy. It was in stark contrast to her previous appearance. However, while she was still daydreaming, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 7 Beautiful Scene God's Gift. Miss Su, your takeaway has arrived. Xin Yang's voice came from outside the door. Come in. When Sophie heard the noise, she knew Xin Yang had arrived. He sat up straight, picked up the document and started reading it seriously, pretending that he was still busy. Snap. The door of the president's office was pushed open. Xin Yang walked straight in with food in his hands. His eyes quickly fell on Sophie, and then he smiled and said, Miss Su, we meet again. Xin Yang, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Sophie immediately put down the documents in her hand, stood up and walked towards Xin Yang. When you messaged me, I was at home getting ready to eat. I just prepared these dishes. If you don't mind, would you like to eat together? Xin Yang put the food on the table and then spoke directly to Sophie. What? You made all these meals yourself? When Sophie heard Xin Yang's words, her expression was stunned, and her eyes were full of surprise when she looked at him. She thought that these meals were made by a chef from some restaurant and Xin Yang just packed them up and brought them over. I never expected that the meal was cooked by Xin Yang himself. Yes. Although the food in restaurants and hotels is delicious, I personally prefer to cook it myself. They are all home-cooked dishes. If Miss Su doesn't like them, you can tell me what dishes you like and I will order them for you now. After Xin Yang finished speaking, his eyes were always on Sophie. No thanks, I'm not that picky about food. Sophie shook her head and quickly rejected Xin Yang's proposal. She was just trying to take this opportunity to taste Xin Yang's cooking skills. As he spoke, he took the initiative to untie the bag. Open the packed meals one by one and place them on the table. It smells so good. The aroma of food instantly wafted into the air. Plus Sophie had a keen sense of smell and she smelled it immediately. Miss Su, would you like to try it? See if it suits your taste? Xin Yang took out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Sophie. Okay. Sophie didn't refuse. He took the chopsticks from Xin Yang, then picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth to chew. Next second, Sophie's eyes widened and her expression was completely frozen. It's delicious. It's really delicious. The beef is tender and has a great taste. The stir-fry sauce made the dish taste extremely delicious to Sophie. Since Miss Sue likes it, then eat more. After receiving Sophie's praise, Yang smiled slightly and asked her to eat more. He even took the initiative to pick up the chopsticks and put food into Sophie's lunchbox. Yang, thank you. Sophie's eyes flickered and a hint of shyness appeared on her face. At this moment, her favorable impression of Yang increased a little bit. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and reward, proficiency in 8 languages. At the same time, Yang discovered that his points had reached 1,000. After he obtained the black technology system, he has completed a total of 2 tasks so far. According to his own analysis, he estimated that he would automatically obtain 500 points every time he completed a task. That's right. As long as I work hard to complete the task, it will only be a matter of time before I can go to the points mall to spend money. 10 minutes later. All the food on the table was eaten up. Feng didn't eat much, and most of it went into Sophie's stomach. Sophie was lying on the expensive sofa, and she couldn't help burping. She felt like she was full. He glanced secretly at Yang out of the corner of his eyes. Seeing that he looked calm and was not frightened by his amazing appetite, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Sophie, you are a CEO after all, you must have eaten all kinds of delicious food. Why are you eating and drinking so much in front of outsiders? Sophie was a little annoyed. She wasn't like this before. If I leave a bad impression on Yang tonight, it would probably be a loss. Miss Sue, I have another piece of fruit here. Yang quickly handed the box of fruit to Sophie and put the fork on it. No, I can't eat anymore. Sophie quickly waved her hand and rejected Yang's kindness. Then, Yang packed up the lunchbox and took the initiative to throw it into the trash can outside. Then, he turned back to the president's office. Yang, I still have some work to do. If you feel bored, you can go back first. When I'm free tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal. Tonight, Sophie ate a meal made by Yang himself, so naturally she couldn't help but express her gratitude. She looked at her schedule and found that tomorrow night was a free time. So, Sophie wanted to express her gratitude to Yang. It's okay. I live alone anyway, and it would be boring to go back. Why not just stay and see if I can help? Yang shrugged and quickly expressed his thoughts. I see. Sophie was secretly delighted with Yang's actions. She naturally knew that all this was just Yang's excuse. His real purpose should be to stay with me for a while longer. Sophie knew it very well, but was too embarrassed to point it out directly. She felt that Yang was not a bad person, so even though they were alone in the office, she was not afraid at all. Yang, you graduated from Magic City University, so you must have real talent and knowledge. I just happen to have a document that needs to be translated. Can you help me with that? After Sophie finished speaking, she picked up a document from the desk and handed it directly to Yang. She did this for 2 purposes. First, the document really needs to be translated, and it is obviously unrealistic to call employees back to the company to work overtime at this time. Second, she wanted to test whether Yang had any other talents. Ding successfully translated the document for the goddess, and rewarded with a master-level guitar playing. Before Yang could open his mouth to answer, the black technology system immediately issued a random task. This made Yang feel happy and full of motivation. No problem. Yang didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. It just so happened that he had just acquired proficiency in 8 languages, so translating was effortless for him. Thank you for your trouble. I will treat you to a big meal later. Sophie smiled. After talking to Yang, he returned to his office and devoted himself to his work. I guessed it right. She is indeed a strong career woman. She is so ambitious. Looking at Sophie working seriously, Yang was attracted by the charm she exuded and couldn't help but take a few glances at her. A few minutes later, Yang quickly retracted his gaze, took the documents Sophie handed him and walked to a random workstation in the hall. After turning on the computer, I sat down and started translating. 9:30 p.m. In the president's office. Sophie finally finished the work at hand, stood up and stretched herself. It highlights the proud figure to the fullest. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Yang walked in with the documents he had just translated in his hands, and just as he looked up he saw the scene. The scene became quiet for a while. Qin Yang took in Sophie's hot body, his throat moved and he swallowed secretly. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. This kind of scene is really a gift from God. Sophie blushed and said to Qin Yang angrily, Are you still looking? Close your eyes right now. Chapter 8. So what if the Queen is the CEO? Routines have always won people's hearts. Qin Yang saw Sophie's shy face and quickly retracted his gaze, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, Miss Su, I didn't mean to peek. I just wanted to come in and tell you that I have translated those documents. Sophie's face flushed and her heartbeat accelerated violently. She didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence that Qin Yang saw this scene. But when she came to her senses, she was shocked when she looked at Qin Yang's expression. Then, with an incredible look on his face, he asked, Qin Yang, you are kidding me, right? You have translated all of that huge pile of documents? It took Sophie only half an hour to hand the documents to Qin Yang. In such a short time, Qin Yang actually completed several hours' work. No wonder Sophie was so shocked when she heard what Qin Yang said. If you don't believe it, you can see it for yourself. Qin Yang has acquired the Black technology system and is proficient in 8 languages, so translating those documents is a piece of cake for him. In fact, it took Qin Yang less than 20 minutes to translate. He deliberately lingered outside for a while, otherwise Sophie's expression would have been even more stunned than it is now. Sophie couldn't believe it, so she quickly walked up to Qin Yang and checked the translated documents in his hand. Her English was pretty good, and she could quickly tell that Qin Yang's translation skills were excellent and that he was not making things up to fool her. It's incredible. Sophie couldn't help but sigh. He looked up at Qin Yang, his eyes full of admiration. After a moment, he said to him, Qin Yang, with your talent and ability, it is really unfair for you to deliver food. If you are interested in working in my company, I can hire you with a high salary. The treatment is definitely better than any other company. Would you like to consider it? Qin Yang smiled, then shook his head and said, Forget it. I don't like being constrained by others. Freelancing is more suitable for me. Okay, I respect your decision. At this moment, Sophie's eyes flickered. She found that Qin Yang in front of her was different from any man she had met before. He seemed to exude a very special charm that made people want to get to know him. But as I get to know him more and more, I find more and more surprises. He is simply a treasure boy. Super good looks, gentle and elegant conversation, superb cooking skills, and now also excellent translation ability. Sophie has realized that her impression of Qin Yang is getting better and better. The favorability has reached an unprecedented peak. Miss Su, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Qin Yang took out his cell phone and checked the time. Then, he said to Sophie. Good. Sophie wanted to refuse. After all, the two of them had only known each other for one day. Although she had a good impression of Qin Yang, the relationship had not developed so quickly. But when she saw Qin Yang's expectant expression, the words came to her lips but she swallowed them back quietly. She couldn't bear to let Qin Yang down. Then, Sophie simply tidied up her desk, picked up her bag and walked out of the office door. Qin Yang followed her naturally. Soon, the two walked out of the building. Qin Yang, did you drive here? Sophie looked at Qin Yang, curious about what car he was driving. Here, over here. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pointed his finger at the Harley-Davidson not far away. Are you planning to use this car to take me back? Sophie looked a little surprised. She had never ridden a motorcycle in her life. Although Qin Yang's car looks cool, the price should not be too cheap. But Sophie still felt a little uncomfortable at first. I know that with Miss Su's status, she has always been picked up by various luxury cars when traveling, and has never ridden on a motorcycle like this. But in my opinion, you should try something new instead. At least riding on a motorcycle is more comfortable than sitting in the back seat of a luxury car. Miss Su, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to go for a ride in my car? A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. The reason why he made this invitation was to see if Sophie would change because of him. The cold and aloof Queen President is paired with the Black Swan delivery boy. To outsiders, this is an incredible combination. But Sophie didn't mind. Therefore, in Qin Yang's opinion, Sophie would most likely not refuse his request. In this way, the two people will have more physical contact. This will promote the secretion of dopamine in the body, and if both parties have a mutual affection for each other, they will have a feeling of love. This is what Qin Yang really wants to achieve. Qin Yang, are you serious? Sophie stared at Qin Yang closely, as if she wanted to confirm that Qin Yang was not joking with her. Certainly. Qin Yang nodded without hesitation, then bowed slightly and made an inviting gesture to Sophie. Okay, in that case, I agree. Sophie raised the corner of her mouth, as if she was interested in Qin Yang's proposal. Without much hesitation, he nodded in agreement. See here. Qin Yang picked up a helmet and took the initiative to help Sophie put it on. Wear this, it will be safer. This was the first close contact between the two since they met. Qin Yang didn't think so much in his mind. His movements were very careful and his eyes were full of tenderness. Sophie, on the other hand, just stood there in a daze. She stared at Qin Yang's handsome face and was fascinated for a moment. Plop! Plop! Sophie's heartbeat was accelerating. A blush instantly appeared on both sides of her cheeks. Qin Yang didn't notice that there was something wrong with Sophie. After helping Sophie put on her helmet, he took the initiative to put one on himself. Okay, get in the car. Sophie nodded and sat carefully behind Qin Yang. Then, Qin Yang took out the key and started the engine of the motorcycle. Roar, roar, roar. Harley-Davidson was like a beast waking up from its slumber, and at this moment it let out a low roar. The sound was rough and had great explosive power. Just by listening to the roar of the engine, Sophie's blood began to boil and she felt a different kind of experience. Miss Sue, if you are scared, you can grab my clothes. Before leaving, Qin Yang kindly gave Sophie a reminder. Sophie didn't understand and was about to ask why. Boom! Qin Yang twisted the accelerator and the motorcycle took off like an arrow. Ah! Sophie couldn't help but scream, and subconsciously put her arms around Qin Yang's waist. Obviously, she was also shocked. Qin Yang, you did this on purpose, didn't you? When Sophie came to her senses, she found that she and Qin Yang were being very intimate, and her ears turned red instantly. She leaned close to Qin Yang's ear and cursed angrily. Miss Sue, please don't misunderstand me. This is a normal phenomenon when the motorcycle starts. It's your first time sitting here, so it's inevitable that you'll feel a little uncomfortable. It's okay. You'll get used to it after sitting a few more times. Under the helmet, Qin Yang grinned with a very bright smile on his face. Sure enough, as long as the routine is sophisticated, even if it is a Queen Sister CEO, she can only be teased obediently. Qin Yang feels quite satisfied with his current achievements. Chapter 9 President Su's questioning shocked Jiang Bei. At night in Shanghai, high-rise buildings with bright lights and nightlife are everywhere. Qin Yang carried Sophie on his motorcycle and sped along the street. To be honest, Sophie had seen the night view of the Magic City more than once. But tonight, she sat on the back seat of Qin Yang's motorcycle. Enjoying the gentle breeze, she hugged Qin Yang's waist tightly with her hands, feeling the warmth coming from his body. This feeling was so unprecedented that she couldn't help but feel intoxicated. This guy, it seems like he came prepared tonight. As the president of a listed company, Sophie is meticulous and has a very high IQ. She came to her senses and soon realized that all this was carefully planned by Qin Yang. Not only did it give the two of them space to be alone, it even created physical contact, quickly bringing them closer together. This made Sophie wonder, how could Qin Yang be so adept at picking up girls? Could he be an expert in love affairs or a veteran scumbag? About half an hour. Launching Villa District, in front of Sophie's home. Sophie got off the motorcycle and took off her helmet. A breeze blew towards her face, lifting her hair. It was at this moment that Qin Yang was fascinated. Qin Yang, I want to ask you a question. You must answer truthfully and not hide anything. Sophie looked serious and her expression seemed very solemn. At this time, Qin Yang also took off his helmet, gradually restrained the smile on his face, and replied seriously, Okay, ask. How many girlfriends have you had before? Sophie took a deep breath, then stared at Qin Yang and asked. If I say we haven't talked about it, will you believe me? When Qin Yang heard the question asked by Sophie, he shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. What do you think? Sophie rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it. But that's the fact. During my 4 years at university, although many people of the opposite sex confessed their love to me, my energy and time were all spent on my part-time job and studies, and I had no time to take care of other things. I'm somewhat famous in school. If you really don't believe what I say, you can check it out on your own and you'll know if I'm lying to you. Xin Yang is upright and has nothing to fear. He is not afraid of being investigated by Sophie at all. Is everything he said true? Seeing Xin Yang was so confident, Sophie couldn't help but wonder if she had misunderstood him. But how do we explain why he uses the routine so skillfully? Then tell me, why do you know so many little tricks about dating? Soon, Sophie focused her attention on this point and began to question Xin Yang. I had a roommate in college. He was a real second-generation rich man and a master in love affairs. He would change girlfriends every 1 or 2 months and would often show off in front of me. If you listen to it a lot, you'll inevitably learn a few tricks. I don't have much experience in dating, so I'll just give it a try. Of course, I don't mean to take advantage of you on purpose. I just feel that this way of getting along can bring the two of us closer together faster. Xin Yang touched his nose and looked guilty. Xin Yang, it seems that I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you actually have an expert to guide you. I'm telling you, you don't need any tricks to get along with me. You just need to let me see how good you really are. Okay, it's getting late, be careful on your way back. Sophie's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and then she spoke directly. Well, good night, you should go to bed early. After saying that, Xin Yang waved to Sophie, started the motorcycle engine, and his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. I didn't realize before that Xin Yang would use so many tricks. If I hadn't been alert, I would have almost fallen into it. But the feeling he gives me is really a little different. Sophie walked towards home, muttering to herself. The next morning. The warm sunlight shines through the window and onto the floor. Xin Yang was still chatting with Zhou Gong in his dream. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a figure rushed in and pulled away his quilt. Xin Yang's arm was suddenly pulled up, and he woke up instantly. Jiang Bei, why are you so crazy so early in the morning? Are you going to let me sleep? Xin Yang was sleepy and couldn't help yawning. When he saw clearly that the person who disturbed his sweet dream was Jiang Bei, he immediately complained out loud. Brother Qin, the sun is shining on your butt, why are you still sleeping? Hurry up and get up and wash up. I brought you breakfast. Jiang Bei looked excited and quickly spoke to Xin Yang. It's just breakfast, is that so important? How about you let me sleep a little longer? Xin Yang rubbed his eyes, turned around and was about to lie down on the bed again. Brother Qin, please get up quickly. After listening to what you said yesterday, I worked hard to raise money for the whole day and didn't have a good rest. If you don't give me a definite answer on this matter, I will be unable to sleep or eat. Seeing Xin Yang so calm, Jiang Bei couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Having said that, he forcibly pulled him up and pushed him to the bathroom to wash up. So, you have prepared all the money? At this time, Xin Yang had gradually regained consciousness. While squeezing the toothpaste, fill the cup with water. That's right. Jiang Bei nodded decisively. He never doubted Xin Yang's investment decisions, and Xin Yang never let him down. In order to seize this opportunity to make money, Jiang Bei put a lot of effort into selling all the properties under his name. In addition to borrowing money from friends in the circle, a total of 80 million yuan was raised. How many? Xin Yang asked casually while brushing his teeth. 80 million. Jiang Bei looked excited and quoted a huge amount of money. Not bad, you have some courage. Hearing this, Xin Yang nodded subconsciously and praised Jiang Bei in person. Brother Qin, your reaction is too calm, isn't it? This is 80 million, plus the more than 10 million I already have in my account. The total is nearly 100 million. You're investing such a large sum of money, aren't you really going to panic? Aren't you afraid of losing all your money? Jiang Bei has known Xin Yang for 4 years. I know that Brother Qin has a calm personality and is smarter than ordinary people. He has even manipulated millions of funds and made decisions in the stock market. But things are different now. This is 100 million. An astronomical figure that ordinary people would find difficult to earn in their entire lifetime. Jiang Bei thought Xin Yang would be shocked when he heard that he had raised so much money. But Xin Yang's reaction made him feel a little incredible. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? The opportunity to make money is right in front of me, and I am extremely excited. Don't worry, when have I ever let you down? This time, I will definitely let you make a lot of money. Xin Yang looked indifferent. Relying on his investment ability as a stock god, he analyzed this wave of market trends. Right now, of course, we must seize this opportunity to accumulate our own wealth. After all, Jiang didn't know whether the black technology system would leave him one day in the future. Before that, he must seize every opportunity and enhance his own foundation. Chapter 10 Hesitation will lead to failure. Goddess Sue calls for help. Brother Qin, I've invested all my savings this time, please don't let me down. Don't worry, we'll split the profits 50-50. Jiang Bei is full of confidence in Qin Yang's investment ability. Although he knew that he would face huge risks in withdrawing such a large sum of funds, he still firmly believed that Qin Yang would give him a surprise. I won't say anything more. Wait for me to finish trading the account, and you just need to monitor the market. Within 2 days, these stocks will start to rise, and then you can rest assured. Qin Yang knew that Jiang Bei must have taken huge risks to raise such a large sum of money. At the same time, this also represents Jiang Bei's recognition of his own strength. Therefore, no matter what, Qin Yang will not let Jiang Bei lose. Brother Qin still understands me. Jiang Bei felt relieved immediately when he got Qin Yang's reply. A few minutes later, Qin Yang finished washing up. The table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Ham, sandwiches, egg tarts, tea eggs, preserved egg and lean meat porridge and milk. Qin Yang sat in his seat and enjoyed himself. In the morning, 10 o'clock sharp. In the study, all 3 computers were running simultaneously. One of the large screens showed the stock market. One is used for market research and analysis. The last one is currently being operated by Qin Feng himself. Jiang Bei had already deposited the 80 million yuan he had raised into his account through a securities company. By opening the account through the software, Qin Feng and Jiang Bei could both see more than 90 million yuan in the account. Brother Qin, are we going to start now? At this moment, Jiang Bei felt inexplicably nervous. Well, we can't wait any longer. We have to get in as soon as possible. Now is the best time to buy in large quantities and catch the bottom. If it is a little later, when the market makers find out about our actions, I am afraid we will be in trouble. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He operated the computer with skillful hands and began to absorb large amounts of stock shares according to the original plan. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of orders were completed, with a total amount of up to 30 million. The amount in Jiang Bei's account is decreasing rapidly. Another hour passed. When Qin Yang pressed the last button, the balance in the account was instantly cleared. Phew, it's finally over. Qin Yang exhaled a breath and couldn't help stretching. Immediately, his face showed strong confidence. He looked at Jiang Bei and said, "You can always check this account if you have time in the next few days. Trust me, within half a month, the amount in your account will more than double." Hearing this, Jiang Bei's face was filled with excitement, and he vowed to Qin Yang, "If this is true, if Brother Qin tells me to go east in the future, I will definitely not go west." "Humph, you kid." Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and couldn't help but laugh. Just as Qin Yang stood up and walked out of the study door, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Seeing this, Qin Yang hurriedly took out his mobile phone, but a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Brother Qin, who was calling?" On the side, Jiang Bei saw that Qin Yang looked a little strange, and couldn't help but ask. "Sophie." Qin Yang did not hide anything and told the name truthfully. Boom! Jiang Bei was stunned for a moment. He swallowed hard and said to Qin Yang in disbelief, "Brother Qin, you are not kidding me, are you? Goddess Sue is famous for her aloofness. Why would she take the initiative to call you? Could it be that she fell in love with you after meeting you yesterday?" Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Because the facts are just as Jiang Bei said. It started from last night when Sophie took the initiative to send him a message, to the two of them having dinner together, and finally she agreed to let Qin Yang drive her home. All these things show that Sophie has a good impression of Qin Yang. It just made Qin Yang curious about what Sophie wanted to talk about. "Brother Qin, why are you standing there? Answer it now." Seeing that the phone was ringing all the time, Qin Yang was reluctant to press the answer button. Jiang Bei felt anxious when he saw this scene. "What's the hurry?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes at Jiang Bei. Then, he slowly answered Sophie's call. "Qin Yang, are you free now? I want you to do me a favor." Soon, Sophie's voice came from the other end of the phone. Her tone was a little anxious, and it sounded like she was in some trouble. At that moment, Qin Yang quickly spoke out to comfort him. "Miss Sue, don't be anxious. If you have anything to say, just talk slowly. After some understanding, Yang realized Sophie's current situation. Today Sophie was going to discuss cooperation with an international partner, but her translator told her that she was sick and hospitalized and could not attend the meeting. There was less than half an hour left, and Sophie had no time to find another translator. Yang's figure suddenly flashed through her mind, and she remembered that Yang had translated a document for her last night. So she quickly dialed Yang's number and sent her a message for help. Ms. Su, please send me the address. I will rush over right away. While talking to Sophie, Yang picked up the car keys and ran downstairs. A few minutes later, a Harley-Davidson was speeding towards Sophie's location. Peninsula Cafe. After Sophie hung up the phone, she sat in her seat with a dazed look on her face. She has always been very cautious in doing things and has prepared 2 sets of cooperation plans. But I didn't expect that something would go wrong at such a critical moment. I hope Yang can make it in time, otherwise the company will suffer a huge loss this time. In order to get the opportunity to meet and talk with the other party, Sophie had already spent a lot of effort a month ago. If something goes wrong, this cooperation project will surely be taken over by other companies. And all Sophie's previous efforts will be in vain. She was unwilling to admit defeat. So, now all her hopes are placed on Yang. About 20 minutes passed. The international business partner I was going to meet with has arrived at the Peninsula Cafe. She is a beautiful woman with foreign hair from country M. Behind him followed a middle-aged man, presumably her assistant. I didn't expect that Ms. Su is such a beautiful and charming lady. I am really surprised. Jessica sat opposite Sophie, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Jessica, you're beautiful too. Sophie understood what Jessica wanted to say, and immediately smiled and responded. Mr. Su, I'm very short on time, so you only have half an hour. I hope your proposal can impress me. Let's not talk about politeness, let's get started. Jessica smiled slightly and said immediately. I'm so sorry I'm late. Just as Sophie was hesitating about how to explain this matter to Jessica, a deep male voice came from behind her. This voice seemed familiar to Sophie. The next second, she turned around suddenly, and a handsome man in formal attire appeared in her sight. And he was Yang, who rushed here quickly. Sophie and Yang looked at each other. At this moment, Sophie felt an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. Chapter 11, it all started with the appearance, and fell in love with the talent of Goddess Su. Who is this? Jessica couldn't help but look at Yang and asked curiously. It has to be said that Yang has delicate facial features and his looks are not inferior to those popular young idols. Especially his eyes that exude strong confidence and have a kind of bewitching charm. It was this one glance that made Jessica develop a strong interest in him. Jessica, his name is Yang, he is my friend and the translator I hired. Next, it will be of great help to our conversations and signings. Sophie came back to her senses and a bright smile appeared on her face. Seeing that Jessica was curious about Yang's identity, she immediately introduced him to her. Jessica, nice to meet you. At this time, Yang also came over and took the initiative to greet Jessica. You are very handsome and different from other men I have met before. I sensed a strong sense of confidence from your eyes. Jessica was in a high position and had seen all types of men. But at this moment, she herself did not expect that she would become interested in the man she had just met. Thank you for the compliment. Now Yang is proficient in 8 languages, so he can naturally understand what Jessica says. At the same time, he answered in a very pure accent. Have you been abroad for some time? Your spoken English is really great. Jessica was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately asked Yang. No, I've never been abroad. As for speaking, I practiced by myself through recordings. Of course, there are people from your country in our school, and I often communicate with them. Yang spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, showing the demeanor of a gentleman. The more Jessica looked, the more admiration there was in her eyes. Sophie saw the whole scene. She was anxious. I feel that at this moment, I can't continue to sit and wait for death. So Sophie quickly spoke up to change the subject. Jessica, I really hope to reach a cooperation with your company. You should know that my company ranks high in the industry and has great advantages. To show my sincerity, I have included generous conditions in the contract and will never let you suffer any loss. Why don't you take a look first? After saying that, he took out a contract and handed it to Jessica. Jean, how about you help me translate? Jessica picked up the contract and took a look at it, but the content was in Chinese and she didn't understand it. I remembered that Sophie asked Qin Yang to come over just to help with translation. Jessica simply handed the contract to Qin Yang and asked him to help translate it. Of course, it's my pleasure. Qin Yang smiled and naturally would not refuse. He quickly opened the contract, glanced at it, and then looked at Jessica. What followed was extremely fluent English. Sophie was standing nearby and was shocked. She spent several days revising the contents of the contract before finalizing it. All the conditions added up would take up at least several pages. Qin Yang just looked at it casually and never looked at it again. He translated the contract terms and conditions to Jessica. Jessica seemed to approve of the contents of the contract as well, nodding at Sophie from time to time. About 5 minutes later, Qin Yang finished translating and returned the time to Jessica and Sophie. Sophie speaks English well, but she only knows basic communication. The contract terms were rather complicated, and she was afraid that she would make mistakes in the translation, so she didn't dare to take on the job at all. Boss Sue, it seems that you are indeed very sincere, and the conditions you offer are indeed more generous than those of other companies. Jessie smiled sweetly, seeming very satisfied. Jessica, do you agree to cooperate with my company? Sophie understood the hidden meaning of Jessica's words. A hint of surprise instantly appeared on her face, and she quickly confirmed it with the other party. Good. I will take this contract back to have the company's legal department review it. If there are no problems, I will sign it and have my assistant deliver it to you. Boss Sue, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Jessica acted decisively and immediately agreed to sign a contract with Sophie. Then he stood up and extended his hand to Sophie. Sophie hurriedly shook it, and the two sides reached a cooperation intention. Once the contract is signed and stamped, we become complete partners. Jessica didn't stay long. He picked up the contract, said hello to Sophie and Qin Yang, and left. Qin Yang, thank you so much. If you hadn't come to help in time, I'm afraid this cooperation would have been messed up, causing huge losses to the company's interests. Sophie smiled and thanked Qin Yang. The intention of cooperation was reached, and Sophie was visibly happy. She looked at Qin Yang and realized that he was dressed more formally today. Compared with yesterday's casual wear, Qin Yang exudes the unique charm of a successful man. What's there to thank me for? It's just a small favor. Qin Yang waved his hand and did not mention a word about the credit he had received. He has a low-key style of hiding his achievements and fame, and ignoring his personal affairs. When Sophie saw that Qin Yang did not ask for credit and took the opportunity to make some excessive demands on her, her favorability towards Qin Yang instantly soared. At this moment, Sophie recalled what happened just now, and a curious expression appeared on her face. She asked Qin Yang. Qin Yang, I noticed that you flipped through the contract a few times just now, and then translated it to Jessica without a script. Has your memory always been this good? Qin Yang nodded without hesitation, and then explained with a smile, not bad. When I was in primary school, I discovered that I had a photographic memory. So even if I didn't spend much time studying, I would always rank first. This situation continued until college. After listening to Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie immediately expressed her understanding. After all, some talents are innate. Just like herself. High IQ. High efficiency. What others might take 10 hours to complete, she might not even need half that time, or even less. As a thank you, I'll treat you to a meal. Sophie looked at the time and it was almost time for lunch. In order to thank Qin Yang for helping her so much, she must show some appreciation today. No problem. Qin Yang did not refuse and agreed decisively. Tianxiang Tower. This is a high-end specialty hotel in Shanghai. Most of the people who can eat here are successful people. Pick any one of them, and he is either a corporate executive or a child of a wealthy family. Before coming, Sophie had called in advance to reserve a private room. So after arriving at the door, Sophie greeted the front desk, and then a staff member led Sophie and Qin Yang into the private room. Qin Yang, this should be your first time here, right? After the two sat down, Sophie looked at Qin Yang and took the initiative to find a topic to start a conversation. Occasionally my friend would ask me to accompany him to some parties and go to some high-end hotels. But I have never been here. But looking at the decoration of this hotel, it is indeed very unique. Qin Yang nodded. He didn't feel embarrassed at all and replied directly to Sophie. Inside the private room, the two quickly started chatting. Chapter 12: The Shy Goddess Su Qin Yang's Tricks. Sir, miss, this is the menu of our hotel. After about a few minutes, a waiter pushed open the door, walked up to Qin Yang and Sophie, and handed the menu to them respectively. Qin Yang picked it up and looked through it. Any dish inside cost hundreds or thousands of dollars, so the price was indeed not cheap. However, he didn't say much. After all, the hotel is positioned as a high-end hotel. Customers who can come here to consume don't mind spending this little money. Qin Yang, just order whatever you want to eat, and don't be polite to me. Sophie looked at Qin Yang with a smile, hoping that he would not appear restrained and try to relax more. Miss Su, you should order some. After all, this is my first time here, and I don't know which dishes are more distinctive. Qin Yang quietly closed the menu. Then his eyes fell on Sophie and he spoke softly. Okay. Seeing that Qin Yang said so, Sophie couldn't find any other reason to refuse. So Sophie ordered 7 or 8 special dishes in one go, including both meat and vegetables. Just as the order was finished, Sophie looked at Qin Yang again and asked him curiously, Qin Yang, would you like some red wine? Let's just forget it. Qin Yang shook his head. He couldn't drink much and was afraid that he would get drunk and embarrass himself in front of Sophie. Seeing this, Sophie did not order red wine. The hotel is very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, the dishes started to be served. Qin Yang and Sophie ate and chatted, and soon the table was filled with dishes. Qin Yang, try these dishes and see if they suit your taste. Sophie looked at Qin Yang expectantly, and then spoke. Good. Qin Yang picked up the chopsticks and took the initiative to pick up the dish in front of him. Then, put it in your mouth and taste it. In just a moment, Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. It's really worthy of the hotel chef's skills, the taste is delicious. The ingredients are fresh and melt in your mouth, leaving you with a lingering aftertaste. Qin Yang's taste is quite picky, but when he saw the hotel dishes on the table, he couldn't help but give them good reviews. If you like, eat more. Sophie saw an expression of enjoyment on Qin Yang's face and was very satisfied with the taste of the dishes. At this moment, the smile on her lips became even brighter. Miss Su, don't just watch me eat, move your chopsticks too. Qin Yang also discovered that from the moment he entered the private room until now, Sophie's eyes had been on him, never moving away for a moment. Even though Qin Yang had a strong psychological quality, he still felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Okay. Swish. As Qin Yang said this, Sophie's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. She subconsciously lowered her head and dared not look at Qin Yang again. Suddenly, she showed a shy expression. Even Sophie herself didn't know why, but her eyes would always subconsciously fall on Qin Yang. It seemed that he had a special charm that had been attracting me. Seeing Sophie so charming, Qin Yang couldn't help but want to hug her in his arms. But fortunately, reason overcame impulse. Inside the private room, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. After a while, Qin Yang took the initiative to pick up a piece of fresh meat and put it in Sophie's bowl. Miss Su, it's better to eat delicious food while it's hot. Sophie did not feel disgusted by Qin Yang's actions, and her mood even improved a lot. She raised her head and said in a gentle tone, Thank you. The meal took more than half an hour as the two of them ate and chatted. Qin Yang was very satisfied with the dishes and couldn't help but eat a little more. Sophie was more reserved, but she obviously had a good appetite. Almost all the dishes on the table were cleared away by the two of them. Miss Su, I'm going to the bathroom. Qin Yang greeted Sophie, then stood up and walked out of the private room. Sophie, what's going on with you? It's just a meal with Qin Yang, what's there to be nervous about? You're staring at him the whole time. Are you afraid that Qin Yang doesn't know that you have some plans for him? As soon as Qin Yang left the private room, Sophie sat in her seat and couldn't help muttering. It's so embarrassing. Sophie felt that her image as a cold and aloof female president no longer existed in Qin Yang's heart. No, it should be said that from the very beginning, Qin Yang didn't think she was so cold. Even Sophie herself found it strange, because usually she was serious and looked cold in front of others. But only in front of Qin Yang, she acted a bit like a crazy fan. She seemed to be completely attracted by Qin Yang's charm. Qin Yang said he was going to the bathroom, but in fact he just found an excuse to leave the private room. At this time, he had already taken the initiative to walk to the front desk. Beautiful lady, please help me check the bill for room 405. I'll pay the bill. Qin Yang smiled and looked directly at the front desk staff after he finished speaking. Sir, your total spending is $7,600. Soon, the front desk staff checked and quoted an amount. Hearing this, Qin Yang took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and transferred the money. After paying the bill, he went straight back to the private room. When Qin Yang saw Sophie sitting in a daze, he couldn't help but step forward and said to her, Miss Su, I have already paid for the meal, we can leave now. Qin Yang, didn't we agree that I would treat you to this meal? Why are you rushing to pay? Are you trying to show off in front of me? When Sophie heard that Qin Yang had paid for the meal, her face was suddenly filled with surprise. When he came to his senses, he said to Qin Yang with a slightly dissatisfied look. No, Miss Su, you misunderstood. I just happened to pass by the front desk, so I paid the money by the way. If you really feel bad about it, then let's make a deal. You'll pay the bill next time. Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled, then immediately explained. Forget it, I won't bother with you this time. Sophie was just pretending to be angry. She was actually happy about Qin Yang's behavior. She knew very well that this was an excuse Qin Yang made for himself. If she fails to treat us this time, we will have to wait until next time. All in all, she still owed Qin Yang a meal. A moment later, the two walked side by side in the passage, heading towards the gate. Boss Su, what a coincidence, you're here to eat too. As soon as the two of them passed the private room next door, the door was pushed open. A handsome man in a suit appeared in front of Qin Yang and Sophie. When he saw Sophie's face, a hint of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and then he stared at Sophie. Boss Ning, what a coincidence. Sophie couldn't help but feel a little shocked when she saw the man in front of her. But he quickly came to his senses and greeted the other party. Since we've met, why don't we go in and have a couple of drinks? I'm having a party with a group of friends inside. If President Su is willing to do me the honor, they will definitely be very happy. Ning Ziyuan looked very attentive and even extended an invitation to Sophie. Boss Ning, forget it. I'll host you and your friends for dinner some other day when I have time. Faced with Ning Ziyuan's invitation, Sophie hesitated for a moment and then decisively refused. At this time, Ning Ziyuan also discovered that there was a man standing next to Sophie. Qin Yang is handsome and has an outstanding temperament. Ning Ziyuan felt filled with crisis at just one glance. He subconsciously thought that Sophie rejected his invitation so decisively, most likely because of this man. Chapter 13, Goddess Su was successfully tricked by retreating. It turns out that President Su has friends around him. I am so presumptuous. Ning Ziyuan smiled tearfully, then his eyes fell on Qin Yang and looked at him carefully. At this moment, he did not hide his curiosity about Qin Yang's identity, and asked Sophie directly. I wonder if Mr. Su could introduce this friend of yours to me so that I can get to know him? This made Sophie stunned. She didn't expect Ning Ziyuan to make such a request. Ning Ziyuan is a major client of Sophie Company, and the two have dealt with each other before because of their cooperative relationship. And this guy had actively pursued her. Unfortunately, Sophie didn't have any feelings for him and rejected him directly. At the moment, Ning Ziyuan obviously has a bit more hostility towards Qin Yang. Ding, declare your sovereignty and help the goddess solve her problems. You will be rewarded with 10 million cash and a supreme black diamond card. Just when Sophie was feeling embarrassed and hesitant, Qin Yang heard the task issued by the black technology system. Suddenly, Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Hello, President Ning, my name is Qin Yang, and I'm Sophie's boyfriend. Qin Yang took the initiative to speak to Ning Ziyuan. At the same time, his hand also grasped Sophie's slender waist. With a little force, he hugged Sophie into his chest. For a moment, the two people's actions seemed extremely intimate, like a couple in love. Ning Ziyuan was stunned when he saw Qin Yang and Sophie being intimate with each other. The next second, a ball of nameless anger surged in my heart. He had thought that Qin Yang might be Sophie's suitor, but he never expected that the two of them had already confirmed their relationship. Moreover, this kid even declared his sovereignty in front of him. For Ning Ziyuan, Qin Yang's move was undoubtedly a provocation to him. It's not just Ning Ziyuan. Even Sophie had a look of astonishment on her face at this moment. What on earth is Qin Yang talking about? When did he become my Sophie's boyfriend? Who gave him the courage to take advantage of me? Sophie's first reaction was to break free from Qin Yang's arms. However, she felt the warmth in Qin Yang's chest, and Qin Yang's hand around her waist did not do anything excessive. Suddenly, her movement stopped. Boss Su, is everything he said true? Are you two dating now? Even though he witnessed this scene with his own eyes, Ning Ziyuan still seemed to have not given up. He looked at Sophie, hoping to get an accurate answer from her. Yes, yes. Boss Ning, Qin Yang and I just started dating, and we didn't want too many people to know, so we didn't announce the news. So, please ask President Ning to keep this matter confidential. Sophie smiled awkwardly. She also wanted to take this opportunity to make Ning Ziyuan give up completely. So, I had no choice but to go along with the situation and smooth it over. Boom! Sophie's answer was like a thunderbolt, striking Ning Ziyuan hard on the head. He had an expression of disbelief on his face. After a long time, Ning Ziyuan looked at Qin Yang again with eyes full of jealousy. He was unwilling to give in, so he began to ask Qin Yang. Mr. Qin is really amazing. He can actually become President Su's boyfriend. I wonder where you work. What's your profession? Black Swan Takeaway Group. Currently serving as team leader. Qin Yang smiled faintly and answered truthfully. Mr. Qin, you should know yourself. With your status, I'm afraid you are not worthy of President Su at all. Ning Ziyuan was filled with anger and yelled at Qin Yang without any politeness. He would never have thought that Qin Yang was the delivery boy of Black Swan. How did this kind of person manage to win over Sophie? He would let it go even if he lost to a man who was nobler and more outstanding than himself. But Ning Ziyuan could never accept losing to a delivery boy. Boss Ning, there is no distinction between high and low professions. Your thinking is too narrow. Besides, my relationship with Sophie is completely our private matter. You should have no right to interfere, right? Even though Ning Ziyuan, who was standing in front of him at this moment, had a powerful background. But Qin Yang's face still showed strong confidence, and he didn't take him seriously at all. You. Ning Ziyuan was furious. His face turned blue and red, like a bomb that could be detonated at any time. Sophie, let's go. After Qin Yang said this, he put his arm around Sophie's slender waist and walked straight to the door. Only Ning Ziyuan was left standing there, watching the two of them walking away. Ding, the random task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million cash and a Supreme Black Diamond card. The reward has been issued, please check it. At this moment, Qin Yang felt that there was obviously an extra bank card in his pocket. The two of them walked out of the hotel and walked about 10 meters away. Sophie finally couldn't bear it anymore. Just when she was about to explode, Qin Yang seemed to have anticipated it. He took the initiative to loosen his claws on Sophie's waist, looked at Sophie innocently and said, Miss Su, I'm so sorry. The situation just now was special, so I took the liberty of pretending to be your boyfriend to help you out. If you think my actions were too abrupt, I am willing to accept your punishment. I have to say that Qin Yang's strategy is really too brilliant. This tactic of retreating to advance instantly reduced Sophie's anger towards Qin Yang. She calmed down and thought about it, and felt that what Qin Yang said made sense. I understand. But next time you encounter something like this, please give me a heads up. Your action just now was so sudden that I was scared. Sophie thought about what had just happened and felt surprised and happy. It was only because she had a good impression of Qin Yang. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid this matter would never be let go so easily. I promise, next time I'll wink at you in advance. When Qin Yang saw Sophie, he was not really angry. He couldn't help but feel relieved. He was afraid that his previous actions would affect the impression he left on Sophie. But you might have to be careful for the next while. That Mr. Ning is arrogant and has a strong background. I don't think he will give up so easily. Maybe he'll come back and cause trouble for you. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to call me as soon as possible and I will do everything I can to help you. Sophie remembered Ning Ziyuan's style of doing things. Suddenly, he hurriedly reminded Qin Yang. Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. Seeing that Sophie cared about him so much, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. So he nodded decisively. After sending Sophie back to the company, Qin Yang drove his motorcycle back home. In the hall, Jiang Bei sat on the sofa, eating melon seeds and watching TV. Seeing Qin Yang coming back, he immediately jumped up from the sofa, ran directly to him, and asked curiously. Brother Qin, tell me the truth, did you go on a date with Goddess Su this morning? Chapter 14, Hongmen Banquet treated Qin Yang as a liar. Jiang Bei, why did you become so gossipy? Instead of spending time worrying about my affairs, you might as well go drink with your friends and kill time. Xin Yang was sitting on the sofa and saw that Jiang Bei had been coming to him for the past 2 days. It seems that she is planning to live here permanently, and he couldn't help but tease her. Hey, brother Qin, don't I want to come over and keep you company? You said you would feel lonely living in such a spacious house by yourself? I'll come over, at least we two can take care of each other. Jiang Bei gave an awkward laugh, and then took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. In order to raise funds, he mortgaged all the houses under his name. Fortunately, the house where Qin Yang lived was kept, otherwise he might really be homeless. Okay, I don't know you yet. But this house is yours. I have no objection to you living here as long as you want, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Qin Yang had already guessed Jiang Bei's current situation, but did not take the initiative to point it out. I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a wicked smile, and said, "No problem." Seeing Qin Yang choose to compromise, Jiang Bei couldn't help but show joy on his face. At that moment, he agreed without hesitation. You are not allowed to rummage through my room, and you are not allowed to bring women from outside back to spend the night. Qin Yang frowned and emphasized in a serious manner. Hey, I thought you were going to put forward some conditions, but it turned out to be this. Don't worry, I will never do this. Jiang Bei patted his chest and promised solemnly. After the rules were agreed upon, Qin Yang no longer paid attention to Jiang Bei and got up and returned to his room. After a nap, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yang walked out of the room, but did not see Jiang Bei, thinking that he had gone out. Brother Qin, change your clothes quickly. I'll take you to a feast. At this moment, the door of the next-door guest room was pushed open. Jiang Bei strode out and spoke to Qin Yang with excitement. Okay. Qin Yang did not refuse. 10 minutes later, the two men came to the garage and stood in front of a silver Lamborghini. Jiang Bei sat in the driving seat, while Qin Yang sat in the passenger seat as usual. Qin Yang had just fastened his seatbelt when the engine of the sports car started. At this moment, it's like a wild beast is roaring, wild and powerful, making your blood boil. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he thought to himself, when I have time, I will buy a supercar to drive. He got a Supreme Black Diamond card and a deposit of 10 million, which was more than enough to buy a sports car worth several million. Dihao Club. This is a high-end private club open to VIPs. The annual fee for an ordinary VIP card is 500,000 yuan. Above this, there are platinum cards and diamond cards. I heard that the annual fee for the highest level diamond card is as high as 5 million. Holding a diamond card of the club is undoubtedly a symbol of identity and status. Here, you can see disciples from Shanghai's wealthy families and popular entertainment stars almost every day. This shows how high the threshold is. Jiang Bei has a diamond card in his hand. When he showed the diamond card to the security guards at the door, the security guards were all shocked, and their attitude towards Jiang Bei and Qin Yang became even more respectful. The two of them went all the way to the 8th floor. In a huge room. Inside the room, there were already several people waiting there for a long time. Jiang Bei, you are finally here. When Lu Feng saw Jiang Bei and Qin Yang pushing the door and walking in, an excited smile immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Lu, Mr. Chen, Sister Bai, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Jiang Bei had a smile on his face and looked towards them. Sitting on the chairs were two handsome young men and a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament, all looking at Qin Yang and Jiang Bei. It doesn't matter. We just arrived. Bai Yaxin smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flickering. Brother Qin, let's sit down and talk. Jiang Bei didn't dare to leave Qin Yang aside, so he quickly asked him to sit down. Seeing Jiang Bei's respectful attitude towards Qin Yang, Chen Jiahao became very interested in Qin Yang's identity for a moment. At that moment, he went straight to the point and asked Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, please introduce this friend of yours to us. For a while, Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng, and Chen Jiahao all focused their eyes on Qin Yang. His name is Qin Yang. He is a top student in the finance department of Magic City University. He was my roommate for 4 years in college and also my best brother. Didn't I mortgage all the houses under my name to you yesterday? I just wanted to raise all the money so that he could help with the investment. Jiang Bei invited Qin Yang to attend the dinner today. Actually, he just wanted to introduce his good brother to everyone. Friends in the Jiang Bei circle are either rich or noble. Among them, Chen Jiahao, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng are the closest to him and have a better relationship with him. Therefore, at this moment Jiang Bei did not hide anything and told Qin Yang's identity truthfully. Jiang Bei, are you sure you're not kidding us? You have to know that you have raised nearly 100 million yuan this time. You just gave him such a huge amount of money to invest? Aren't you afraid that the money will go down the drain? Bai Yaxin's expression was instantly filled with astonishment. She really couldn't imagine what a crazy decision Jiang Bei had made. If this amount of money was put into a legitimate investment company, it would be a considerable sum. And they can't be sure that they will generate any benefits. Not to mention, it is now in the hands of a college graduate. Yes. Jiang Bei, do you want to think about it carefully again? Although your family is rich and powerful, the loss of this money won't cause you any serious consequences. But if your parents knew about this, they would definitely scold you. Chen Jiahao also frowned, expressing his pessimism about Qin Yang's strength. In his opinion, Jiang Bei's move was too hasty. Jiang Bei, I think what Sister Bai and Brother Chen said makes sense. You can't let your emotions get the better of you. Lu Feng also nodded quickly and stood on the same front with Chen Jiahao and Bai Yaxin. Obviously, this dinner today has a special meaning. The three of them just wanted to see who this Qin Yang was and why Jiang Bei worshipped him like a god to the point of losing his mind and investing such a huge sum of money in him. Of course, they were more afraid that Jiang Bei had been cheated. Mr. Lu, Mr. Chen, Sister Bai, what are you thinking about? You haven't seen with your own eyes how powerful Qin Yang's investment ability is, so you misunderstand him like this. He is not a nerd. He helped me make a lot of money by investing long ago. Besides, this is a rare opportunity. I will never let it go. Seeing the three people trying to dissuade him earnestly, Jiang Bei couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, he finally came to his senses. It turned out that they insisted on inviting Qin Yang and I to dinner with this purpose in mind. Chapter 15, Rehabilitating Qin Ji's Reputation and Making Millions of Dollars in Investment Profits. Jiang Bei, you have to understand that this investment is huge, it's not a small deal. If you lose all your money, can you afford the consequences? Seeing Jiang Bei trying hard to explain for Qin Yang, it seemed like he was completely brainwashed by him. Bai Yaxin on the side couldn't help but speak up and persuade Jiang Bei again. Sister Bai, I appreciate your kindness. But things are really not what you think. Qin Yang is really good at investment. I believe he will never let me down. Jiang Bei shook his head, seemingly not listening to anyone's advice at all. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room was very awkward. And at this time, Lu Feng looked directly at Qin Yang and asked him, Qin Yang, don't you have anything to say? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged and looked relaxed. Then, he slowly said, as Jiang Bei's friend, I will naturally not harm him. He chose to trust me and gave me such a large sum of money to invest, so I will definitely not let him down. As for how you guys want to see me, I don't mind. Anyway, I'm not that interested in you guys. Chen Jiahao's face changed drastically, and the look he gave Qin Yang was full of hostility. He is the young master of the wealthy Chen family in Shanghai. He has a noble status and tremendous power. How could he be insulted like this by an unknown junior? If it weren't for the close relationship between Jiang Bei and Qin Yang, I'm afraid Chen Jiahao would have turned against him long ago. But even so, Chen Jiahao couldn't help but shout at Qin Yang angrily, Boy, you are so arrogant. Mr. Chen, calm down first. For my sake, don't bother with Qin Yang. At the critical moment, Jiang Bei still stood up and spoke good words for Qin Yang. He also knew in his heart that the reason why Chen Jiahao was so excited was entirely for his own good and he had no other ill intentions. Then, Jiang Bei also came up to Qin Yang and quickly explained. Qin Yang, you should also say less. Mr. Chen is my friend, I don't want you to hurt our relationship. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng and Bai Yaxin couldn't help but look strange. Jiang Bei's father, Jiang Hai, is a real estate tycoon in Shanghai. His company also controls several five-star hotels and commercial plazas. The assets are at least tens of billions, or even over 10 billion. Jiang Bei is the only son of the Jiang family, and this is no secret in their circle. Logically speaking, Jiang Bei's status is not much inferior to theirs. But even so, why they were so respectful to Qin Yang really puzzled them. Could it be that this kid really has something extraordinary? Okay, for your sake, I won't bother with them. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a nice meal? I happen to be hungry, how about asking the waiter to serve the food? Qin Yang didn't want to have anything to do with these rich kids. If he had known that Jiang Bei was going to invite him to this kind of dinner, he would never have come no matter what. No problem. Everything will be done according to Brother Qin's wishes. I'll ask the waiter to serve the food. Jiang Bei and Qin Yang have known each other for so many years, so he is naturally familiar with Qin Yang's character. Knowing that he was trying to save face, she immediately smiled, called the waiter and started taking the order. We ordered 12 dishes, including Australian lobster, Kobe beef, caviar. Every ingredient is worth a lot of money. At the end, Jiang Bei specially ordered 2 bottles of 1995 Lafite. After a while, Jiang Bei then looked at Chen Jiahao, who looked angry, and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea and handed it to him, and quickly smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, Qin Yang is not from our circle, so naturally he doesn't understand our rules. If he displeased you just now, I will use tea instead of wine to apologize to you on his behalf." Seeing Jiang Bei take the initiative to apologize, Lu Feng, who was sitting next to Chen Jiahao, pushed him. Chen Jiahao's expression eased slightly, and he picked up the cup and clinked it with Jiang Bei. "For your sake, I won't pursue this matter any further." After saying that, he drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. Seeing that everyone had a misunderstanding about Qin Yang, Jiang Bei knew that he had to come forward to explain. So, he stood up and said to Chen Jiahao and the other two with a serious expression, "I know you are all worried about me, afraid that I will lose all my money after I give it to Brother Qin to invest. But the fact is just the opposite. Brother Qin invested all the money I raised in the stock market. In just 5 or 6 hours, he has already made a profit of millions. I have full confidence in his ability, and I also hope that you will not have too many misunderstandings about Brother Qin." Before going out, Jiang Bei had already checked the funds in his account. "I discovered that in just a few hours, the stock shares I held had already made millions in profit. It is also because of this that Jiang Bei is full of confidence in Qin Yang's investment." "What? He invested the money in the stock market? In just 5 or 6 hours, he made millions of dollars? Jiang Bei, are you sure you're not kidding us?" Bai Yaxin was the first one to recover from her shock. She looked incredulous, and then immediately asked Jiang Bei for confirmation. "Sister Bai, when did I, Jiang Bei, ever lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can show you my investment account right now." As Jiang Bei spoke, he quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. He opened the stock investment software, checked the profits and losses in the account, and then handed over the phone. As soon as these words came out, Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin hurried over and looked at the phone screen with curious eyes. A few seconds later, the expressions of these 3 people were completely stunned. Especially Chen Jiahao, his mouth is so big that an egg can fit in it. Just now, he looked down on Qin Yang, thinking that he was just a college graduate and had no qualifications or ability to help Jiang Bei and manipulate such a large amount of funds for investment. But he never thought that he would be slapped in the face so strongly at this moment. Were these 3 stocks all selected by Qin Yang? Bai Yaxin's eyes flickered, and she quickly spoke up to confirm with Jiang Bei. "That's right." Jiang Bei nodded in reply. Then, he immediately asked Bai Yaxin, "Sister Bai, do you still remember that you asked me to invest in stocks with you and we lost 3 million? Remember. How is this related to Qin Yang?" Speaking of this, Bai Yaxin suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If she hadn't insisted on forcing Jiang Bei to invest with her, Jiang Bei wouldn't have lost so much money. Although it is only a few million, it is a drop in the bucket considering their net worth. Of course it does. Brother Qin knew that I was in a bad mood because of my stock losses, so he decided to help me get some money back. After all, he had done something similar to this before when we were in college. He has helped me more than a dozen times, and he has never lost money on his investments. When it's low, I make a few 100,000, and when it's high, it's up to several million. This time, Brother Qin analyzed a rare market opportunity, which is why he asked me to raise money. As for how much, he didn't say clearly. I have absolute confidence in Brother Qin's investment ability. That's why I mortgaged my property and borrowed some money from you to raise such a large sum of money for him to invest. Chapter 16, Invisible Pretense is the Most Deadly. As soon as Jiang Bei finished speaking, Bai Yaxin and the other 2 looked at Qin Yang without the contemptuous look they had before. On the contrary, they admired Qin Yang's courage to manage such a large amount of investment at this age. After all, even if it were any one of them, they wouldn't dare to be so casual. And the most crucial point is that Qin Yang doesn't seem to be worried about financial losses at all. Is he really that confident in his investment? Or maybe he has extraordinary abilities in this area? These questions made the three of them extremely curious. Brother Qin, why don't you say something? Seeing that everyone was staring at Qin Yang with curiosity, Jiang Bei smiled awkwardly and walked forward shamelessly. He wanted to take this opportunity to bring Qin Yang, Sister Bai, and the other two closer together. No, I don't know what to say. Qin Yang quickly waved his hand and rejected Jiang Bei's proposal. Brother Qin, just tell us why you chose to invest in these three stocks, so that Sister Bai and the others can see your strength. That way, they won't misunderstand you anymore. Jiang Bei didn't want Qin Yang to miss the opportunity to prove his strength, so he stepped forward and immediately grabbed his arm. It seems like I won't give up easily unless you tell me. Okay, I'm afraid of you. In the end, Qin Yang had no choice but to agree. Immediately, he glanced at Bai Yaxin and the other two, and then said, the reason I chose to invest in these three stocks is my analysis of the current stock market situation, and I predict that they will soar in the next period of time. This is a rare opportunity, so I won't miss it. That's why I suggest Jiang Bei invest early. Of course, I was also surprised that Jiang Bei raised such a large amount of funds privately. But it also shows that he believes in my ability, which makes me very happy. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Bei's personal wealth should grow rapidly in the next period of time. At this moment, the room was silent. About 10 seconds later, Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng and Chen Jiahao looked at each other, as if they were still digesting what Qin Yang had just said. Jiahao, isn't your second uncle the president of a securities company? Why don't you call him now and ask him to confirm the future market trends of the three stocks Qin Yang has chosen? Bai Yaxin is the older of the three. Therefore, one's mind is inevitably delicate and one considers issues more comprehensively. This was the first time she encountered such a situation, but for Jiang Bei, she still gave a suggestion. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? It seems that Sister Bai is more reliable at critical moments. Suddenly, Chen Jiahao's eyes flashed, and he remembered that he still had his second uncle to ask for help. Without hesitation, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed his second uncle's number. Beep, beep, beep. Less than a few seconds passed. The call was connected. Jiahao, you called your second uncle, is there something wrong? At the same time. Blue Ocean Securities, Chairman's office. A middle-aged man was sitting in an office chair, holding a cigar in one hand and smiling, talking to his nephew on the other end of the phone. He is Chen Jiahao's second uncle, Chen Tianzheng. Uncle, I have a question for you. Please answer me truthfully. Because this involves my friend's investment of nearly 100 million yuan. Chen Jiahao did not hide anything and spoke directly to the point. Oh? A 100 million investment? It seems your friend is quite generous. Okay, if you have any questions, just ask. Second uncle will tell you everything he knows. When Chen Tianzheng heard his nephew talk about the matter so seriously, he immediately became interested and then said to Chen Jiahao, I have 3 stocks here. I want you to help me see from a professional perspective whether they have great potential and whether they are worth holding in large amounts at this time. Chen Jiahao did not hesitate and reported the names of the 3 stocks held by Jiang Bei. They are Jiaxing New Energy Company, Haiqiang Bio High Tech Company, and Conmei Bio Pharmaceutical Company. Chen Tianzheng immediately turned on the computer at the desk, quickly found the 3 stocks, and analyzed them from his most professional perspective. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The more Chen Tian looked, the more incredible the expression on his face became. Uncle, are you still listening? Chen Jiahao saw that his second uncle was slow to speak on the other end of the phone. For a moment, I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Jiahao, tell me honestly, who is your friend who invested in these 3 stocks? His investment vision is really sharp. If you hadn't reminded me, my second uncle wouldn't have realized that the potential of these stocks is so amazing. Chen Tianzheng was completely shocked. At this moment, he was even more curious about who was the master who could pick these 3 stocks. If possible, he really wanted to get to know her and make friends with her. What? Uncle, do you mean that these 3 stocks will skyrocket in the next period of time? Chen Jiahao was shocked. He didn't expect that even a professional like his second uncle would come to the same conclusion as Qin Yang. In this way, the truthfulness of what Qin Yang had just said was completely proved. Good. If nothing unexpected happens, the increase should be significant. If your friend invested 100 million yuan, he would definitely make a lot of money on this investment. Jiahao, you haven't answered your uncle yet. Who is that friend? How come I didn't know that you have such a great investment expert around you? Chen Tianjiang was very curious about this person and wanted to find out his identity immediately. You also know that man, second uncle. He is Jiang Bei. But the person who helped him invest in these 3 stocks was someone else. His name is Qin Yang, and he was my roommate at Jiang Bei University. I heard he was a top student in the Department of Finance. I didn't believe it at first and thought he was bragging. Now it seems that I underestimated him. At this moment, Chen Jiahao couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. After a long time, it turned out that the clown was actually himself. No wonder Qin Yang was so confident from beginning to end. It turns out that he is indeed an investment expert. What Jiang Bei said before was not a joke. Jiahao, you come from a privileged family and have always looked down on others. It's not surprising that you occasionally make mistakes. Second uncle advises you not to put on airs in front of such a truly gifted person. If you want to get along with them, you must cater to their preferences. From this point of view, Jiang Bei is obviously better than you. If you have the chance, you should ask him for more advice. Chen Tianjiang recognized Jiang Bei. Chen Jiahao had brought him home as a guest before. Uncle, I understand. Chen Jiahao was silent for a while, then responded. Okay, I'm hanging up then. Then, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. And at this time, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng both stared at Chen Jiahao with anticipation. However, judging from the expression on his face, the answer is not difficult to guess. My second uncle's analysis is not much different from Qin Yang's. In other words, not only will this investment not be sold at a loss, but there is a high probability that it will make a profit. Chen Jiahao looked at Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng, and then spoke. Chapter 17 Jiang Bei's request, the rich family's children offer huge amounts of money. Boom! As soon as Chen Jiahao said this, Bai Yaxin and Lu Feng beside him were immediately stunned. They didn't expect that even Chen Jiahao's second uncle personally confirmed Qin Yang's idea. In this case, Qin Yang does have real skills. It seems not difficult to understand why Jiang Bei admires him so much. Brother Qin, what I just said was all nonsense, please don't take it to heart. Well, I'll use tea instead of wine to make amends to you. Chen Jiahao came back to his senses and gave a wry smile. He took the initiative to pour a cup of tea and quickly handed it to Qin Yang. Mr. Chen, now you know how powerful my brother Qin is, right? I'm not bragging to you. Among people of my age, I have never seen anyone better than brother Qin. Although he doesn't come from a wealthy family like us, when it comes to earning ability, I only admire him. Jiang Bei stood next to Qin Yang and immediately started bragging. It seems like he is afraid that others don't know how outstanding Qin Yang is. Jiang Bei, that's enough. Stop praising me too much. Qin Yang's face turned slightly red and he looked obviously embarrassed. Although he will naturally become the focus of everyone wherever he appears. But he himself prefers to keep a low profile. At this moment, Jiang Bei was praising him so much that Qin Yang himself could hardly bear it anymore. Brother Qin, I'm just telling the truth, why are you shy? Besides, they are my best friends, not outsiders. There is no need for you to keep a low profile. It was obvious that Jiang Bei wanted Qin Yang to integrate into his circle. I would also like to take this opportunity to help Qin Yang expand his network. He knew very well that Qin Yang was extremely talented. But sometimes, talent is not everything. If you want to achieve great success, you need help from others behind the scenes. Jiang Bei was happy to be the guide, and even used his own connections to help Qin Yang achieve greater success. Yeah, Jiang Bei is right. Qin Yang, we can be said to have known each other for a long time. Don't take what happened just now to heart. It is obvious that Chen Jiahao intends to make friends with Qin Yang. Brother Qin, you are all my friends, why do you have to be unhappy over such a small matter? Why don't we all have a drink later and just consider it as making friends? Jiang Bei's words were unanimously agreed upon by Chen Jiahao and the other two. They all looked at Jiang Bei with gratitude. Well, I'll listen to you then. Seeing that Jiang Bei had said so much, Qin Yang was not such a tactless person. He also knew that these 3 people were able to mix in the same circle with Jiang Bei and become friends with him, so it seemed that their backgrounds and identities were not simple. Of course, Qin Yang didn't have any thoughts about these. He was more out of consideration for Jiang Bei's face and didn't want to embarrass him. After some time, the waiter finally brought the dishes together with a bottle of Lafite. Jiang Bei took the initiative to stand up and fill everyone's glasses. Then, he smiled and said to everyone, "Come on, let's have a drink and forget all the unpleasant things that happened before." By the way, let me celebrate my small profit in the stock market. Cheers! Cheers! Qin Yang, Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin were all happy for Jiang Bei from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, the atmosphere at the table became lively. Several people were chatting with each other and bragging. For example, you recently bought a limited edition supercar, or you know how much profit the company you invested in made. During this period, Jiang Bei was the most popular area. Jiang Bei, you are so lucky to have an investment expert like Qin Yang to help you with your plans. In this way, wouldn't you be making money even when you sleep? And my second uncle said that the stocks you hold may have a significant rise in the next period of time. By then, you will earn more than just a few million. All funds may have to be multiplied several times. Chen Jiahao said to Jiang Bei with a hint of envy in his tone. Then, he secretly glanced at Qin Yang out of the corner of his eyes. To be honest, this kind of opportunity to make money is rare, and if possible, he would like to get a piece of it. It's just that he had some misunderstanding with Qin Yang before, and he was embarrassed to ask Qin Yang about this. Jiang Bei saw the expressions of Chen Jiahao and the other two and quickly guessed what they were thinking. After giving a wry smile, he took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Qin Yang and asked tentatively, "Brother Qin, can I still buy shares at this time? Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu, and Sister Bai, the three of them usually take good care of me. Now that there is a rare opportunity, I want to help them earn some pocket money. Do you think it's okay?" Qin Yang looked indifferent. He had already guessed that Jiang Bei would say this. After all, Jiang Bei has never been the kind of person who likes to eat alone. "Jiang Bei, are you serious?" Qin Yang did not rush to answer Jiang Bei's question, but asked him with a serious face. "Certainly." Jiang Bei nodded decisively and answered without hesitation. "So, the three of you also want to invest?" Immediately, Qin Yang looked at Bai Yaxin, Lu Feng, and Chen Jiahao and asked directly. "If we can, we certainly don't want to miss it." Bai Yaxin smiled slightly and took the initiative to speak. Seeing this, Qin Yang was silent for a while. It was just a few short seconds, but for Bai Yaxin and the other two, it was an extremely long process. "Okay, I agree. But you all have to follow my rules." Qin Yang raised his eyes and quickly looked at the three of them. "What rules?" Suddenly, Lu Feng couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "You give the money to Brother Qin to invest, and we'll split the profits 50-50. At this moment, Jiang Bei took the initiative to speak up and help Qin Yang explain. After hearing this explanation, Chen Jiahao, Bai Yaxin, and Lu Feng looked at each other. Then, they all nodded and said, "No problem. How much money do you plan to invest?" Qin Yang picked up the wine glass and took a sip. After a moment, he asked, "I can offer 50 million. Lu Feng spoke first. "I'll give you 30 million. Bai Yaxin has invested in many industries and does not have much liquid cash on hand. In addition, she had lost a lot of money in the stock market some time ago, so the 30 million was the maximum she could afford." "Jiahao, how much do you plan to pay?" Among the three, Chen Jiahao was the only one who had not spoken yet. So Jiang Bei couldn't help but ask him curiously. 100 million. Chen Jiahao's eyes flickered, as if he was unwilling to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He blurted out a sum of money as soon as he opened his mouth. Instantly, everyone present was shocked. "Jiahao, how dare you play such a big game? Otherwise, you should think carefully about it." Bai Yaxin looked worried at this moment. Although she had some confidence in Qin Yang's abilities. But stock market investment always carries certain risks. No one has ever dared to say that his investment will generate huge returns. It is not difficult to understand that Jiang Bei trusts Qin Yang. But why is Chen Jiahao also full of confidence in Qin Yang? Could it be that his second uncle told him something? Chapter 18, Morning Run, Encounter with the Beautiful School Belle Lu Ruyan. "Sister Bai, don't worry, I'm not acting on impulse. On the contrary, this is a decision I made after careful consideration. It's mainly because I have great confidence in Qin Yang's investment strength, so I don't think he will let us down." Chen Jiahao smiled slightly, then immediately looked at Bai Yaxin and explained to her. "Since you have already considered it, I will not persuade you anymore." Seeing Chen Jiahao's determined face, Bai Yaxin knew that it would be futile for her to continue persuading him. "Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to be more courageous than me." Jiang Bei was also shocked by Chen Jiahao's generosity. However, when he thought of the Chen family's strength and background in the Magic City, he quickly felt relieved. It's just a mere 100 million, which is nothing to the Chen family. Since everyone trusts me so much, I will definitely not let you down. Don't worry, within half a month, you will be thankful for your actions today. Today, Qin Yang has the ability to invest like a stock god. And those 3 stocks were carefully selected by him, so there is a high probability that there will be no mistakes. In the next period of time, the stock price will continue to soar. It is not difficult to foresee that his investment will bring rich returns. Then wish us success. Cheers, everyone. Jiang Bei stood up with a glass of wine in his hand and spoke to everyone excitedly. A dinner party. Let Lu Feng, Chen Jiahao, and Bai Yaxin realize Qin Yang's true ability. In their view, this is indeed something worth celebrating. So everyone enjoyed the meal very much. It was 8:30 in the evening when Qin Yang and Jiang Bei left the Dihao Club. Because they had drunk a lot of alcohol, the two were unable to drive, so they simply called a designated driver. The designated driver drove Jiang Bei home, and Qin Yang stopped a taxi and followed behind. Less than an hour. The two returned home. Jiang Bei, I'm going to take a shower and wake up first. After Qin Yang greeted Jiang Bei, he found a set of clothes in the room and went straight into the bathroom. After spending more than 10 minutes taking a bath, Qin Yang felt less drunk. Soon, he walked to the hall. At this moment, Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang excitedly and said, Brother Qin, Sister Bai and the others have transferred all the money into my account. Okay, I understand. Tomorrow morning, transfer all the money to that investment account. Then, follow my instructions. Qin Yang nodded to indicate that he understood. Brother Qin, I noticed that you have changed a lot recently. Hundreds of millions of dollars were invested by you, yet you were able to remain so calm. If it had happened before, you would have been excited for a few days at least. Could it be that after you started dating, your career ambitions also began to soar rapidly? Jiang Bei stared at Qin Yang in surprise. If he hadn't been careful, he might not have noticed that Qin Yang had undergone such obvious changes. Nonsense. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at Jiang Bei in annoyance. The reason why he seemed so calm was simply because in his eyes, the money was just a string of numbers. Possessing the investment skills of a stock god, Qin Yang's concept of money has become indifferent. As long as he is given some time, his assets will skyrocket. Not to mention, he now has a black technology system. In Qin Yang's eyes, a few hundred million is not worth mentioning at all. Anyway, I just think you're weird, but I can't tell what's different right now. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with strange eyes. Okay, I think you've had too much to drink, so go to bed. Qin Yang smiled and started talking. He didn't have time to chat with Jiang Bei, so he went straight back to his room to rest. The next morning. Because he went to bed early last night, Qin Yang woke up before 7 o'clock. After washing up, I saw that the weather outside was good. He changed into sportswear and running shoes and prepared to go for a run around the community. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang appeared by the lake. There are quite a few people jogging here in the morning, and they all seem to live in the same community. Qin Yang exercises regularly, so he naturally has good physical strength. After running back and forth for a few kilometers, my forehead was already slightly sweaty. When he ran towards the community where he lived, a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. Qin Yang, what a coincidence! I didn't expect you to come here for a morning run. A soft and pleasant voice soon reached Qin Yang's ears. Lu Ruyan, the campus beauty of the finance department of Shanghai University, is Qin Yang's classmate. At this moment, she was wearing a pink cloud sportswear, which highlighted her hot figure to the fullest. Her hair is tied up with a headband, revealing a capable temperament. Lu Ruyan? Why are you here? I saw a beautiful woman appear in front of me, and she was an acquaintance I knew. Suddenly, Qin Yang stopped walking. A hint of confusion appeared on his face, and he asked directly. I just moved to Jiangwan Community yesterday and live on the 6th floor of Building 3. Before, I heard Jiang Bei say that you seem to live here. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Yang, and spoke softly. Yeah? That's a coincidence indeed. Qin Yang went out for a morning run today purely on a whim. But I didn't expect to meet my old classmate. By the way, I heard that you didn't apply for a job at a financial company after graduation. So what kind of job are you doing now? Where is your company located? Lu Ruyan was in a very good mood when she saw Qin Yang again, and she couldn't help but ask about his job and the location of his company. Have you heard of the Black Swan takeaway group? Qin Yang smiled and his eyes fell on Lu Ruyan. Yes, of course I have heard of it. Could it be that you became a delivery boy for Black Swan? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's expression suddenly changed, and she stood there in a daze. She could never imagine that the former top student in the department no longer worked in a glamorous financial company, but instead fell into depravity and became a delivery boy. Could it be that something happened to Qin Yang? Yes. This job is free, there is number 996 overtime and late nights, and the income is not low. I worked there for less than 3 months and I was already a team leader. Qin Yang chuckled and didn't feel embarrassed. To Lu Ruyan's surprise, he admitted it generously. Qin Yang, you are really wasting your talent and gifts by doing this. As your classmate, I still can't help but advise you that this is not a long-term solution after all. You are so outstanding, you shouldn't be buried. Lu Ruyan said with a serious face. She obviously didn't want to see Qin Yang waste his gifts and talents. Ruyan, everyone chooses a different way of life. In my opinion, there is nothing to be regretful about. Besides, delivering food is just a part-time job for me. The real main business is still financial investment, you can rest assured about this. Qin Yang shrugged and then spoke to comfort Lu Ruyan. I see, it seems I was worrying too much. After hearing Qin Yang's explanation, Lu Ruyan came to her senses and realized that she had been thinking the wrong thing. There was a hint of shyness on her face and she looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 19. It feels like being pursued. What company do you work for now? Qin Yang couldn't help but become curious, so he asked Lu Ruyan a question. Universal Finance. My cousin is a senior executive at this company, and she sent my resume to her. When I was notified of the interview, I had no time to prepare at all. But fortunately, I was admitted without any trouble in the end. When Lu Ruyan thought of this incident, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. That's nice. I've also learned about this financial company. It is indeed one of the top companies in Shanghai. And their HR had invited me to work in their company before. It's just that I don't like being constrained, so I declined. Qin Yang shrugged and continued. He was not lying. With his academic performance and resume, he had become a sought-after employee among major financial companies before he even graduated. As long as Qin Yang wants, he is fully qualified to become a key training target of major financial companies. Qin Yang, can you please speak properly? You will have no friends if you behave like this. Lu Ruyan was really shocked by Qin Yang's Versailles. Of course, she knew very well in her heart that Qin Yang did possess this ability. Hey, I'm just telling the truth. Qin Yang shrugged, looking innocent. Have you finished your morning run? Let's go. I know a very good tea restaurant nearby. I'll treat you to breakfast. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Yang and suddenly suggested. Okay, but I have to treat you. After all, I never have the habit of letting girls pay for me. Qin Yang didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. You're still the same. You haven't changed at all. As they talked, the two of them walked side by side. When they were in college, Lu Ruyan and Qin Yang had a very good relationship. There were even several times when I couldn't help but express my affection to Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang had no intention of falling in love at that time. The girls who confessed their love to him included beauties from other departments and many daughters of wealthy families. Without exception, they were all rejected by Qin Yang. With these previous experiences, Lu Ruyan buried her affection deep in her heart and never dared to show it in front of Qin Yang. She was afraid that if Qin Yang found out, they would no longer be able to be just ordinary friends. A big part of the reason why Lu Ruyan moved to Jiangwan community was because of Qin Yang. Half an hour later. A tea restaurant with very stylish decoration. The two came to a quieter corner. Sir, miss, what can I do for you? Soon, the restaurant waiter came over. Show me some of your shop signs. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly and spoke directly. Okay. The waiter nodded and then turned and left. The two waited less than 5 minutes. The waiter brought some breakfast and placed it on the table. My two guests, please enjoy your meal. Qin Yang looked at the breakfast and found that they looked very delicate and appetizing. Qin Yang, try it first. Lu Ruyan immediately picked up the chopsticks and took the initiative to pick up a bun and put it in Qin Yang's bowl. Thanks. Qin Yang quickly thanked Lu Ruyan. After running for several kilometers in the morning, he had consumed a lot of energy and was already feeling hungry. Now that the delicious food is in front of him, Qin Yang naturally won't be polite. With the mentality of giving it a try, he put the bun in his mouth with chopsticks and took a bite. I found that the meat filling tasted delicious and there was soup splashing in my mouth. This bun tastes really good. Ruyan, you can try it too. Qin Yang smiled and then spoke to Lu Ruyan. Well, I'll try. The two of them had a very pleasant breakfast. Before leaving, Qin Yang ordered a few more items to pack up and prepare to take back to Jiang Bei. On the side, Lu Ruyan looked a little strange. Jiang Bei has been staying at my place for some time. I packed these to take back to him. Qin Yang was afraid that Lu Ruyan might misunderstand him, so he immediately started to explain. So that's how it is. I really envy you two for having such a good relationship. Lu Ruyan smiled and said with envy. He. Qin Yang was a little embarrassed. He always felt that there was some ambiguity in what Lu Ruyan said. Of course, maybe he was just overthinking it. Come on, I'll take you back. A few minutes later. The waiter packed up the breakfast Qin Yang ordered. Qin Yang paid for breakfast and planned to send Lu Ruyan back. Return home. Seeing that Jiang Bei hadn't gotten up yet, Qin Yang came to the guest room. He turned the door handle and walked in. At first glance, I saw Jiang Bei lying on the bed, sleeping like a dead pig. Jiang Bei, hurry up and get up. I brought you breakfast. Qin Yang grabbed Jiang Bei's arm, lifted him up suddenly, and lifted up half of his body. Brother Qin, please let me sleep a little longer, I'm really too sleepy. Jiang Bei didn't even open his eyes. I turned over and planned to continue sleeping. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't get up, I will cancel the investment plan this morning. Qin Yang has been with Jiang Bei for so long, he knows too well that this guy has difficulty getting out of bed. If you don't give him some shocking news, he won't listen to you at all. Swish. Just 1 second. Jiang Bei's eyes opened instantly and he quickly jumped up from the bed. Immediately, he showed a bitter face and said, Brother Qin, I won't let you play like this. I just want to sleep in, why is it so difficult? Unfortunately, Qin Yang remained indifferent. Okay, hurry up and wash up, then eat the breakfast on the table outside. The investment plan will officially begin around 10 o'clock. Before that, you must prepare the funds in your account. After he finished speaking, he did not stay in Jiang Bei's room for long. He turned back to his room to change clothes. I see. Jiang Bei was no longer sleepy at this moment, so he went to the bathroom to wash up. When I walked out of the living room, I saw breakfast on the table. He was sitting in a chair and eating when Qin Yang walked out of the room and sat down in front of the sofa. Jiang Bei, have you told Lu Ruyan that I live with you? At this time, Qin Yang opened his mouth and asked Jiang Bei. Forehead. Brother Qin, how do you know? The bun in Jiang Bei's hand suddenly lost its fragrance. His expression showed surprise, and he obviously didn't expect Qin Yang to bring up this matter. I met her this morning when I was jogging. She told me that she just moved to Jiangwan community yesterday, and she also took the initiative to tell me that you told her that I also happen to live here. I think you need to give me a reasonable explanation. Qin Yang stared at Jiang Bei with a playful look on his face. Jiang Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had a foreboding premonition. Immediately, he hurriedly said to Qin Yang. Brother Qin, please listen to my explanation. School beauty Lu has been asking me about your whereabouts. One time when I was drunk, she called me and I accidentally let it slip. Brother Qin, I really didn't mean it, I swear. Chapter 20. The stunning goddess Su takes the initiative to make an appointment. 10 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yang controlled an account holding 180 million yuan and invested all the money in the stock market. Jiang Bei was terrified watching from the side. Together with the previous 90 million yuan in funds, Qin Yang alone invested 270 million yuan. Even though Jiang Bei had a strong background, he couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment. However, Qin Yang looked calm, as if he was not worried at all about losing money on his investment. In the next few days, keep an eye on the account. If there are any major fluctuations, remember to notify me at any time. Before leaving the study, Qin Yang took the initiative to give instructions to Jiang Bei. After all, this money was invested through his hands, so he must take responsibility. Although Qin Yang felt that profit was a matter of time, in order to avoid unexpected situations, he still planned to let Jiang Bei pay more attention to it. Anyway, Jiang Bei has nothing to do on weekdays, so it's a good opportunity to exercise. No problem. Jiang Bei heard this and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Plus, in the president's office, Sophie officially signed the contract with Jessica Company, and she finally finished her work. So, he took the initiative to dial Qin Yang's cell phone number. Qin Yang, are you free today? As soon as the call was connected, Qin Yang heard Sophie's soft and pleasant voice. Instantly, his mood improved. Since Miss Su invited me, I am naturally free. Qin Yang smiled unconsciously and then answered the phone. Seeing Qin Yang answer so quickly, Sophie's mouth corners rose slightly. Jessica and my company have officially signed a contract. To express my gratitude, I plan to treat you to lunch at noon. I'll send the address to you on WeChat later. After hearing Sophie talk about this, Qin Yang was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, he quickly replied, "Congratulations, President Su, the company has reached a new level. Okay, remember to come, and don't be late." Sophie was still upset about Qin Yang being late for her last blind date. That was the first time she took the initiative to wait for a man. She would never allow such a thing to happen a second time. Please rest assured, Miss Su. I promise I will arrive early. This time, it's my turn to wait for you. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile, and then immediately replied. Hang up the phone. Sophie sat in the president's office chair, her eyes twinkling, and she couldn't help but smile. He didn't even hear the sound of Secretary Shuya knocking on the door. The next moment, Shuya happened to see the scene. Oh my God? Why does President Su have such a crazy expression? Am I seeing things? After being stunned for a few seconds, only then did Sophie come back to her senses. Seeing Secretary Shuya looking at her in astonishment, she immediately put away the smile on her face and said with some dissatisfaction. Shuya, don't you know how to knock when you come in? Boss Su, I knocked. Maybe you were just laughing so hard that you didn't hear me. Boss Su, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Shuya immediately showed an innocent expression and begged Sophie for mercy. Forget it, this won't happen again. Please check if I have any plans for the afternoon. Sophie looked serious and immediately asked Shuya. The company will hold a quarterly summary report meeting at 2 p.m. At 3:30, the boss of Shangshita wants to meet you to discuss cooperation matters. Shuya quickly checked the itinerary record in her hand, then looked up at Sophie to report. Cancel my afternoon meeting and adjust the time for my meeting with CEO Shangshita. I don't want anything to disturb me this afternoon. Soon. Sophie gave Shuya an order. Shuya was completely stunned by Sophie's instructions. She has been working as Sophie's secretary assistant for a full year and a half. In her impression, Sophie is an out-and-out career woman. Cold and with a strong aura. He is extremely serious about his work attitude. In the past, Sophie would never let personal matters affect her work arrangements. Even if something really happened and conflicted with her work, she still put the company's work first and never delayed it once. But at this moment, Sophie changed her usual behavior. Shuya thought back to when she just walked in and saw Sophie's infatuated smile. She suddenly came to her senses and imagined countless idle plots. Boss Su, are you going to meet a very important person this afternoon? It must be like this. Otherwise, President Su would not have made such an important decision. Could it be that this cold and aloof female CEO is really going to fall in love? If this news gets out, I wonder how many admirers of CEO Su will be brokenhearted and cry. Sophie had no idea what was going on in Shuya's mind at the moment. She packed her things, picked up the brand name bag on the table, and walked straight out of the president's office. At the same time, Qin Yang received the restaurant address sent by Sophie on WeChat. He picked up the key, went out immediately and rushed over. Sophia Restaurant. This is a restaurant with gorgeous decoration and full of style. Most of the people who come here to eat are couples. They are dressed gorgeously and speak elegantly. The atmosphere in the restaurant looks very comfortable. Sophie's friend said that this restaurant is very famous. There just never was an opportunity. After much thought, she decided to invite Qin Yang to dinner here. The main reason is that there has always been a voice in Sophie's heart telling her that Qin Yang is very special. If I miss this man, it will be a lifelong regret. Even though she had only known Qin Yang for 2 days, this man left a very deep impression on Sophie. And her affection for Qin Yang is unmatched by any other man. When Sophie appeared at the door of the restaurant, she attracted the attention of many male customers. Now, She was wearing a white dress that just reached her knees. The enchanting figure and perfect curves are highlighted to the fullest. A stunning beauty without any makeup and a fascinating temperament of a queen CEO. Sophie exuded a powerful aura and walked towards the hall step by step. Her eyes flickered and her gaze scanned the surroundings. Finally, I looked at a handsome man in the corner. Day. She walked towards him with her long, white legs in high heels, swaying in her steps. Suddenly, all the male compatriots in the restaurant cast envious and jealous eyes towards the handsome man. And this handsome man is Qin Yang. He had arrived a long time ago and had chosen a seat by the window so that he would attract less attention from others when he met Sophie. It's a pity that Qin Yang still underestimated Sophie's charm. I also underestimated the jealousy of the men in the restaurant. Qin Yang, you came quite early this time. Have you been waiting for a long time? Not long. Sophie had already walked in front of Qin Yang and sat down on the chair. Her beautiful eyes flickered, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she asked Qin Yang. No, I've only been here a while. As long as I can wait for a goddess like Miss Su, no matter how long it takes, I think it should be worth it. Qin Yang smiled lightly and replied in a gentle voice. Swish. At this moment, Sophie's heartbeat quickened rapidly, her face turned red, and she couldn't help but reveal shyness on her face. She didn't expect that Qin Yang would actually say such words on his own initiative. Chapter 21. Qin Yang, the focus of the audience, took the initiative to express his feelings. Smooth talk. Sophie looked accusing. But at this moment, her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten a jar of honey. Look around you. Qin Yang did not explain, but instead signaled Sophie to look around. In an instant, Sophie raised her head and subconsciously followed Qin Yang's instructions, looking around the hall. What did she see? In the restaurant, almost all the male compatriots were looking towards where she and Qin Yang were. The two of them undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience at this moment. Now you should believe that I am only telling the truth. Qin Yang replied with a smile on his face. The scene before him seemed completely beyond his expectations. After all, Qin Yang never expected that Sophie would dress up so beautifully when she asked him to meet her today. As soon as she appeared on the stage, she attracted the attention of all male compatriots. Let's order. I'll treat you to dinner today, thank you for helping me last time. Soon, Sophie withdrew her gaze and spoke to Qin Yang. She was already accustomed to this kind of scene, so she didn't feel the slightest bit out of place, and her face looked indifferent. Then I'll be welcome. Qin Yang nodded. I picked up the menu and took a look at it, then asked the waiter for a plate of fear steak, a hot soup, and a dessert. Then he looked at Sophie and asked her what she wanted to eat. Sophie smiled brightly, and then said to Qin Yang, just like you. As soon as the waiter turned and left, the two of them couldn't help but chat. Miss Su, I've always been curious. You're so beautiful, you have an outstanding temperament, and you're also the female CEO of a listed company. The last thing you need is suitors. Why do you want to go on a blind date? Qin Yang could never understand Sophie's behavior. Faced with such a good opportunity, he mustered up the courage and couldn't help but ask Sophie. You too? According to the information I have investigated, you are a celebrity at Magic City University, with countless admirers, even the school belle and the daughters of wealthy families are no exception. If you want to have a romantic relationship, it won't be difficult for you. How could it be that you've been single till now? And you even went on a blind date with me? Sophie was curious. After the blind date ended that day, she couldn't help but investigate Qin Yang's background. When she thoroughly understood Qin Yang's situation, her impression of him changed greatly. Miss Su, I asked you the question first, so you have to answer my question first. Qin Yang did not give up even though Sophie took the initiative to change the subject. He smiled slightly and asked Sophie again. You're right, I do have a lot of suitors around me. They are either children of wealthy families, corporate executives, or elite returnees. But for me, I'm looking for a life partner, not a life partner. So, when I look for a boyfriend, I care more about the feeling of getting along with each other, rather than his social status or wealth. Seeing that Qin Yang was not giving up, Sophie insisted on asking him until the end. After pondering for a while, she finally chose to give a direct answer. After hearing the explanation, Qin Yang finally understood. So that's what it is. Indeed, a beautiful female CEO like Sophie must be the goddess that countless men dream of. Either they are greedy for her beauty and figure, or they covet her wealth and status. How many people really like her? I have already answered your question. Next, it's your turn. Xin Yang, why did you come to me for a blind date? Sophie herself was also very curious about this. Immediately, he didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he immediately asked Xin Yang. If I say that I just happened to have some free time and wanted to go over and take a look, will you hit me? Xin Yang chuckled and then spoke. Don't you think your explanation is a bit too perfunctory? Sophie was obviously not satisfied with Xin Yang's answer. Suddenly, her eyes were fixed on Xin Yang, insisting that he answer again. But that's the fact. Although I also long for love in my heart, I will not casually confirm a relationship with others before I meet a woman who makes my heart beat. Xin Yang knows very well what type of woman he likes. Therefore, he would not have any bad thoughts just because a beautiful woman is very pretty. So what type of women do you like? At this time, Sophie boldly asked Xin Yang directly. She had a playful smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes kept flashing as she stared at him intently. Gentle in character, kind in conduct, able to distinguish right from wrong, and not greedy for fame and fortune. The most important thing is that she makes my heart beat faster. Xin Yang thought for a while and then answered truthfully. Your requirements are not high, why haven't you found it yet? Sophie was puzzled. In her opinion, if Xin Yang sincerely wanted to find a girlfriend like this, it would not be difficult considering his popularity. After all, Xin Yang is so handsome, has a very high academic degree, is humorous in conversation, and has high emotional intelligence. Under such conditions, it would only take a few minutes to find a partner. Anyway, I haven't met the right one yet. Xin Yang shrugged and replied with a relaxed look. Humph, it seems that your requirements are not low. Sophie couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Miss Su, what is your impression of me? To be honest, Xin Yang has a good impression of Sophie. It's not just because of the black technology system, he himself is very attracted by Sophie's beauty and personality. Now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally fight for it actively for himself. However, when Sophie faced Xin Yang's question at this moment, her expression instantly showed surprise. She seemed a little caught off guard and was completely unprepared. Not bad. Sophie smiled awkwardly and said. If I want you to be my girlfriend, will you agree? Xin Yang looked at Sophie sincerely, his expression looking quite serious. It seems to be serious and not a joke. Xin Yang, isn't this a bit sudden? We've only known each other for a few days. Although we get along well with each other, I think it's a little too soon to talk about this topic right now. Sophie collected her thoughts. She quickly recovered from her shock. In response to Xin Yang's request, he expressed his thoughts. It is true that she has a good impression of Xin Yang, and it is definitely better than any other man around her. But even so, Sophie would not be so impulsive as to agree to become Xin Yang's girlfriend so quickly. The two of them had spent too little time together and didn't know each other's personalities or lifestyles. What Sophie wanted to see was not for them to rush into being together just based on the good impression they had of each other. Chapter 22, Point Small Dress-Up Master Halo. Then Miss Su, are you willing to give me a chance to pursue you? Xin Yang looked at Sophie and a smile immediately appeared on his face. At this moment, he was not frustrated because Sophie rejected his confession. To be honest, Sophie was the first woman who made his heart beat faster. So Xin Yang didn't care about his face and planned to shamelessly express his feelings to Sophie. At the same time, he also strives to gain an opportunity to pursue Sophie in an open and above-board manner. It depends on your performance. Sophie's face flushed slightly and she looked extremely shy. She didn't agree, nor did she refuse directly. Xin Yang couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this, and thought to himself, Sophie didn't reject me in person, so it seems that I still have a chance. And at this time, Xin Yang also discovered a key piece of information. Sophie's favorability towards him has reached over 80. According to the reminder of the black technology system, once the favorability value reaches above 95, the probability of Xin Yang's confession being successful will become very high. In this case, if I want to successfully pursue Sophie, I must improve her favorability towards me. In just a few seconds, Xin Yang's goal became clear. Don't worry, Miss Su. I will definitely perform to your satisfaction. Xin Yang smiled and said to Sophie. Not long. The waiter brought the dishes one by one. Xin Yang picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak on his plate into small pieces. Then, he stood up and took the steak from Sophie's table. Just as Sophie was showing dissatisfaction on her face and was about to ask Xin Yang what he was trying to do, Qin Yang placed the cut steak in front of her and said with tender eyes, "Miss Su, you should just eat my portion. I've already cut the steak for you." Seeing Qin Yang's actions, Sophie couldn't help but be stunned. If anyone else dared to do this in front of her, she would have been furious. But at this moment, Sophie did not feel any resistance in her heart, but instead a sense of warmth emerged. Thank you. After a while, Sophie whispered back. Qin Yang nodded, seeming very satisfied with his performance. A meal. The two of them ate for more than half an hour. The relationship gradually became subtle. Qin Yang has clearly expressed his affection for Sophie. Next, he will start pursuing Sophie. Sophie saw it all and was secretly delighted. Of course, she still has the look of a cool goddess on her face. But when facing Qin Yang, his attitude was not that cold and aloof that kept people at a distance. At least, Sophie also has a certain liking for Qin Yang. Qin Yang, are you going to work this afternoon? If possible, I want you to go shopping with me. Sophie had already made a plan in her mind before she came. For this purpose, she even asked her secretary to postpone her afternoon schedule in advance. However, she was not sure whether Qin Yang would agree. No problem. With Qin Yang's current net worth, he doesn't need to deliver food to support himself. Moreover, facing the invitation from the goddess, even if there are delays, Qin Yang will overcome all difficulties and will never miss such a good opportunity. Okay, let's go now. Sophie nodded. After saying that, he waved for the waiter. He took out a stack of cash from his bag and paid for the meal. Walk out of the restaurant door. Qin Yang was about to get the car, but Sophie stopped him with her hand. She looked at Qin Yang and asked curiously, "Qin Yang, you should have a driver's license, right?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" Qin Yang touched his nose and answered quickly. "Then drive my car." Sophie didn't want to sit on the back of Qin Yang's motorcycle, as the two of them would be showing such intimate behavior in broad daylight. If someone who knows me sees this, who knows what kind of scandal will arise? No problem. Qin Yang agreed without hesitation. Soon, the two walked in front of a red Maserati sports car. Qin Yang took the initiative to step forward and opened the passenger door for Sophie. Be careful not to hit your head. After Sophie sat firmly, Qin Yang sat in the driving seat and started the engine of the sports car. After about an hour, the two arrived at their destination. Muesli Square. This is the most prosperous shopping mall in Shanghai, no doubt about it. There are 10 floors in total, with clothes, shoes, bags, and cosmetics. Various luxury goods stores are located next to each other. Qin Yang and Sophie soon appeared in the hall. Fortunately, there were so many people at the scene that it did not attract the attention of others. Miss Su, where should we start our shopping journey? Qin Yang looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he just smiled, looked at Sophie, and asked in a gentle voice. Let's go and take a look ahead. Sophie's favorite activity in her free time is shopping. There are 3 wardrobes in her dressing room, all filled with various limited edition clothes. There are countless high heels, bags, and skincare products. But even so, she can't help but buy new models as long as they are released in the season. Love of beauty is woman's nature. Even a cold goddess like Sophie is no exception. Welcome, sir and madam. Soon, the two walked into a gorgeously decorated specialty store. The waiter at the door had a smile on his face and immediately greeted them both warmly. Sophie's clothes are very tasteful, perfectly highlighting her curvaceous figure. Her eyes quickly swept across the clothes rack and immediately picked out a black hip-hugging miniskirt. Qin Yang, do you think this dress will look good on me? Sophie picked up the skirt and gestured in front of herself. At this moment, she stared at Qin Yang and asked with a smile on her face. Miss Su is so beautiful, so naturally she looks elegant in any clothes. Qin Yang quickly smiled and looked at Sophie and answered. Perfunctory. You know very well that this is not the answer I want. Sophie shook her head, a hint of disappointment on her face. She thought Qin Yang was an interesting person and would give her a different answer. Now it seems that Qin Yang is no different from the other people around her. This. Qin Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that his answer would make Sophie unhappy. In just a few seconds, Qin Yang realized the mistake he had made. His mind moved, and a virtual screen immediately appeared in front of him. Points Mall. Dresser has a very high aesthetic sense, is good at discovering the characteristics of others, and uses the characteristics of clothes to bring out the charm of others to the fullest. Price, 1,000 points. Xin Yang currently has 1,500 points and can definitely afford it. He didn't hesitate and chose to buy it directly. Swish! A wave of memories surged into Xin Yang's mind. The next second, he looked at Sophie and had countless inspirations. Miss Su, this dress doesn't suit you very well. If you trust me, how about letting me help you choose a skirt that suits your figure and temperament? Xin Yang smiled calmly, emitting a strong sense of confidence. Seeing this scene, Sophie couldn't help but be stunned. After a moment, she raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said in surprise, "No problem." Chapter 23. Not now, but later. When Sophie heard Xin Yang speak, she looked at him with interest. She was very curious about what kind of surprise Xin Yang would bring her next. Xin Yang's eyes narrowed, and his temperament seemed to have undergone a subtle change after a second. His eyes swept over Sophie, and then he walked towards the dazzling array of clothes racks. About 2 minutes passed. Xin Yang stopped. She reached out and picked out a brown skirt. In Xin Yang's eyes, this dress is the most suitable for Sophie, both in terms of style, design, and temperament matching. Then, Xin Yang took the initiative to hand the skirt to Sophie with a gentle smile on his face. Miss Su, you have an excellent figure and charm. If you wear this dress, it will undoubtedly highlight your personal temperament to the extreme. Why don't you give it a try? Sophie nodded decisively without hesitation. Immediately, she picked up the skirt and walked into the fitting room. Sophie has a very tasteful dressing style, mainly because she has good taste. She took one look at the style of the skirt Xin Yang had chosen and knew it was the latest model of the season. Just as Xin Yang said, it really does bring out her figure and temperament perfectly. In the blink of an eye, several minutes passed. The door to the fitting room was opened. A beautiful figure walked out slowly. Sophie wore this dress, revealing her slender figure. The skin, as white and smooth as that of a newborn baby, is enough to shock people at just one glance. Especially when paired with Sophie's stunning beauty, the fairy walking out of the painting must look like this. So beautiful. Even Xin Yang, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but be stunned and fell deeply in love with her. Xin Yang, I didn't expect you to have such a good vision. Sophie walked up to Xin Yang and saw that he was impressed by her charm. For a moment, instead of being angry at his misconduct, she felt secretly happy inside. Miss Su, you are too kind. It's mainly because you have such a great figure. You are simply a natural clothes hanger. You look elegant in anything you wear. It's a shame that these luxury brands didn't invite you to be their spokesperson. Faced with Sophie's praise, Xin Yang did not get lost, nor did he pretend to be cool in front of her. At this moment, he just smiled indifferently, as if he felt that this little thing was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that Xin Yang was so indifferent to fame and fortune, Sophie's liking for him increased again. She found that Xin Yang standing in front of her was indeed different from the other men who usually surrounded her. There is no pressure when being with him, and your mood will inevitably be happier. Xin Yang, it's not as exaggerated as you say. You just try to make me happy. Sophie knew that Xin Yang was joking with her, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face, and she replied immediately. Miss, I think your boyfriend is right. Your temperament combined with this dress is really amazing. If you're willing, I'll ask a photographer to take a set of photos for you and put them in our store for promotion. In return, I'll give you the dress for free. You might want to consider it. At this time, the beautiful store manager walked up to Sophie and spoke to her excitedly. You misunderstood, he is not my boyfriend. When Sophie heard what the beautiful store manager said, she felt a little shy. If it's not now, it will be later. There's nothing wrong with calling ahead. Just when the beautiful store manager was feeling a little embarrassed for having said the wrong thing, Xin Yang took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile. Sir, you are right. Such a beautiful girlfriend should not be easily missed. The beautiful store manager's eyes flickered and she said with a wry smile. This one, and these ones, pack them all for me according to her size. Just because of the beautiful store manager's words, Xin Yang was in a good mood. Immediately, he picked out a few clothes from the hanger and asked the beautiful store manager to pack them up immediately. Xiao Chen, come quickly and help the distinguished guest pack his clothes. When the beautiful store manager saw how wealthy Xin Yang was, she couldn't stop smiling. She stretched out her hand to signal the salesperson not far away and quickly gave instructions. Yes, manager. The salesperson ran over quickly, picked up all the clothes at the manager's signal, and took them away to pack. Xin Yang, I have a lot of clothes at home, there's really no need to buy so many. When Sophie saw that Xin Yang took the initiative to pick out so many pieces for her, she immediately spoke out to stop him. Fine. This is the first time I go shopping with you, so I have to give you some nice clothes. Xin Yang smiled and shook his head. It's just a few pieces of clothes. With his current wealth, it's not a problem at all. Hearing this, Sophie's expression was stunned. You want to buy these clothes for me? Xin Yang, no need for that. Sophie came to her senses and quickly refused. She didn't think of letting Xin Yang pay the bill, after all, his financial situation was different from hers. And this is a luxury store. Even though they are just a few pieces of clothing, the prices are not cheap. The amount can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. If Xin Yang really paid for it, he might have to pay for a year's salary. Sophie didn't want to see Xin Yang pretending to be rich. It doesn't matter. I recently helped my friend invest in stocks and made a lot of money. I can still take out this little money. When Xin Yang saw Sophie's expression, he knew what she was worried about. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a bit of joy. Real? Sophie's eyes flickered, and she became half believing and half doubting what Xin Yang said. Of course it's true. I'm not the kind of person who would rather save face than suffer. If you really can't afford the money, you won't say such things. Xin Yang looked serious and emphasized. Let's not do it. I don't want to cost you money. Sophie thought about it for a while, and finally shook her head to refuse. However, Xin Yang didn't give her this opportunity at all. Just walk up to the counter and pay. There were 6 or 7 pieces of clothing, all luxury brands, costing a total of 120,000 yuan. Xin Yang spent money without blinking an eye. Even Sophie was surprised by such courage. Since you gave me a gift, I can't just not express my appreciation. Come on, I'll take you to change your clothes. As soon as the two walked out of the store, Sophie turned around and her eyes fell on Xin Yang. Then, she said to him with a smile. No problem, I'll do as you say. Xin Yang nodded decisively and agreed. Then, he followed Sophie carrying the shopping bags. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, I finally saw a men's clothing store. Sophie walked in first. Xin Yang put the bag in his hand on the counter before walking inside. There are many styles of clothes on the hangers, and the prices are not cheap either. Xin Yang, here. When Sophie saw Xin Yang, she quickly waved to him. At this time, she had already picked out 2 sets of clothes. Chapter 24, Trouble Comes to Protect the Beauty. Xin Yang smiled slightly, then quickly walked up to Sophie and asked. Why, you picked it out so quickly? Sophie smiled and nodded. He picked up the clothes in his hand and started gesturing in front of Xin Yang. After a moment, he urged, go and try it quickly. Seeing this, Xin Yang did not refuse. He took the clothes from Sophie's hand and walked towards the fitting room. It didn't take long. The door of the fitting room was pushed open, and Xin Yang walked out slowly. At this moment, his image and temperament changed greatly. It is undeniable that Xin Yang is very handsome. After all, he is the recognized campus idol of Shanghai University and the dream boy of countless girls. He usually wears casual clothes, and his whole body reveals the charm of a peerless warm man. But at this time, he wore a white shirt and a black jacket on the upper body and a pair of trousers on the lower body. The combination brings out Xin Yang's domineering CEO temperament to the fullest. Xin Yang, you are so good looking. You will look good if you dress up a little. If you walk down the street wearing this, people who don't know you will really think you are some rich young master. Sophie was very satisfied with Xin Yang's image, which even exceeded her expectations. Ha ha ha. What you said does make sense. But this outfit is more suitable for more formal occasions. I don't like to wear it like this normally. Xin Yang looked at himself in the mirror and nodded continuously. At least, he is quite satisfied with his image and temperament. In that case, let me pick out some casual clothes for you. Hearing Xin Yang's reminder, Sophie's attention immediately shifted to the clothes hanger. After careful selection, Sophie arranged for Xin Yang to try on clothes several times, and the results were surprisingly good. Throughout the whole process, Sophie seemed to be deeply attracted by Xin Yang's charm. Her eyes were fixed on Xin Yang, never moving away for a moment. And all of this was seen by Xin Yang. He was secretly delighted inwardly. Judging from the current developments, the two of them were getting along quite well. As long as he works hard, I believe he will be able to win the beauty in no time. Pack up all these clothes he tried on. Sophie looked at the salesperson and spoke directly to her. No problem, I'll do it right away. The salesperson nodded excitedly. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky today to meet such a wealthy guest. Crack! Just at this moment, there was a burst of flashes, and the intimate scene of Sophie and Qin Yang was secretly photographed from not far away. The man was wearing a baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses, holding a professional camera in his hand, and was monitoring Sophie and Qin Yang's every move. Boss Ning, your guess is correct. Miss Su and that guy named Qin are indeed together. The location is Musley Square, and the two of them are buying clothes in a specialty store. The man pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a number directly. Then, he reported the truth to the person on the other end. Okay, keep an eye on it, I'll send someone over right away. After Ning Ziyuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Ever since the last time Qin Yang took Sophie away in front of him, he has felt resentment towards Qin Yang. So, he spent a lot of money to hire a private detective to investigate Qin Yang's every move. Now that he knew that Qin Yang and Sophie were dating and shopping together again, Ning Ziyuan felt extremely jealous. Qin Yang and Sophie, who were buying clothes in the store at the moment, were unaware of all this. Sophie picked out a total of 4 sets of clothes for Qin Yang. 1 set of formal suit and 3 sets of casual clothes cost more than 80,000 yuan. Sophie originally wanted to buy a few more sets, but was rejected by Qin Yang. Miss Su, these few sets of clothes are enough for me to wear. You don't need to spend any more money. Seeing Qin Yang say this, Sophie didn't want to force it. Immediately, I had to nod and agree. Okay, let's go. After buying the clothes, we'll go to the shoe store. Sophie was in high spirits while shopping. For her, this is just the beginning. Qin Yang did not refuse and followed Sophie's wishes. The two of them strolled around for a full 3 hours. Before walking out of the door of Musley Shopping Mall, Qin Yang's hands were already full of various shopping bags. There were even several store salespeople following behind him. The two men came to the garage and put all the things behind the front trunk. Just as they were about to leave, a dozen burly men in black appeared from nowhere and blocked the way of Qin Yang and Sophie in just a moment. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Yang took the initiative to protect Sophie behind him, with a stern expression on his face. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing. Boy, if you know what's best for you, kneel down immediately, slap yourself 10 times, and cripple your arms. If you make me happy, maybe I can consider letting you live. The fat man in the lead had an arrogant look on his face. Pointing at Qin Yang's nose, he began to threaten him directly. That's too much. Tell me, who sent you here? Qin Yang's eyes burst into anger. He could see that this group of people were obviously here to cause trouble for him. But he has never offended anyone, so how could such a thing happen to him? Humph. Are you scared now? The fat man raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled coldly. Then, he immediately sneered at Qin Yang. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having enough eyes. Some people are destined to be people you cannot afford to offend. Miss Su, please hide in the car quickly. They're coming for me, and I don't want to get you involved. Seeing that he had nowhere to retreat, Qin Yang moved closer to Sophie and whispered in her ear. It's obvious at first glance that these people are not good people. They don't show any mercy when they attack. Qin Yang, are you sure you can handle it alone? Why don't you hold on for a while? I'll call the police right now. Even when facing various big situations, Sophie can remain calm and composed. But at this moment, she couldn't help but start to worry about Qin Yang's safety. Ding, random task released. 1. Protect the goddess, attack with force, and give her enough sense of security. Reward, Grandmaster level Bajiquan. 2nd, find out who is behind this conspiracy and reward him with a $1 billion Thompson Epine luxury villa. When Qin Yang heard the black technology system give a task, his original worries vanished at this moment. He silently accepted the mission. Instantly acquire Grandmaster level Bajiquan skills. For a moment, Qin Yang felt that his whole body was full of strength. This punch is enough to knock a 1,000-pound elephant flying. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either you do as I tell you, or I'll let you learn what it means to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. The fat man smiled coldly, obviously having lost his patience with Qin Yang. Chapter 25. Who sent you here? Miss Su, please hide in the car first and lock the door. Xin Yang turned sideways and spoke to Sophie the first time. What about you? There are so many of them. If they really do something bad to you, how are you going to deal with it? How about I talk to them and I promise to give them some money so that they will let you go? Sophie was very anxious. At this time, he grabbed Xin Yang's arm with one hand and refused to let go no matter what. Don't worry. These guys can't hurt me at all. Give me a few minutes, I can take care of it quickly. If it were before, Xin Yang might have considered agreeing to Sophie's way of handling it. But now, his fighting power has undergone a drastic change. Xin Yang didn't take the dozen or so thugs in front of him seriously at all. At this moment, he secretly thought to himself, it's a good opportunity to use them to practice and see how powerful this Grandmaster Level 8 Extreme Collapse is. Boy, are you really going to ignore my words? The fat man saw that Xin Yang didn't move at all after such a long time. In an instant, his face turned cold and he immediately felt angry. Come on, I want to see how tough this guy is. The next second, the fat man waved his hand. The dozen or so big men in black behind him immediately took action. They rushed towards Xin Yang aggressively, raising their fists to hit his cheek and chest. Xin Yang, be careful. Seeing this scene, Sophie couldn't help but exclaim. Court death. Seeing these thugs swarming over, Xin Yang had no intention of showing mercy. He was afraid that the fight would affect Sophie, who was behind him. At this moment, he pushed the ground hard with both feet. The entire figure shot out like a cannonball. Boom! With one punch, like a dragon crossing the river, it smashed directly into the body of the gangster in front of him. The man, weighing more than 130 kilograms, lifted his feet off the ground, flew into the air, flew backwards 7 or 8 meters, and hit the ground heavily. Not only that, the man rolled on the ground several times. If there hadn't been a pillar blocking his back, he would have rolled on the ground for who knows how far. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. The fat man and his men were all looking at Xin Yang in amazement. They never expected that Xin Yang, who looked like a pretty boy, could be so powerful. He could send people flying with just one punch, shocking them to their core. No way. Could this kid be a martial artist? The fat man stared at Xin Yang and swallowed subconsciously. After a moment, the fat man gestured to his men around him. Quick, all of you, come at him together, don't let him have the strength to fight back. Yes, boss. Knowing that Xin Yang had some strength, everyone quickly restrained the contempt in their eyes. This time, 7 or 8 people rushed towards Xin Yang from all directions almost at the same time. He was thinking about subduing Xin Yang in one go and not giving him any time to breathe. You are just a bunch of ants, and you dare to embarrass yourself in front of me. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant your wish. Xin Yang clenched his fists, his bones crackling, and all the strength in his body was immediately mobilized. Swish! Xin Yang moved. He was as fast as lightning and chose to take the initiative to attack before being completely surrounded by this group of thugs. Xin Yang was seen walking around with his shoulders lowered, as light as a swallow. Baji collapses, sticks to the mountain and leans against it. A powerful blow to the shoulder. He immediately knocked one of the thugs away. Then, he dealt with the other people in an orderly manner. The battle lasted no more than 2 minutes. Originally there were more than a dozen men in black who surrounded Xin Yang, but in the blink of an eye, only 3 or 4 were left. They all fell to the ground, covering their injured parts and wailing. How is this possible? The fat man subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Xin Yang with great fear. He never thought that Xin Yang would be so powerful. The men he brought with him couldn't even last a few rounds against Xin Yang. Boss, this guy is too scary. With our strength, there is no way we can be his opponent. Otherwise, let's retreat quickly. A seemingly smart younger brother leaned close to the fat man's ear and whispered. Withdraw. The fat man also had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he felt that what his younger brother said was right. After pondering for a while, he immediately spoke. So, he planned to run away quickly with his brothers. It's a pity that Xin Yang had already seen through the fat man's thoughts. Want to run? Have you asked me? Xin Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sneer. The fat man and his men turned around, and before they could even run a few steps, their way was blocked by Xin Yang. Kid, I don't want to argue with you. If you know what's good for you, just get out of my way. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable situation. The fat man's face turned extremely pale. But at this moment, he knew that he could not show any timid look, otherwise it would only make Qin Yang more confident. He then gritted his teeth and threatened Qin Yang in a fierce tone. It has come to this, and you still dare to threaten me. This makes me wonder if your brain has been damaged by the door. Qin Yang didn't take the fat man's threat seriously at all. At this moment, he had to find out from the fat man who was targeting him behind the scenes. Tell me the truth, who sent you to trouble me? If you had told me, maybe I could have suffered less physical pain. When the fat man saw Qin Yang stopping him, he actually knew the details of the big shot behind the scenes. His expression changed immediately, and he quickly shook his head and said, I don't know what you are talking about. So, you're going to play dumb in front of me? Okay, since you won't cooperate, I can only use other methods to make you speak up on your own initiative. As he spoke, Qin Yang was taking steps, constantly closing the distance between himself and the fat man. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. When the fat man saw Qin Yang taking action, his face turned pale instantly. He subconsciously took a few steps back and shook his head frantically at Qin Yang. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Yang is not a soft-hearted person. If the fat man still doesn't tell the truth, he will use real means and will not show any mercy. Cold sweat broke out on the fat man's forehead. He didn't dare reveal the big shot's background because the other party was too powerful and the fat man couldn't afford to offend him. But in the current situation, if the fat man doesn't give Qin Yang an explanation, his end will not be good either. The fat man was still struggling, hesitating whether to speak. But Qin Yang has gradually lost his patience. Boom! Qin Yang kicked out fiercely. Even a fat man weighing over 180 pounds couldn't help but roll on the ground. Ah! The fat man let out a scream and felt a sharp pain in his chest instantly. Qin Yang's sudden attack stunned the fat man. Chapter 26 Thompson Epine Luxury House is in hand, beautiful woman. Fatty, my patience is limited. If you don't tell me who sent you here to cause trouble for me, be careful that I won't show any mercy and will kill you right away. Qin Yang had a gloomy face. The tone of his voice at this time was also very aggressive. It makes people feel that he can really do what he says. No, don't fight me anymore. I said it. Qin Yang's kick just now made the fat man extremely frightened. He knew that if he didn't reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, the guy in front of him would definitely not let him go easily. As for him, he doesn't know how much suffering he will have to endure in the future. In order to avoid this from happening, the fat man made a bitter face and finally had to compromise. Humph, you'd better tell the truth. If you dare to lie to me, you will end up in a miserable situation. Qin Yang's eyes were cold as he stared at the fat man. I don't know his name, I just know my boss calls him Boss Ning. This big shot was very generous. He gave my boss a reward of 200,000 yuan and asked us to come over and teach you a lesson. The fat man didn't dare to hide it any longer. He covered his chest and hurriedly told Qin Yang everything he knew. Boss Ning? Qin Yang's eyes flickered, and he began to wonder when he had offended the big shot named Ning. If my guess is correct, the President Ning he mentioned should be Ning Ziyuan. Just as Qin Yang was thinking about who this Mr. Ning could be, Sophie had walked to Qin Yang's side without him noticing, and spoke with a serious expression. What? It's him? After being reminded by Sophie, Qin Yang immediately came to his senses and felt that it was very likely. Good. Last time when we had dinner, although it was the first time you met him, your attitude at that time might have annoyed him. Based on my understanding of Ning Ziyuan, he will definitely not let you go easily. It's just that I didn't expect that he would resort to such despicable means to cause trouble for you. Sophie couldn't help feeling helpless. After all, it was because of her that Qin Yang was implicated in this matter. For this, she felt very guilty. I see. That guy, I already knew he was not a good guy. But since he chose this method to deal with me, I will remember this account. If I have the chance in the future, I will make him pay a heavy price for what happened today. Qin Yang is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. Since Ning Ziyuan had the courage to do such a thing, he would have to bear Qin Yang's wrath for his actions. Qin Yang, you must not be impulsive. Ning Ziyuan has a huge influence in the Magic City. Given your current situation, you can't defeat him at all. I am also responsible for this matter. Don't worry, I will help you get rid of this anger. Sophie quickly grabbed Qin Yang's arm and spoke to him with a worried look on her face. She also took the initiative to promise Qin Yang that she would find a way to help Qin Yang vent his anger. But there is a condition, that is, Qin Yang must not act rashly. Because she knew Ning Ziyuan's methods and style of doing things too well. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Sophie was so worried about his safety, Qin Yang quickly nodded and agreed to her. But he won't let this matter go easily. He would use his own way to let Ning Ziyuan know how stupid it was to offend him. Get lost. Qin Yang glanced coldly at the fat man and his men, and then spoke impolitely. Let's go, let's go. The fat man and his men looked terrified and fled the scene without caring about their embarrassment. Inside the garage, calm suddenly returned. Qin Yang, I really didn't expect you to be so skilled. So many people are no match for you. Sophie looked at Qin Yang with a smile. She felt that the man in front of her had once again brought her a surprise. In the situation just now, Qin Yang would rather put himself in danger than not protect her safety. This made Sophie feel unprecedentedly safe, and her favorable impression of Qin Yang also soared again. I exercise regularly, so my physical fitness is naturally good. These hooligans have no real skills at all, they just rely on their numbers. Dealing with them is a piece of cake. I'm sorry, I almost got you into trouble. Qin Yang looked at Sophie with an apologetic look. These guys were coming for him, and Sophie was frightened and almost implicated. This made Qin Yang feel bad. This matter is not your fault at all. Why do you have to apologize to me? Instead, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't taken action and driven this group of people away, the consequences would have been disastrous. Qin Yang, I owe you a favor. When Sophie saw Qin Yang apologizing to her, she couldn't help but smile. She knew very well that it was Qin Yang who helped her a lot, and she had no reason to blame Qin Yang. Miss Su, you are so polite. We've been shopping all afternoon. You must have had a great time, right? Come on, I'll take you back. After saying that, Qin Yang took the initiative to open the car door and made an inviting gesture to Sophie. Sophie smiled sweetly and quickly sat in the passenger seat. Soon, Qin Yang started the engine of the sports car. I stepped on the accelerator and the car moved away with a roar. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is a Thompson first-class luxury villa worth 1 billion. The property certificate and keys are in the drawer of the study, and all the procedures have been completed. Qin Yang received such a generous reward, and his mood immediately became happy. Sophie, who was standing by, saw a smile on Qin Yang's face and mistakenly thought that Qin Yang and she had a good time together this afternoon. During this time, he would glance at Qin Yang from time to time. You're not even to mention. Looking at Qin Yang's sharp profile from this angle, there is an indescribable beauty. Sophie had never had such close contact with any member of the opposite sex on a daily basis. In the company, she is a cool and handsome president with a strong aura. Everyone kept their distance from her. In addition, Sophie herself is very serious, which leads to more and more rumors about her. Almost no one can joke casually in front of her. She also rejected the pursuit of countless rich second generations and young talents, so everyone naturally regarded Sophie as a goddess president who can only be admired from afar but not desecrated. Inevitably, there are fewer people of the opposite sex who are close to her. If Qin Yang hadn't appeared, I'm afraid this situation would have lasted for who knows how long. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Qin Yang came back to his senses and realized that Sophie's eyes were constantly glancing at him. With a gentle smile on his face, he couldn't help but ask Sophie. I? It's your own illusion. I was just looking at the scenery outside the window. Sophie saw that she was caught red-handed. Her pretty face immediately turned red. However, she did not intend to admit it, and quickly found an excuse to cover it up. Such a shy goddess president caught Qin Yang's eyes, and at this moment, he couldn't help but stare at her. Chapter 27, The Gradually Fallen Goddess Su. To be honest, there are quite a few beauties surrounding Qin Yang. But for some reason, after he met Sophie, he found that other opposite sex had completely lost their appeal to him. In terms of appearance, temperament, and personality, after getting to know each other over the past few days, Sophie completely meets Qin Yang's standards for an ideal girlfriend. The most important point is that although the two have only known each other for a few days, they get along very comfortably. The two have complementary personalities and appreciate each other. Sophie did not dislike Qin Yang's unproductive behavior. This alone was enough to make Qin Yang's liking for her reach an unprecedented level. Miss Su, do you have any plans this weekend? Xin Yang withdrew his gaze, but the smile on his lips never faded. After a long time, he asked Sophie softly. No. Sophie thought about it for a moment and this time pondered. At this moment, she suddenly began to feel nervous for some reason. He doesn't want to date me, does he? It turned out to be just as Sophie expected. As soon as she said this, Xin Yang invited her. If you don't mind, could you let me arrange the time? I promise you'll have a great weekend. Xin Yang set his eyes on Sophie, looking forward to getting her answer at this moment. Tool, think about it. Sophie's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She didn't expect Xin Yang to be so direct. He was trying to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone, and it was as if he was preparing to launch a pursuit of me. For Sophie, it was really too much to bear. No problem. There are still 2 days until the weekend. You can take your time to think about it. I don't want to put too much pressure on you. I just want to express my attitude to you. I'm looking forward to what choice Miss Su will make. Xin Yang smiled indifferently. At this moment, he was emitting an aura of confidence. Sophie found herself falling into Xin Yang's charm little by little. The man in front of her was living very soberly. It has not been tainted by worldly vulgarity. In front of her, Xin Yang never took the initiative to talk about monetary interests, nor did he talk about various lofty ambitions. He seems to be a lazy person with no ambition to make progress. But Xin Yang himself is quite talented. He is gentle and elegant, and can play the repertoire for Sophie Chen's piano. He graduated from the finance department of Shanghai University and is a financial talent sought after by countless financial companies, but he values freedom and finally chooses to be a food delivery boy. He is unrestrained and doesn't care what others think of him. He possesses great strength, but he behaves in a low-key and reserved manner, making people have no idea of his true abilities. Xin Yang is the treasure boy that every woman dreams of. No matter how picky Sophie is, she can't help but feel moved when she meets a man like this. In front of Sophie's villa, the sports car slowly stopped. Ms. Su, we're here. After hearing Xin Yang's reminder, Sophie slowly came back to her senses. She got out of the car and saw that it was getting late, so she looked at Xin Yang and said, Xin Yang, thank you for accompanying me for the whole afternoon and personally sending me back. It's hard to get a taxi here as this place is remote. Why don't you just drive my car back? Xin Yang was stunned. He didn't expect Sophie to say that. However, he did not refuse, but accepted it gracefully. Immediately, he looked at Sophie and said, Okay, then I'll pick you up for work tomorrow morning. No, I still have a few cars in the garage, so I'd better not trouble you too much. Sophie's face instantly turned red. She just meant well, but she didn't expect Xin Yang to take advantage of the situation and even plan to come and take her to work tomorrow. If this were seen by the company's employees, there's no telling what kind of impact it would have. Sophie didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. It's okay. I don't mind the trouble. Miss Su, let's make it a deal. See you tomorrow. Xin Yang didn't give Sophie any chance to reject him. After saying that, he turned around, got into the car, and drove away. Damn it! I clearly rejected him, but this guy still dared to make the decision on his own. Looking at the direction Xin Yang left, Sophie was furious and couldn't help stamping her feet. But after a moment, he felt secretly delighted because of the strong side shown by Xin Yang. She was used to the men around her obeying her in everything, but at this moment Xin Yang completely ignored her opinion and was determined to pick her up for work tomorrow. It is undeniable that Sophie has a good impression of Xin Yang. Otherwise, she would not have turned down her afternoon work arrangements and asked Xin Yang to accompany her for a whole afternoon. Jiangwan Community. Xin Yang drove Sophie's sports car home, but unexpectedly was stopped by the security guard at the door. The reason was that Sophie's license plate had not been registered at the entrance of the community. Fortunately, the security guard at the door knew Xin Yang. Only after seeing him in person did they open the door and let him in. This little episode did not affect Xin Yang's mood. Back home, Xin Yang walked into the kitchen. He took a bottle of cold drink from the refrigerator, opened it, took a big gulp, and then sat down on the sofa in the hall. After accompanying Sophie shopping for an entire afternoon and carrying large and small bags, even though he was full of energy, he could not hold on any longer. Brother Qin, are you back? At this time, the door of Jiang Bei's room was pushed open, and he walked over with a smile on his face. Jiang Bei, you stayed at home all day? Why didn't you go out to play? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei and asked curiously. Hey. Brother Qin, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I've invested all my money in the stock market for you. At this critical moment, I don't have the heart to go out and play. From 10 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon, Jiang Bei devoted all his energy to paying attention to the stock market. I stayed at home the whole day and didn't dare to leave. Then tell me, how much did you earn today? Seeing that Jiang Bei was in a good mood at the moment, Qin Yang used his toes to think and knew that this guy had made a lot of profit in his account. Not much, only about 5 million. When talking about this, Jiang Bei admired Qin Yang even more. The 3 stocks he held in his account skyrocketed today. If Qin Yang had not said in advance that there would be a significant improvement in the next few days, Jiang Bei would have been so excited that he called Qin Yang. Not bad. In just 2 days, you have earned back all the money you lost in the stock market. In that case, shouldn't we two brothers go out and celebrate properly? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course. Let's go now. Even if Qin Yang did not make this request, Jiang Bei himself had the same intention. The two of them packed up and walked out of the house. Soon, we arrived at the underground garage. Jiang Bei was about to pick up the car, but found a Maserati parked next to his Lamborghini. Who is so brave as to park in my parking space? When Jiang Bei purchased this property, he also purchased several parking spaces. It was usually idle, but now there was a Maserati, so he naturally spotted it at a glance. At this moment, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed across his face, and he seemed to feel a little angry. I drove this car back. I'm parking it in your parking space. Do you dare to object? When Qin Yang heard Jiang Bei's words, he immediately took the initiative to explain. What? Brother Qin, did you buy a new car? Jiang Bei was immediately shocked, his mouth widened. He never thought that these 2 Maseratis would actually belong to Qin Yang. Chapter 28. Jiang Bei invites his girlfriend and best friend to dinner. No. Although it is true that I drove the car back, it is not mine. Qin Yang shook his head and immediately denied Jiang Bei's idea. Whose is that? Jiang Bei couldn't help but be curious and asked. This is Sophie's sports car. Didn't I go shopping with her this afternoon? And then I sent her back. She lived quite far away, and it was hard to get a taxi there, so she let me drive the car back. Qin Yang smiled and then took the initiative to explain. What? Brother Qin, did I hear it right? You actually went on a date with Sophie this afternoon? Hearing Qin Yang's words, Jiang Bei was stunned on the spot, his face filled with shock. Although he knew that Qin Yang and Sophie had interactions with each other and had feelings for each other. But I didn't expect that their relationship would develop so quickly. What's that expression on your face? Do I need to report to you before Sophie and I go out to meet? Qin Yang's expression froze and his tone became serious. At that moment, Jiang Bei realized that he had said the wrong thing. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Yang with a wry smile and said, Brother Qin, tu didn't mean that. I just didn't expect you to be so capable. Your relationship with Sophie has progressed by leaps and bounds. It's completely beyond my expectations. At this rate, it won't be long before she really becomes your girlfriend. Qin Yang nodded, a smile appeared on his face and he said, this is a must. In the end, Qin Yang got on Jiang Bei's Lamborghini. Jiang Bei controlled the steering wheel with one hand while taking out his mobile phone from his pocket to prepare a reservation for the dinner room in advance. He did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he turned his head and looked directly at Qin Yang, asking for his opinion. Brother Qin, shall we still go to the same hotel as last time? It's all right. It's your treat today, so you can decide for yourself. Qin Yang shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Okay, I'll make the reservation right away. Seeing Qin Yang's answer, Jiang Bei quickly made a decision in his mind. About half an hour. A Lamborghini sports car is parked at the gate of a 5-star hotel. The car door opened, and Qin Yang and Jiang Bei quickly walked out of the sports car. As soon as the two of them walked through the door, the hotel manager immediately came up to them and said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, this way please. Then, the hotel manager led the way and took Qin Yang and Jiang Bei to a quiet private room. At this time, 2 beautiful women with fair skin and beautiful looks were already sitting in the private room. Meng Yan, you guys are here so soon? I thought you would be late. Looking at the 2 beauties in front of him, Jiang Bei immediately greeted them warmly. When you called me, Xian and I were shopping nearby. Then we rushed here as soon as possible, so we got here quickly. Jiang Mengyan smiled sweetly, looked straight at Jiang Bei, and then quickly explained. Who are these two? At this time, Qin Yang on the side couldn't help but ask Jiang Bei curiously. He really didn't expect that Jiang Bei had also invited other people to have dinner together. Brother Qin, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Jiang Mengyan. The other one is her best friend, Li Xianxian. I've always wanted to find an opportunity for you two to get to know each other. Now is the right opportunity, so I'll take the initiative. Brother Qin, you won't be unhappy, right? Jiang Bei's eyes were fixed on Qin Yang, fearing that his arrangement would cause him displeasure. Fortunately, after a long while, there was no sign of dissatisfaction on Qin Yang's face. It's okay, it's just a meal. Besides, there's nothing wrong with being lively. Things have come to this, even if Qin Yang feels a little uncomfortable, it is not good to embarrass Jiang Bei. But at this moment, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. When did Jiang Bei get a new girlfriend? Judging from the appearance and temperament, it seems to be very different from the previous ones. Brother Qin, my family arranged a blind date for me a while ago, and I met Meng Yan at that time. Brother, I'm serious this time, so don't make fun of me later. Jiang Bei was afraid that Qin Yang would joke too much and cause Jiang Mengyan's dissatisfaction. So, I informed him in advance. Hey, you've changed your personality, haven't you? Even a master of love can be tempted sometimes? Hearing this, Qin Yang showed an obvious smile. Jiang Mengyan, she is the daughter of the wealthy Jiang family in Shanghai. Compared with Jiang Bei's family background, it is on par with them. The two met through the introduction of their family elders. When Jiang Bei met Jiang Mengyan for the first time, he was attracted by her noble temperament. It is no exaggeration to say that it was love at first sight. In the next 2 months, Jiang Bei used all his life's energy and thought to pursue Jiang Mengyan. Finally, half a month ago, the two officially established a romantic relationship. Only a few of Jiang Bei's closest friends knew about this news. The main reason for organizing this dinner tonight is that Jiang Bei intends to formally introduce Jiang Mengyan to Qin Yang. As for Li Xianxian, Jiang Bei had seen her several times and was not unfamiliar with her. If Qin Yang hadn't had a special liking for Goddess Su, Jiang Bei would have planned to introduce him to her and try to bring this handsome man and beautiful woman together. Brother Qin, please, I really mean it this time. I don't want my girlfriend, who I finally got, to be ruined by a few words from you. Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with a pleading look and said. Okay, I'm just joking with you, is it necessary to be so scared? Qin Yang spread his hands and a faint smile appeared on his face. At this time, his eyes turned to Jiang Mengyan and Li Xianxian. The two women were dressed gorgeously and appropriately. He naturally exudes a noble aura, and you can tell at first glance that he comes from a wealthy family. They are all very good looking, completely surpassing those popular traffic stars in the entertainment industry. Fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs are undoubtedly the hallmarks of a goddess. At this moment, Qin Yang realized why Jiang Bei was so moved. If it were him, facing such a blind date, he would also have other thoughts. Jiang Bei, is this your good brother Qin Yang whom you mentioned before? The school idol who graduated from the finance department of Magic University but was willing to give up the high salary of major financial companies? Jiang Mengyan's eyes were also looking at Qin Yang curiously at this time. It seemed that he wanted to see Qin Yang's uniqueness, which was why Jiang Bei admired him so much. After all, Jiang Mengyan had heard countless praises for him from Jiang Bei before. This also made Jiang Mengyan curious about who this Qin Yang was. Yes, that's him. I admire brother Qin's talent and strength. At least among people of the same age, I can't find anyone else who can be compared with him. Jiang Bei gave a very high evaluation to Qin Yang at this moment. If the full score is 100, he will definitely give it 120. Chapter 29. My buddy is so green on his head. Jiang Bei, is he really as good as you say? Jiang Mengyan couldn't help but reveal a hint of doubt on her face at this moment. She was born into a wealthy family and had been pampered since childhood. She had seen all kinds of men. Now, seeing that her boyfriend Jiang Bei praised Qin Yang highly, she immediately became interested. Of course, I can't lie to you, can I? I have shared a dormitory with brother Qin for 4 years. I know his popularity in school and his achievements better than anyone else. Moreover, brother Qin's strength in the field of investment is also extremely extraordinary. The reason I asked you to come over for dinner tonight is because I invested my money with him and made a profit of about 5 million. So, I'll take this opportunity to introduce you to each other. Jiang Bei took the initiative to hold Jiang Mengyan's tender little hand, with a playful smile on his face. 5 million? That's not a lot. After hearing this, Jiang Mengyan gradually understood why Jiang Bei admired Qin Yang so much. It turned out that it was because Qin Yang helped him invest and made a lot of money. Yes, 5 million is not a lot. But you have to know that this is only today's profit. I mortgaged my luxury house and sports car and raised more than 90 million. Brother Qin started investing the day before yesterday. He made a profit of 1 million yesterday and 5 million today. I estimate that in half a month, the account balance should more than double. Speaking of this, Jiang Bei felt a little excited. Boom! There seemed to be a bolt of thunder striking Jiang Mengyan's head. This completely shocked her and her expression froze instantly. Jiang Bei, are you sure you are not kidding me? You gave Qin Yang 90 million to invest? Aren't you afraid of losing a lot of money? Jiang Mengyan found that she still underestimated Jiang Bei's trust in Qin Yang. He was able to come up with such a large sum of money and give it to Qin Yang for investment. That's a full 100 million. Even though Jiang Bei has a strong family background, he cannot make a decision casually. Once a huge loss occurs and Jiang Bei's parents find out, he will definitely be scolded or even punished. What are you afraid of? With my brother Qin here, there's no way we'll lose money. Mengyan, you don't know brother Qin's strength, so you have such concerns. His talent and ability are by no means what you see on the surface. Faced with Jiang Mengyan's worry, Jiang Bei couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Mengyan, and he quickly comforted her. I remain skeptical. Jiang Mengyan shook her head and said this after a moment. Okay, we'll talk about this later. Now we should sit down and order what we want to eat. Jiang Bei didn't dwell on this topic. With a wry smile, he quickly gestured for Jiang Mengyan and Li Xianxian to sit down and handed the menus to them respectively. Brother Qin, menu. Jiang Bei was sitting next to Jiang Mengyan, and Qin Yang was sitting on the other side. He did not show favoritism and quickly handed the menu in his hand to Qin Yang. It's my treat today, please feel free to order whatever you want to eat, and don't be polite to me. People feel refreshed when good things happen. The stock market made another profit of 5 million, which made Jiang Bei more confident in Qin Yang's investment. At the moment, he was rich and didn't care how much the meal cost. Xianxian, do you think what Jiang Bei just said is credible? Jiang Mengyan glanced at Qin Yang quietly, and after staring at him for a few seconds, she still felt a little confused. So she immediately leaned towards Li Xianxian and asked her in a low voice. Li Xianxian was sitting nearby, so she naturally heard the conversation between Jiang Mengyan and Jiang Bei. I think it might be true. Li Xianxian thought rationally for a while, then looked up at Jiang Mengyan and said. Why? Jiang Mengyan was puzzled and asked quickly. It's a simple truth. Jiang Bei is very smart, and it's not easy to deceive him. And you also saw that he was very respectful to Qin Yang. He treated him as his brother. If the investment really lost money, how could he be in such a good mood? How could he treat us to a big dinner? After a while, Li Xianxian explained seriously. So, does Qin Yang really have such ability? At this moment, Jiang Mengyan also began to doubt the authenticity of the matter. She knew Jiang Bei's background very well. Although he is a nonchalant person and doesn't seem to be very serious, he is 1,000 times better than those playboys. It is precisely because of this that she gave Jiang Bei a chance and the two of them tried dating for a while. And so far, Jiang Bei has performed well in front of her, making her very satisfied in all aspects. There is no reason for this guy to lie to deceive himself because of Qin Yang's matter. After all, it does him no good. Good. Mengyan, how about you help me ask Jiang Bei if Qin Yang has a girlfriend? Li Xianxian hesitated for a while, but finally plucked up the courage and spoke to Jiang Mengyan. Ha! Xianxian, you are not interested in Qin Yang, right? When Jiang Mengyan heard her best friend say such a thing, the expression on her face was instantly filled with shock. She never thought that Xianxian and Qin Yang would fall in love with each other the first time they met. You know, there are many suitors who express their love to Xianxian. But even so, she didn't like any of them, so she is still single now. But now, after meeting Qin Yang, she was actually attracted to him. This made Jiang Mengyan feel a bit like she was dreaming. Qin Yang is handsome, and he is also a top student in the finance department of Magic City University. He has outstanding talents and abilities. If what Jiang Beifang said just now is true, then he is indeed a potential stock. It seems not difficult to understand why I like him, right? A hint of shyness soon appeared on both sides of Li Xuanxuan's cheeks. She had already made up her mind that she must let Zhang Mengyan learn more about Qin Yang from Jiang Bei. Mengyan, you are my best friend, you must help me with this. Li Xianxian tried every possible means to persuade him. Well, who makes you my best sister? Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Faced with the request of her best friend, Zhang Mengyan softened her heart and nodded in agreement. After a moment, Zhang Mengyan moved closer to Jiang Bei and looked at him. Jiang Bei, I have something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully. No problem, just ask. Seeing Zhang Mengyan's serious expression, Jiang Bei quickly sat up straight. Qin Yang, does he have a girlfriend now? Zhang Mengyan hesitated for a while, but finally asked. Mengyan, are you attracted to my brother Qin? You are my Jiang Bei's girlfriend, how can you ask about other men's emotional status in front of me? You are killing people and destroying their hearts. Jiang Bei was suddenly shocked. In an instant, the whole person was enveloped by a feeling of sadness. He realized that he had done something extremely stupid. That is, even though they knew that Qin Yang had a strong charm to the opposite sex, they still insisted on courting death by organizing such a dinner party. It's okay now. The girlfriend immediately fell in love with her best friend Qin Yang. Jiang Bei felt the top of his head suddenly turn green. He regrets and hates. But they are powerless to change this cruel reality. Chapter 30. If being handsome is a crime, then I am unforgivable. Asshole, what are you talking about? When did I ever say that I like Qin Yang? Jiang Bei, what kind of dirty things are you thinking about all day long? When Zhang Mengyan saw the sadness on Jiang Bei's face, she immediately knew that he had misunderstood. His face suddenly turned cold and he yelled at Jiang Bei in dissatisfaction. Isn't it? Otherwise, why would you ask me such a question? Jiang Bei couldn't help but be stunned. Did he misunderstand? But Zhang Mengyan was clearly asking her about Qin Yang's emotional state just now. Isn't it obvious that she is interested in Qin Yang? Why are you so stupid? Isn't Xianxian still single? I'm asking for my bestie, isn't that okay? Zhang Mengyan was filled with anger and questioned Jiang Bei with a stern look. So that's how it is. Mengyan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. As long as you are not attracted to brother Qin, then it's fine. After figuring out what was going on, Jiang Bei's mood suddenly became cheerful and he couldn't help but smile. Stop laughing. Answer my question quickly. Does Qin Yang have a girlfriend? Zhang Mengyan grabbed Jiang Bei's arm and then exerted force with her fingers. Hiss. Suddenly, Jiang Bei took a breath of cold air. But under Zhang Mengyan's fierce gaze, he still gritted his teeth and did not let out a painful cry. Mengyan, don't be like this, let's talk it out. Jiang Bei immediately begged Zhang Mengyan for mercy. If you don't want to suffer, then why are you talking so much? Tell me now. Zhang Mengyan rolled her eyes at Jiang Bei and quickly let go of his hand. I'm sorry. If you had asked me this question a few days ago, I would have been able to answer you with certainty that he didn't. But now, it's hard to say. Jiang Bei thought for a moment and then answered. Jiang Bei, what do you mean by this? Zhang Mengyan frowned, and then immediately asked. Brother Qin met the president of a listed company a few days ago and he has a good impression of her. At this stage, we are working hard to pursue it. Jiang Bei concealed the truth and told Zhang Mengyan some of the things he knew. Okay, I understand. As soon as Zhang Mengyan finished speaking, she immediately moved closer to Li Xianxian. Mengyan, does Qin Yang have a girlfriend? Li Xianxian looked nervous and looked at her best friend expectantly. No. I just heard that Qin Yang recently met a beautiful female CEO, and he seems to have a good impression of her and is in the pursuit stage. Zhang Mengyan said with a smile. After hearing these words, Li Xianxian felt secretly delighted. So, she definitely has a chance. That's good. I just don't believe that I will lose to others with my charm. With this mentality, Li Xuanxuan's gaze subconsciously fell on Qin Yang. The more I looked at it, the more excited I became, and a playful smile appeared on my face. Yes, who can resist the charm of my Xianxian? Zhang Mengyan expressed her strong agreement with Li Xuanxuan's statement. In terms of figure, temperament, and family background, Li Xianxian is the goddess that every man dreams of. Even if Qin Yang is as outstanding as Jiang Bei said, I believe he will not be able to resist her charm. Less than 20 minutes passed. The waiter began to serve the food. The table was full, with more than a dozen dishes. Jiang Bei even specially opened a bottle of expensive red wine and filled everyone's glasses, and the atmosphere in the private room gradually became lively. "Brother Qin, this is a toast to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make such a huge sum of money." Jiang Bei picked up the wine glass on the table, looked at Qin Yang the first time, and said excitedly, "Don't say that. We brothers don't have to be polite." Although he said this, Qin Yang did not refuse. He picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Jiang Bei's. "If Brother Qin needs me in any way in the future, just ask. I will go through mountains of swords and seas of fire without hesitation." In Jiang Bei's heart, he had already regarded Qin Yang as his best friend. This time, with Qin Yang's help, he won back all the money he lost in the stock market some time ago. This made Jiang Bei feel extremely happy. "It's enough that you have this heart." Qin Yang smiled and didn't say much. Although he and Jiang Bei are not blood brothers, they are better than brothers. It is also because of this that the two can still be so close after graduation and even live together. "Qin Yang, your investment ability is so strong, so don't you make a lot of money yourself?" Li Xianxian found the right opportunity, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. "No." Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled, then said, "I'm just helping Jiang Bei invest." "I don't believe it." Li Xianxian expressed doubts about this result. "Brother Qin is right. We were just doing small things before, so after investing all this time, we didn't actually make much money. But 1 million or 800,000, that's definitely there." Seeing this, Jiang Bei immediately stood up to speak for Qin Yang. "That's pretty impressive too." Li Xianxian came from a distinguished family and used all her family's money. People naturally admire Qin Yang, who can earn millions just a few years after graduation. For a moment, she looked at Qin Yang with eyes full of favor. "If you don't mind, you can count me in as well. I happen to have quite a bit of pocket money on hand." This. A hint of hesitation flashed across Qin Yang's face. Originally he was just helping Jiang Bei with investment, but later on, out of respect for him, he agreed to let Chen Jiahao and the other two participate. And now, there is another one, Li Xianxian. He couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Jiang Bei saw through Qin Yang's dilemma at a glance and knew that he didn't know how to refuse for a moment. So, he quickly pulled Zhang Mengyan's arm. The latter immediately understood, and came close to Li Xianxian and whispered, "Xianxian, this is the first time you and Qin Yang have met. Being so proactive will scare him. Besides, investment is such a sensitive matter. How can you just hand over your money to someone so easily? If he loses, won't he be too ashamed to see you?" Zhang Mengyan thought that she could persuade her best friend in this way, but she didn't expect her to say with a smile, "It doesn't matter. It's only a few $100,000. I'll just lose it if I lose it. I can use this as an excuse to meet Qin Yang openly." Only then did Zhang Mengyan realize that her best friend had been deeply poisoned. "All my earnest persuasion was of no use at all." But out of good intentions, she still patiently advised, "Stop fooling around. This matter cannot be rushed, it is safer to take it slow." And at this time, Qin Yang also looked at Jiang Bei and whispered to him, "What on earth is going on? Why do I always feel that the way they look at me is not right?" Jiang Bei immediately laughed, "Brother Qin, I have to say that you are really charming. I think Xianxian is attracted to you." In an instant, Qin Yang's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 31. Is this development too fast? What a joke! This is the first time I met her, and we haven't even had time to say a few words. How could she fall in love with me? Qin Yang subconsciously shook his head at Jiang Bei's guess, feeling it was a bit absurd. "Brother Qin, Mengyan just asked me if you are single. I think this matter is likely to be settled. You should think carefully about how to resist this kind of luck." Jiang Bei immediately stood aside, gloating over the other's misfortune. "What? There is such a thing? You wouldn't really betray me, would you?" At this moment, Qin Yang's expression changed drastically. Given Jiang Bei's style of forgetting his friendship for the sake of beauty, this has happened more than once or twice. "Hey! You guessed it right." Jiang Bei finished speaking. He immediately stood up and sat in another seat, fearing that he would be punished by Qin Yang. "Okay, good job, kid. Just wait and see how I deal with you when I get back." Since the matter has come to this, Qin Yang had no choice but to give up. Immediately, he stared at Jiang Bei with extremely sharp eyes. About half an hour. The meal was almost finished. Zhang Mengyan and Li Xianxian suggested going to a nearby KTV to sing. Jiang Bei naturally raised his hands to refuse. But Qin Yang made an excuse, saying that he was tired and wanted to go back and rest early, so he declined. In the end, he took a taxi back home alone. The next morning, Qin Yang got up very early. After washing up, I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Considering that Sophie would not get up too early, I thought of bringing her some breakfast as well. Around 7 o'clock, Qin Yang took the car keys and went to the garage. He drove Sophie's Maserati and rushed over to pick her up for work. The journey takes about half an hour. If we rush there now, it's still just in time. Dark Horse Prince, Miss Sue, are you up yet? I have prepared breakfast for you and am about to go to your house. President Sue, I just woke up and was about to wash up. You prepared breakfast for me? Thank you so much. Dark Horse Prince, I'll be there in about half an hour. President Sue, no problem. Inside the villa. At this time, Sophie had just gotten up. She was wearing sexy pajamas and standing in the bathroom washing up. Looking at the message sent by Qin Yang on the phone, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise and a smile appeared on her face. Knowing that Qin Yang would be here soon, she couldn't help but speed up. Afterwards, she quickly went to the cloakroom, intending to pick out a set of clothes that would better reflect her temperament. It took more than 20 minutes to go back and forth. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. When Sophie looked at the surveillance camera, she saw Qin Yang already standing outside the gate. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to get up so early. I usually go to work at 9:30. Sophie smiled brightly and her eyes fell directly on Qin Yang. Really? Then I am disturbing your rest. Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but reveal a hint of apology on his face. It doesn't matter. I'm used to getting up early anyway. Please sit down first. I'll get you a bottle of water. Then, Sophie turned and walked towards the kitchen, leaving Qin Yang with a beautiful back view. At this moment, she was wearing a professional suit and dressed more formally. It is also because of this that Sophie's hot body is highlighted to the fullest. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he couldn't help but get a little angry. In less than a moment, Sophie reappeared in the hall. She handed the bottle of mineral water to Qin Yang and said, "Thank you for coming to pick me up so early in the morning." "It's okay, it's my pleasure." Qin Yang gave a wry smile. Then he pointed to the breakfast on the table. "When I got up in the morning, I made breakfast on purpose. If you don't mind, let's eat together." Sophie naturally would not refuse, and nodded immediately. The scene changed. The two sat at the dining table. Sandwiches, milk, poached eggs and grilled sausages, as well as a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. "Miss Sue, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made something casually. I usually just eat something casual for breakfast, and never have such a rich breakfast like this." "Qin Yang, thank you." Sophie looked at the table full of breakfast and felt a warm feeling in her heart. She was obviously touched by Qin Yang's thoughtfulness. This was the first time in Sophie's life that she had breakfast served by a member of the opposite sex. Moreover, it is a door-to-door service. Try it. If you like, I can continue to do it for you tomorrow. Qin Yang looked at Sophie expectantly. To be honest, if there was such an opportunity, he would like to make breakfast for her all the time. Brush. When Sophie heard Qin Yang's words, her cheeks immediately turned red and she looked quite shy. She felt that Qin Yang was too proactive. For a while, I couldn't adapt. No need. I don't want to trouble you too much. Seeing Sophie's reaction, Qin Yang quickly took the initiative to explain. For me, this is obviously an extremely happy thing. How can it be called trouble? Hearing this, Sophie lowered her head even lower, not daring to look Qin Yang in the eye. After breakfast, Qin Yang planned to send Sophie to the company. The two walked out the door and sat in the Maserati. "I'll help you." Sophie was just about to fasten her seatbelt, but unexpectedly Qin Yang was a few points faster. He was seen pressing against Sophie's body, holding the seatbelt with one hand and fastening it for her carefully. The distance between the two people was less than 10 centimeters. Sophie's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she could even feel the strength of Qin Yang's breathing. She suppressed her inner excitement and kept her expression calm. "Thanks." Sophie glanced at Qin Yang and thanked him in a low voice. Boom! The sports car engine starts. Qin Yang held the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. The car speed increased instantly and headed directly towards Sophie company. At this moment, Sophie, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt a storm in her heart. Sophie, you are the president of a company after all. You must have seen a lot of ups and downs. Why do you feel moved by someone flirting with you like this? Hold on, don't make a fool of yourself in front of him. Qin Yang would occasionally glance at Sophie standing beside him out of the corner of his eyes. Today Sophie changed into a professional OL outfit, and she brought out the temperament of a queen president to the extreme. It just so happened that the temperament reflected by her outfit was completely in line with Qin Yang's aesthetic. So Qin Yang was also very excited. Along the way, no one dared to speak first, so the atmosphere in the car seemed a little subtle for a while. Finally, Qin Yang couldn't help it. He laughed dryly, and then asked, Miss Su, are you free tonight? I bought 2 movie tickets and would like to invite you to watch it together. Faced with Qin Yang's invitation, Sophie was a little undecided for a moment. Should I agree or refuse? After all, the two have only known each other for 2 days, and they are about to enter the dating stage. This efficiency is too fast. If she refused in person, Sophie was afraid that Qin Yang would be angry. She is very conflicted. Chapter 32. Goddess Su agreed to the invitation to visit the billion-dollar mansion villa. Okay. After hesitating for a long time, Sophie finally decided to accept Qin Yang's invitation. No reason, just because Qin Yang is the man she has never felt the slightest bit of annoyance towards. Of course, there is another main reason. She is not young anymore and her family is always pushing her to get married. Even if she didn't choose Qin Yang, she would still not be able to avoid going on blind dates with other men in the future. In contrast, Sophie would rather try to date Qin Yang. Perhaps this is the best solution at the moment. Okay, when you get off work in the evening, send me a message and I'll pick you up. Qin Yang had no idea what Sophie was thinking about. Seeing that the other party accepted his invitation, he was quite excited at this moment. After all, this is a good start for Qin Yang. Although he has no experience in love, it does not mean that Qin Yang has low emotional intelligence. On the contrary, with the help of Jiang Bei's spies, Qin Yang understood a little bit. Since Sophie chose to agree, it proved that she still had some feelings for me. If you press on while you're at it, you might be able to quickly build a relationship between the two of you. Company building. A Maserati sports car was parked at the gate. All employees working in the company know that this is President Su's car. At this time, the car door opened. Unexpectedly, a handsome and elegant man walked out. This scene startled the security guard standing at the door instantly. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, fearing that he was dazzled and saw it wrong. Qin Yang walked to the passenger seat and took the initiative to help Sophie open the door. Not long. Sophie also walked out of the car. She looked at Qin Yang, smiled slightly, and took the initiative to speak. Qin Yang, we're at the company. Thank you for sending me to work. Well, go ahead, I won't bother you then. Qin Yang nodded, his eyes full of tenderness. See you tonight. After saying that, Sophie picked up her bag, left a beautiful back view to Qin Yang, and walked straight towards the company building. In just 1 hour. The gossip about Sophie being sent to the company gate by a mysterious man this morning spread throughout the building in an instant. This news can't be false, right? Everyone knows that our CEO Su is an icy beauty who doesn't care about worldly things. How could she possibly be with an ordinary person? The security guard at the door saw it with his own eyes, there's no doubt about it. Maybe Ms. Su is aloof because she has high standards. She has no shortage of handsome, rich, and overseas returnees as her suitors. She should be able to pick one she likes, right? But Qin Yang knew nothing about all this. After leaving Sophie's company, he hailed a taxi on the road and prepared to ride his Harley-Davidson home. Oh, by the way, I remember that the black technology system rewarded me with a Tangshan first-class luxury villa worth 1 billion. I have time now, so I can go and take a look. It's not appropriate to always live in Jiang Bei. Qin Yang also didn't want to keep owing Jiang Bei a favor. Now that he owns a luxury villa, he naturally cannot leave it empty. Do it when you think of it. After Qin Yang picked up the car, he rushed back to Jiangwan community as soon as possible. He returned to his room and took the property certificate and keys from the drawer. Without wasting a moment, he headed straight to the Thompson Epine luxury villa. 10:30 in the morning. Qin Yang appeared at the gate of the villa. "Sir, can I help you?" The security guard on duty at the door saw Qin Yang, who was tall and handsome and dressed elegantly, so he hurriedly walked forward respectfully and asked curiously, "I'm the owner of the house here, and I plan to come over to my house." Qin Yang smiled slightly, and then spoke directly. "Please wait a moment. I'll call our person in charge over." Hearing this, the security guard's face changed drastically. After greeting Qin Yang, he immediately called his superior through the intercom. In less than a few minutes, a professional manager in a suit appeared in Qin Yang's sight. He walked quickly to Qin Yang and said to him in a flattering manner, "Sir, what is your name?" "Qin Yang." Qin Yang told his name. "Mr. Qin, could you please show me your property certificate?" The manager in a suit and tie bent over and said very respectfully, "Okay, I just brought it here." After saying that, Qin Yang handed the property certificate to the manager. The manager took the property certificate with both hands with a respectful look on his face and began to check it carefully. After a moment, he quickly raised his eyes to Qin Yang and said, "Mr. Qin, please come this way. I will take you to see my villa now." Then he handed the property certificate back. About 10 minutes. Two figures appeared at the gate of a detached villa. "Mr. Qin, we're here. This is it." The manager smiled slightly and gestured to Qin Yang. "Well, thank you for your help." Qin Yang took out the key to the villa's door and unlocked it directly. Snap! Qin Yang pushed the door open and strode in. The decoration inside the luxury villa is extremely gorgeous, adopting the Nordic architectural style, which makes Qin Yang's eyes light up when he sees it. The hall is in a very elegant location, with a huge glass crystal chandelier hanging overhead. The sofa, coffee table, and various furnishings look extremely comfortable. All kitchen appliances are imported high-end products, and the installation and construction are very sophisticated. The independent restaurant is spacious and can accommodate a party of more than a dozen people. Private cinema, gym, karaoke room. The backyard has a pleasant landscape and is planted with various green plants. Looking around, you can see a green lawn. There is also a private swimming pool, which covers a large area. After touring the luxurious villa, Qin Yang was extremely satisfied with all the furnishings and objects there. He immediately grinned and thought to himself, "So this is what rich people are like. An ordinary life is indeed enjoyable. And from today on, this will be where Qin Yang lives." Ding-a-ling. The cell phone in Qin Yang's pocket suddenly rang. He picked it up and found that the call was from his sister Qin Yun. Qin Yun, the campus beauty of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, is currently a sophomore. Yun, what's wrong? Do you need anything from me?" Qin Yang pressed the answer button, his tone full of doting. He has always been extremely protective of his sister, fearing that she would suffer any injustice. He even sent a sum of money every month as living expenses for Qin Yun. If he hadn't doted on Qin Yun so much, the amount in his bank account would have exceeded 7 figures long ago. "Brother, school is off today. I'm out shopping with my roommate. Can you come and join us?" A sweet and pleasant voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Qin Yun has had a very unique voice since she was a child. Even without any professional vocal training, she can sing that ethereal and graceful beauty. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yang supported her in applying for the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. "Okay, send me the address now and I'll come find you." Qin Yang agreed without hesitation. "Then hurry up, I'll wait for you here." Qin Yun replied with a smile. Then, he sent his location to Qin Yang's WeChat. Chapter 33 Qin Yun and Han Shi. After receiving the location sent by Qin Yun, Qin Yang did not delay and immediately decided to set off. In less than 40 minutes, the figure appeared directly in the commercial shopping center. Peninsula Cafe. At this time, Qin Yun and her roommate Han Shi were sitting together near the door. Yun, does your brother really agree to come over?" Han Shi looked at Qin Yun excitedly and asked expectantly. "That's right. He has agreed to come. He must be on his way now." "Han Shi, I have already created the opportunity for you. The rest depends on you. I can't help you." Qin Yun actually knew everything about Han Shi's little thoughts. She has had a crush on her brother for a long time and has always wanted to find an opportunity to meet Qin Yang. "Now that I have finally got the chance, I can't let it go easily. Rest assured. Whether this succeeds or not, I will make up for the lipstick and bag I promised to buy for you. Hanshi smiled sweetly, looking very happy. The two were chatting. Qin Yang's figure has walked into the gate. He glanced around the store and quickly found Qin Yun's location. Immediately, he strode towards this side. Qin Yun. When they were less than a few meters apart, Qin Yang greeted his sister directly. Brother, you got here really fast. We were just chatting about you. The moment she saw Qin Yang, Qin Yun immediately stood up and rushed towards him. The brother and sister have a very good relationship, and since they are rarely together, they are inevitably excited when they meet. Really? What are you talking about me? Hearing this, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. Nothing, just chatting. Qin Yun felt a little guilty. She didn't dare tell her brother that she sold him just for lipstick and brand name bags. If he really knew, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. You know, Qin Yang gives her a lot of living expenses every month. What's the difference between doing this and killing the donkey after it has done its job? Hanshi, my roommate, you've met him before. Soon, Qin Yun asked Qin Yang to sit next to her, looked up at Hanshi, and took the initiative to introduce him to him. Hello, brother Qin. Hanshi wore delicate makeup today, and her outfit perfectly highlighted her temperament. She looked like a little fairy, and she had obviously put a lot of effort into leaving a good impression on Qin Yang. I often hear Yun Yun mention you, and I want to thank you for taking care of her at school. Qin Yang smiled slightly and spoke to Hanshi in an extremely gentle voice. Where? Qin Yun and I are good sisters, and we should help each other. On the contrary, brother Qin, aren't you at work today? Will it bother you too much if Qin Yun calls you over? Hanshi's every word and action reveals her intelligence and thoughtfulness. For a moment, Qin Yang had a very good impression of her. Won't. My sister asked me personally, how can I refuse? Even if there is no time, I will squeeze in. When Qin Yang said this, his eyes were full of doting as he looked at Qin Yun. Brother, let's go shopping together. The coffee is all gone. If it weren't for waiting for Qin Yun, and Hanshi would have left long ago. Okay, I'll do as you say. Qin Yang naturally had no objection and immediately agreed. Soon, the three of them walked straight out of the Peninsula Cafe and headed upstairs. This entire shopping mall has thousands of stores. There are countless kinds of clothing, bags, shoes, and skincare products. A few minutes later, Qin Yun and Hanshi took the lead and walked into a clothing store. Looking at the dazzling array of new clothes on the hangers, his eyes lit up and he couldn't move anymore. Brother, do you think I look good in this dress? Qin Yun picked up a skirt in her hand, put it in front of herself and gestured, then looked at Qin Yang with anticipation and asked. You are beautiful and have a great figure, so naturally you look good in any clothes. But I think this one will suit you better. Seeing that Qin Yun was so looking forward to his opinion, Qin Yang naturally answered with a smile. He told the truth. After all, Qin Yun is also the campus beauty of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. In terms of appearance and figure, she is definitely one in a million. It's just that Qin Yang has acquired the skills of a makeup artist, so his vision is naturally more discerning. It seems to be true. Qin Yun subconsciously took the clothes from Qin Yang's hand, then walked to the mirror and looked at it carefully. The same thought as Qin Yang actually came to her mind. But Qin Yun was surprised. When did her brother's taste in clothes become so good? Brother, I didn't expect you to have such a good eye. You can help me find the right clothes for me at a glance. Tell me the truth, what is going on? Qin Yun looked alert, her eyes immediately fixed on Qin Yang, and then she started asking questions. Aside. Hanshi couldn't help but become curious and looked at Qin Yang. It seemed that she was extremely looking forward to what kind of answer he would give. What's going on? I just thought this dress suits you, and I just said it casually. You questioned me like I'm sick. In response to Qin Yun's questioning, Qin Yang remained calm and did not feel panicked at all. I just made up a random excuse and easily got away with it. Brother, are you okay? Qin Yun then discovered. Qin Yang in front of him seemed to have a huge change in temperament. Compared with the previous period, there is an inexplicable change. Kid, why are you guessing? You should just pick out your clothes. To tell you the truth, I've made a lot of money from stock trading recently. Just buy whatever you want. Don't be polite to me. Qin Yang smiled and said to Qin Yun in a wealthy manner. Made money again? How much? Qin Yun was no longer surprised by hearing this. After all, things like this have happened more than once or twice. Not much, maybe 7 or 8 million. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a faint smile. Boom! Qin Yun and Han Shi were immediately shocked and stood there in a daze. Not much, I only get about 7 or 8 million. Is this something a human can say? The scene fell into deathly silence. After more than 10 seconds, Qin Yun threw herself into Qin Yang's arms with excitement. She hugged him tightly with both hands, unable to suppress the excitement in her heart, and said, "Brother, are you sure what you just said is true? Are you kidding me?" Qin Yun has always known that her brother is a financial genius. While in college, he had already earned more than $1 million through the stock market. But now, wealth is skyrocketing, which is completely beyond Qin Yun's expectations. Just such a small amount of money makes you so excited? Then if I become a billionaire and own tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, won't you be overjoyed? Seeing his sister Qin Yun's excited face, he couldn't help but shout out with excitement. The smile on Qin Yang's face became more and more intense. Chapter 34, The Shameless Toad Song Daming. If there really comes such a day, I would be willing to do so. Brother, you are amazing. You have only graduated for 2 years and you can make so much money. If I can't find a job in the future, you have to continue to support me. Hearing this news, Qin Yun was happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. In the first 2 years after graduation, Qin Yang gave up the olive branches extended by major financial companies in Shanghai and insisted on becoming a freelancer. In the end, he even became a delivery boy for He Tiangu. Because of this incident, Qin Yun was very angry with her brother. Now it seems that she was overthinking. My brother is so outstanding, how could he not make money? It hasn't been long since then, and his wealth has skyrocketed so much, almost reaching tens of millions. If I had worked peacefully in the company, I might not have achieved what I have today. No problem. You are my most beloved sister. If you really don't want to work, just follow me after graduation. I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000, which is more than enough for you to squander. If it's not enough, I'll give you a raise. Qin Yang looked at Qin Yun with a smile and said with a doting look on his face. Brother, you are so good to me. It's a pity that we are brother and sister, otherwise I would wake up laughing in my dreams if I had a considerate boyfriend like you. Speaking of this, Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a little regretful. My brother is so gentle and considerate, and he has both talent and good looks. I don't know which woman he will be chosen by in the future. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? After all, you are the campus beauty of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. There must be many men pursuing you. Isn't it a matter of minutes to find a boyfriend? Of course, if your standards are as good as your brother's, it would be quite difficult. It's not that Qin Yang is conceited, but the facts are right in front of him. Rich people are not necessarily handsome, and handsome people are not necessarily talented. Even if he possessed all of the above advantages, he might not be as gentle and considerate as Qin Yang. Qin Yun was doted on by Qin Yang, so her standards for finding a boyfriend were inevitably much higher, otherwise she wouldn't have been single until now. Narcissism. Qin Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Yang boasting in front of her. Yun, I really envy you for having a brother who dotes on you so much. Han Shi walked forward and looked at Qin Yun with eyes full of envy. Of course, she would secretly glance at Qin Yang from time to time. For her, Qin Yang is the real target. Qin Yun, Han Shi, I didn't expect you to be shopping here too, what a coincidence. That was when it happened. A voice broke the silence. Hearing this, Qin Yun, Han Shi, and Qin Yang all looked towards the person who came. Song Daming, why are you here? Do you dare to follow us? At this moment, Qin Yun's face became gloomy, and she spoke to the other party in a cold tone. How is that possible? It's my sister's birthday in a few days, and I just came here to buy her some new clothes as a birthday present. I just didn't expect to meet you here. Tell me, is this fate? Song Daming didn't care at all about Qin Yun's attitude towards him. He just laughed awkwardly, walked up to Qin Yun and explained quickly. Of course, Qin Yun and Han Shi would not believe it at all. After all, this guy stopped the two of them at the school gate, asked them about their well-being, and even wanted to drive them for a ride. It hasn't been that long and we meet again. If you say it's a coincidence, they won't believe it even if you kill them. Do you think we are fools who would believe you so easily? Seeing that Song Daming still insisted on making excuses in front of him, Xin Yun couldn't help but snort coldly and said angrily. It doesn't matter. I see that you two really like the clothes in this store, so why don't I buy a few pieces for you? Just consider it as my apology to you, how do you think? Song Daming's face immediately revealed a strong sense of superiority. He is a well-known celebrity in school. His family assets are worth tens of millions. He is a thorough second-generation rich. Using such means, he has won the hearts of countless beauties. Even if she is the most beautiful girl in the department or school, it is no problem at all. If he wasn't interested in Xin Yun, why would he go to such great lengths to show off in front of her? Don't think you can show off in front of me just because you have a few bucks. I'm telling you, you'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. There's no way I would fall in love with a scumbag like you, let alone be your girlfriend. Xin Yun knew exactly what Song Daming was thinking. What she hated most was the guy who just relied on his few bucks to show off his superiority. His face is full of the smell of money, and he wishes he could do whatever he wants if he had money. That's right. Song Daming, our Xin Yun won't fall for your tricks at all. Don't waste your time, just get out of here. There was also a hint of disgust in Han Shi's eyes when he looked at Song Daming. She had disliked this guy for a long time, but she had never confronted him. Unexpectedly, this guy became more and more aggressive and harassed Xin Yun again and again. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and exploded at this moment. Are you sure? This is a Chanel clothing store. Any piece of clothing costs tens of thousands. With the little money you have, I'm afraid you may not be able to afford it, right? Song Daming knew that Xin Yun and Han Shi loved these luxury clothes, so he appeared at this time. His pocket money is hundreds of thousands a month, so buying a few luxury clothes is no problem at all. As long as he could make Xin Yun obey him, he didn't mind spending a little more money. Who said they can't afford it? At this moment, Xin Yang stood up and took the initiative to protect Xin Yun and Han Shi behind him. His face was full of gloom. Through the conversation just now, Xin Yang has roughly understood it. This guy is shamelessly pestering his sister and even intends to win people's hearts in this way. This suddenly filled Xin Yang's heart with anger. This toad actually wants to eat swan meat? No way. Who are you, kid? I talked to them, what the hell is it to you? If you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, don't you consider your own abilities? Don't let yourself get into trouble in the end. Only then did Song Daming realize that there was a handsome young man standing next to Xin Yun and Han Shi. At first, Song Daming thought this guy was a salesperson in the store, but now it seems obvious that this is not the case. You are quite arrogant. I'll give you 3 seconds. Now, apologize to Xin Yun immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Xin Yang's tone was cold, and at this moment an extremely strong aura burst out from his body. Instead of feeling afraid, Song Daming's mouth corners curved into an evil arc and he burst into laughter. He immediately pointed his finger at Xin Yang's nose and said sarcastically with a look of disdain. Just you? You dare to order me? You kid, do you know who I am? Chapter 35 Want to run? No way. Are you done? Seeing Song Daming's arrogant attitude, Xin Yang knew that if he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he would not know how powerful he was. Suddenly, she glared at him with cold eyes. Why, are you scared? Because I don't want to bother with you right now, get out of here right now. Otherwise, I can call dozens of people over in a minute, and by then, I'm not sure if you can still stand here and talk to me intact. Song Daming felt extremely unhappy when he saw Xin Yang's pretentious look. So he snorted coldly and threatened directly. Bang! Xin Yang didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and slapped Song Daming directly on the face. The sound is crisp and loud. Because Xin Yang was too angry, he showed no mercy at all. Song Daming was sent flying with a slap in the face. His entire figure flew backwards several meters and rolled on the ground for thousands of times, looking extremely embarrassed. For a moment, everyone in the store heard the noise and their attention was immediately drawn to it. Ah! You kid, you dare to attack me? Are you looking for death? Song Daming felt a burning pain on his cheek, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was furious. His eyes flashed with coldness, he stared at Xin Yang and roared. I think you should be the one seeking death. How dare a toad like you set your sights on my sister? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Xin Yang shook his hands and said to Song Daming with a playful look. I'm telling you, if you dare to bother her again, it won't just be a slap in the face. I will make you pay a price 1,000 times more painful than this. Song Daming's expression darkened. He didn't expect that this guy would be Qin Yun's brother. But even so what? Song Daming is a well-known rich second generation in the Magic City Conservatory of Music. He has a noble status and has never suffered such humiliation. If he doesn't take revenge for this, how will he survive in the future? Okay, if you have the guts, just wait for me. Song Daming got up from the ground in a panic, then said something harsh to Qin Yang, then ran out covering his injured face. Brother, you are too impulsive. Song Daming has a strong background and is considered a well-known figure in our school. You are openly humiliating him now. Given his revengeful style, he will definitely cause trouble for you later. Qin Yun was deeply touched that her brother stood up for her. But when he thought about the possibility that Song Daming would take revenge on him, he couldn't help but feel worried. Yun, don't worry. I don't care about this kind of clown. Believe me, this guy can't cause much trouble. If he dares to continue to bother you in the future, tell me and I will punish him. Qin Yang showed a slight smile on his face, and it seemed that he didn't take Song Daming seriously at all. Elder brother. Qin Yun wanted to say a few more words, but didn't want to be interrupted by Qin Yang. Okay, there's no need to ruin your good mood for someone like this. Don't you want to buy some clothes? Whichever one do you like, I'll buy it for you. Faced with Qin Yang's generosity, Qin Yun quickly put her worries aside. After shopping for about half an hour and picking out more than a dozen pieces, Qin Yun still felt unsatisfied. Just as he was about to buy a few more pieces, Han Shi stopped him. Yun, is that almost done? The clothes in this store are not cheap. I can't wear all the clothes I bought. It was Han Shi's reminder that helped Qin Yun come back to her senses in time. Brother, how about we stop here today? Although Qin Yang made a lot of money, he was willing to pay for her. But Qin Yun couldn't help feeling a little distressed to spend so much at once. You know, this is a Chanel brand store, and the price of each piece of clothing is really not cheap. Beautiful lady, pack up all the clothes they just tried on. I'll buy them all. Qin Yang looked at the salesperson not far away and gestured to her. No problem. When the beautiful saleswoman saw that Qin Yang was so generous, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. He hurried over and quickly packed up the clothes that Qin Yun and Han Shi had tried on. The total is 253,700. Sir, would you like to pay by card or other method? Soon the beautiful saleswoman calculated the prices and said to Qin Yang with a smile on her face. Swipe your card. The password is 6 zeros. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the beautiful saleswoman. Okay. Drop. The counter staff swiped the card to pay, and the whole process went smoothly. Sir, your bank card. The staff member handed Qin Yang's bank card with both hands, his expression full of respect. Why are you still standing there? Grab your things and go. Qin Yang took the bank card and walked out of the store with the shopping bag, but saw Qin Yun and Han Shi still standing there in a daze. At that moment, he couldn't help but remind him directly. Oh, here it comes. Qin Yun quickly came to her senses, picked up the shopping bag and quickly followed. Brother, the way you paid the bill just now was so handsome. After hearing this, Qin Yang's expression changed immediately, and he said to Qin Yun with a little dissatisfaction. You mean, I'm not handsome if I don't pay for you? Qin Yun, you are too snobbish, aren't you? Do you really think of me as a free ATM machine? Nonsense, I don't think so. Qin Yun shook her head instantly and said coquettishly. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm going to buy you some shoes and skincare products while I'm happy today. Qin Yang has money now, and given his love for Qin Yun, he naturally wants to buy more things for her. She must have what others have, brand name clothes, bags and shoes, and even high-end skincare products, and she must have what others don't have even more. In short, it's just 3 words, I'm not short of money. Qin Yun was so moved that she almost cried. She has enjoyed Qin Yang's doting since she was a child, and this is no exception even now that she is in college. Thank you for everything you have done for me, bro. What's there to thank me for? I'm your brother, who else should I favor if not you? Qin Yang reached out and touched Qin Yun's head, his eyes full of doting. One afternoon, the 3 of them visited dozens of stores. There are so many shopping bags that I can no longer carry them. For this purpose, Qin Yang specially called for a runner and a special car to deliver these things to the door of Qin Yun's dormitory. However, while waiting, A familiar figure appeared not far away. The man in the lead was Song Daming, followed by 20 or so hooligans. They each held a baseball bat and a steel pipe in their hands, and it was obvious that they were here to take revenge on Qin Yang. "Brother, what should we do now? Song Daming is clearly here to cause trouble for us. How about we run away now?" Qin Yun's face turned pale. She didn't expect that Song Daming's revenge would come so quickly. He came with so many people and with great momentum. "Run? It's too late. None of you can run away today." Song Daming walked closer and heard Qin Yun's words. He immediately snorted with disdain. Chapter 36, Shocking Power. "What? The lesson I just gave you wasn't enough, and now you have to come to me to suffer?" Faced with such a situation, Qin Yang's performance was completely different from Qin Yun's. He was a master of Bajiquan, and he didn't take the 20 or so thugs in front of him seriously at all. What made Qin Yang laugh was that Song Daming completely ignored his previous warning and was about to come to him to die. This was the first time Qin Yang had seen such a stupid guy. "Ha, it's come to this, and you can still laugh. Okay, very good. You just slapped me in the face, I'm going to pay you back 100-fold. From childhood to adulthood, Song Daming has never been slapped in the face by anyone, especially in public. He had a deep hatred for Qin Yang and was eager to take revenge, so he couldn't wait until tomorrow. The 20 or so thugs behind him are well-known tough guys in this area. Song Daming spent 200,000 to hire them just to make Qin Yang pay the price immediately. "Come on, all of you. Whoever captures this guy first will be rewarded with an extra 50,000 yuan. These people are all greedy for money." When they heard the reward of 50,000 yuan, everyone's eyes widened and they treated Qin Yang as a cash cow. With the weapon in his hand, he quickly approached Qin Yang's location. "Yun, Han Shi, you two step back. I will take care of these people myself. You two should pay attention to protecting your own safety." At this time, Qin Yang was more worried that the fight would affect Qin Yun and Han Shi. He turned around and quickly asked them to keep their distance from him. "Brother, you have to be careful then." In order not to distract her brother, Qin Yun and Han Shi immediately retreated 7 or 8 meters. But he was still worried about Qin Yang's safety, and his face was full of worry. "Yun, you have to trust your brother. Since he said he can handle it, there should be no problem." Han Shi saw that Qin Yang had a calm expression and was not afraid of Song Daming and the others at all. "I guess that he should be strong enough to deal with this situation. What are you still standing there for? Come on, kill this guy." Song Daming's eyes flashed with coldness. He wished he could step on Qin Yang's head right now, and then look down at this guy to see what qualifications he had to be so arrogant in front of him. The gangsters are ready to fight and are taking action one by one. Go to hell. The leader, a yellow-haired man holding a baseball bat, rushed towards Qin Yang quickly and swung it hard at his chest. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and punched out with just one punch, and the baseball bat broke. Next second, he flew into the air and raised his leg to do a sidekick. The yellow-haired man's feet left the ground and he flew backwards 7 or 8 meters in an instant, then rolled over the concrete floor several times. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The yellow-haired man covered his chest, feeling as if his whole body was about to fall apart. The scene fell into deathly silence. The gang's eyes widened instantly, and they stood there in shock. They never expected that Qin Yang's seemingly weak body could burst out with such powerful strength. Decisive, ruthless. In just a few seconds, he was able to knock down a person, shocking them completely. How is this possible? Is his strength so formidable? With just one person, he can intimidate these gang members? The most shocked person was Song Daming. At first, he thought that calling on so many people to deal with Qin Yang was already an exaggeration. Now it seems that I have underestimated this kid's strength. Don't you want to punish me? Why are you standing there? Just come on. Today, I will defeat you all one by one. Qin Yang was full of energy and ambition at this moment, showing his arrogance and dominance. The thug's legs seemed to be filled with lead and weighed 1,000 pounds. With the previous example of Huangmao, everyone no longer looked at Qin Yang with such contempt as before. What replaced it was an extreme fear. No one wanted to attack Qin Yang at this time and bring trouble upon themselves. Assholes, I paid you to come here, not to let you sit here and do nothing. Come on, come on. With so many of you, no matter how powerful he is, he will still be unable to resist. Song Daming had a gloomy face and yelled at the thugs in front of him. However, the gangsters were still afraid of Qin Yang's strength and did not dare to act rashly. Song Daming was in a stalemate over this. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, 300,000. If anyone can help me deal with this guy, I will give him the money immediately. Boom! At this moment, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the gangsters was ignited again. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. 300,000 was already a considerable sum of money for those of them who were living on the edge of a knife. This price is worth the risk. The next moment, there were several burly men among the gangsters. They held bayonets from their waists and said coldly to Qin Yang with ferocious faces, "Boy, if you don't want to be beaten to a pulp, then you should confess your crime to Master Song. If you really lose your life, don't blame us for being ruthless." When Song Daming saw the current scene, the corners of his mouth immediately curved into an arc, a very evil smile. "Humph, let's see what tricks you have now. Qin Yun, you can't run away. I'm going to have a good time with you in front of your brother." This moment, Song Daming's eyes couldn't help but become hot when he looked at Qin Yun. He seemed to be able to see the scene of Qin Yun being toyed with under his crotch. "You don't know your own limitations." Qin Yang's eyes flashed with disdain. He never took this gang of thugs seriously from the beginning to the end. Now, they dare to speak so brazenly in front of Qin Yang, they are simply courting their own destruction. Superior. There was a gleam of ferocity in the eyes of those burly thugs. In less than a moment, they united and launched an attack on Qin Yang at the same time. They are fast, but Qin Yang is even faster than them. Swish! Only a shadow was seen flying by. Qin Yang's figure disappeared on the spot. The thugs suddenly lost their target. Just as they were confused and looking for Qin Yang's trace. Bang bang bang! After several muffled groans, they were kicked hard in the lower back. The powerful impact caused them to lose their balance instantly and their faces hit the ground heavily. The ribs were broken and I will probably have to stay in the hospital for several months. Trash, all of them are trash. I paid you to come here to help me solve the problem. More than 20 people didn't even touch this kid's hair. What use do I have for you? Song Daming's eyes were filled with anger and he was extremely dissatisfied with what was happening before his eyes. If I had known earlier, I should have asked my family to send some bodyguards over. Only with their strength can they subdue this bastard. Seeing that something was wrong, Song Daming, who was hiding behind the gangsters, wanted to run away immediately. It's a pity that Qin Yang had already noticed it early on. He pushed off the ground with his legs and his body shot out like a cannonball. In just a moment, Song Daming's way was blocked. Why, you were so arrogant just now, but now it's only been a short while and you want to run away? You are a good calculator, man. Unfortunately, I won't let you get away so easily. Qin Yang grinned and said with a playful look on his face. Chapter 37. Don't waste your energy. The person she likes is me. You didn't do anything stupid. If you dare to hurt me, I will not let you off easily. Song Daming's face turned pale. But even so, he still insisted on being stubborn and yelling in front of Qin Yang. Bang! Qin Yang swung his arm and slapped him. There is no need to explain too much to such a brainless person. Moreover, he had said before that if he dared to cause trouble again, his fate would be even worse. Since Qin Yang can say it, he will naturally do it. Asshole! Song Daming staggered and fell to the ground. Both the left and right sides of his face were branded with a bright red palm print, which looked quite symmetrical. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. In the face of Qin Yang's powerful strength, he was simply powerless to resist. Kneel down and admit your mistake, then slap yourself 100 times. Once you've done all this, I'll let you go. After a moment, Qin Yan walked up to Song Daming and spoke to him condescendingly. Bah, forget it. How could Song Daming be willing to suffer such humiliation? He rejected Qin Yang's proposal without even thinking about it. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and kicked Song Daming in the chest. This blow almost dislocated his internal organs. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth instantly, and his face couldn't help but twist. It was obvious that he was suffering from pain that ordinary people could not imagine. I'll give you one more chance, just speak nicely. Qin Yang smiled and stared at Song Daming. It seemed that if Song Daming's answer did not satisfy him, he would continue to suffer physical pain. To admit my mistake, please don't do it again. The look in Song Daming's eyes when he looked at Qin Yang was full of fear at this moment. This guy is simply a lunatic. They start fighting as soon as they disagree. If this continued, Song Daming was really afraid that he would be beaten to death by Qin Yang. Snap, snap, snap. Under Qin Yang's coercion, Song Daming had to get up from the ground, kneeling down and slapping himself in the face. He slapped her 100 times in 4 or 5 minutes. After the fight, his face was swollen like a pig, and it was completely unrecognizable compared to his previous appearance. Go away! Don't harass my sister in the future, or you will end up in a worse situation than this time. Don't think I'm kidding you. I, Qin Yang, always keep my word. Qin Yang looked arrogant and shouted at Song Daming. And all of you, disappear from my sight in 10 seconds. The next second, Qin Yang warned the gang of thugs with sharp eyes. Everyone felt relieved. When he learned that he could leave, he ran faster than a rabbit. Brother, when did you become so powerful? With so many people, they can't hurt you at all. Qin Yan took a deep breath and stared at Qin Yang with shock in her eyes. Today alone, my brother has brought me so many surprises. You know, I like to exercise. Some time ago, I signed up for a boxing training class. That's when I learned all these skills. It's just that I didn't expect that I would be so good after just some casual practice. These few ordinary thugs are no match for me. Qin Yang smiled awkwardly, and then explained to Qin Yun. Real? Qin Yun looked doubtful, and her intuition told her that this must be a reason her brother had made up. However, seeing that he didn't want to tell the truth at all, Qin Yun didn't dare to ask any further questions. Of course, when has my brother ever lied to you? Qin Yang touched his nose. Although he knew that this reason was a bit far-fetched, he found a more appropriate excuse at the moment. It's getting late, you should go back to school. I'll call a special car for you. Send me a message when you get to the dormitory. Qin Yang did not give Qin Yun a chance to refuse. Soon, he took out his mobile phone and started making arrangements. Before leaving, Qin Yang transferred 500,000 yuan into Qin Yun's bank account. Take this money and spend it first. If it's not enough, come back to me for more. There's no need to put yourself in a difficult position in the future. Qin Yun was naturally deeply moved by Qin Yang's generosity. Immediately, he thanked Qin Yang with an excited look on his face. After Qin Yun and Han Shi left, Qin Yang rode his motorcycle directly to Sophie's company. At this time, I think she should be getting off work soon. Qin Yang did not forget to make an appointment with Sophie for dinner and a movie in the evening. And at this time, the gate of Sophie company. A black Porsche 911 worth more than 2 million yuan was parked not far away. The trunk was opened and filled with roses and balloons. With such a scene, it is obvious that someone is preparing to confess his love. Qin Yang was bored waiting, so he walked over out of curiosity. The owner of the Porsche is a rich second generation who is about her age. He was wearing a neat suit and a pair of sunglasses. The hairstyle was specially fixed with hair wax, which looks extremely cool. Dude, who are you planning to confess to when you're blocking the entrance to the company? What's it to you? Gao Jun glanced at Qin Yang, and felt unhappy when he saw that this guy's appearance was a threat to him. At that moment, naturally, I didn't give him a good look. Qin Yang saw that the other person was inexplicably hostile towards him, so he didn't say anything more. He sat back on his motorcycle and subconsciously took out his cell phone from his pocket, intending to send a message to Sophie to ask her when she would get off work. Dark Horse Prince, Goddess Sue, how long will it take you to get off work? I'm already at the door of your company. Unfortunately, after Qin Yang sent the message, he didn't receive a reply from Sophie for several minutes. Out of boredom, he had no choice but to watch some videos. About 10 minutes later. Ding dong. Goddess Sue finally replied. President Sue, sorry, I was in a meeting in the conference room just now and didn't see your message. I'm done with my work here, I'll pack up and go down right away. Dark Horse Prince, it doesn't matter. It won't take too long. Just finish the work at hand, so we can have fun in the evening. Qin Yang was very considerate and had no intention of urging Sophie. In the president's office. Sophie leaned back on the sofa, looking at the message Qin Yang had just sent, a smile inexplicably appearing on the corner of her mouth. This guy is quite considerate. If it was someone else who had waited this long, they might have felt resentful. But now, he seems to understand me. See here. Sophie picked up her bag and immediately stood up and walked downstairs to the company. 5 or 6 minutes later. Sophie had just walked out of the company gate and was looking around for Qin Yang, but unexpectedly a man appeared in her sight. Gao Jun was holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, and he expressed his love to Sophie with deep affection. "Miss Su, since the first time I saw you, I have fallen in love with you. Every night, you appear in my dreams, which makes me realize that I can't live without you. I like you, please be my girlfriend." Faced with this sudden confession, Sophie's face showed surprise, and she was obviously extremely surprised. Less than a moment later, Sophie refused in person. "I'm sorry, but I can't accept your confession because you're not my type at all. So what kind of man do you like? I can become better for you." Gao Jun refused to give up and immediately asked Sophie. "No need to guess. The person she likes is me. You have no chance at all." A voice came from behind, instantly breaking the awkward situation. Chapter 38, Slap the Face of the Licking Dog. Rich second generation rewarded with 10 billion group shares. Ding, random mission released, host defends goddess and slaps the face of the licking rich second generation. The reward is worth 30% of the shares of China Resources Group worth 10 billion. Qin Yang was delighted, as this triggered another plot mission. And this time the reward is more generous than before. China Resources Group's businesses are mainly in catering, star-rated hotels, real estate, and clothing. In the Magic City, there is also a giant Buddha. These shares are worth billions and will continue to soar in value for a long time to come. Qin Yang didn't expect that his luck would be so good this time and he could get such a good reward. In an instant, the look in his eyes when he looked at Gao Jun became excited. "Is it you?" At this moment, Gao Jun turned around suddenly and Qin Yang's figure appeared in his sight. "Isn't this the guy who just spoke to me?" "Yes, that's me." Qin Yang shrugged and a confident smile appeared on his face. "Humph, you're just riding a broken motorcycle, how much is it worth? What qualifications do you have to compete with me? With Miss Su's vision, how could she be interested in you? Boy, I think you are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Are you still dreaming?" Gao Jun naturally would not believe Qin Yang's one-sided statement. Contempt immediately appeared on his face, and he spoke to him with a disdainful tone. "Believe it or not, that's your business. Miss Su, let's go." Qin Yang withdrew his gaze from Gao Jun, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and then he spoke directly to Sophie. "Good." Sophie completely ignored Gao Jun's existence and nodded to Qin Yang. Seeing the two of them about to leave together, Gao Jun finally came back to his senses from his shock. He shook his head violently, unable to believe what he saw. "No, this is impossible. Miss Su is known for her high standards. How could she possibly be interested in a brat like you? Tell me the truth, what methods did you use to threaten Miss Su into submission?" Gao Jun felt extremely unwilling. He simply couldn't bear to watch Sophie being taken away by Qin Yang. In just a moment, Gao Jun rushed up to the two of them and blocked their way. "Get out of the way." A hint of coldness flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He didn't want to use force in front of Sophie, so he burst out with a strong aura, trying to intimidate Gao Jun. It's a pity that Gao Jun was not moved at all. "I asked you a question, why didn't you answer me? You kid, do you really think that I, Gao Jun, am easy to mess with?" Gao Jun's eyes were stern, and he wished he could give Qin Yang a good beating right now. It was this kid who ruined his own good deeds. If he doesn't pay the price, he will never be able to get over the anger in his heart. Miss Su has made it very clear just now. She doesn't like you at all and doesn't want to be your girlfriend. Are you deaf? Or do you just not understand what people are saying? I don't have time to waste time talking to you. I'll count to 3. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Yang's patience is limited. Especially since this guy confessed his love to Sophie in front of him, he already felt very uncomfortable. If Qin Yang hadn't wanted to show a perfect image in front of Sophie, he would have slapped her in the face long ago. There was no way he would have wasted so much time talking to her. If you have the guts, try it. I want to see how capable you are. You dare to act so presumptuously in front of me, Gao Jun. Gao Jun, however, is the eldest son of the Gao family and has been pampered since childhood. He now owns 3 companies with total assets exceeding 100 million. Not to mention that the Gao family behind him is also quite powerful in the whole country. There are few people who dare to offend Gao Jun, except for those young masters in the upper circles of Shanghai. Bang! Qin Yang raised his hand and slapped Gao Jun hard on the face. The sound is crisp and extremely loud. Asshole! How dare you hit me? A bright red palm print was imprinted on Gao Jun's face, and he could feel the burning pain. At this moment, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He subconsciously covered his cheek, and then stared at Qin Yang with cold eyes, wishing he could kill him. She actually made him lose face in front of the woman he loved. Isn't this what you asked for? I'm just doing what you want. Get out of my way, or I'll get slapped in the face. Qin Yang sneered, then took Sophie's hand and walked directly towards Harley-Davidson. Gao Jun originally wanted to step forward to stop it, but Qin Yang's slap just now almost knocked her unconscious. For a moment, I felt a little afraid of Qin Yang. Asshole, I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch the woman that Gao Jun likes, you must pay a painful price. And for this slap in the face, I will return it 100-fold and 1,000-fold. Gao Jun stared at Qin Yang's back with vicious eyes. Immediately, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number immediately. Check who is the man who has been close to Sophie recently. I want all his background information, the more detailed the better. Then, send someone to keep a close eye on him. Ding, random mission completed. Congratulations to the host for winning 30% of the shares of China Resources Group worth 10 billion. Within 24 hours, the top management of China Resources Group will contact the host to handle the handover procedures. Please wait patiently. Qin Yang was secretly excited to receive such a generous reward. However, he did not show it in front of Sophie. Qin Yang, thank you for helping me out. But you are still too impulsive. Gao Jun is not an ordinary person. His background is not simple. You slapped him in the face. With his personality, this matter will definitely not end. I'm afraid you may encounter a lot of trouble next. After walking a distance, Sophie looked at Qin Yang with concern and couldn't help but speak. Including this time, this is the second time Qin Yang has rescued himself. At the same time, he offended an unfathomable enemy. With Qin Yang's current strength, he is no match for these wealthy kids. She was very afraid that Qin Yang would be implicated because of her relationship. Don't worry, Miss Su. I'm sure I can handle it. Let's not talk about this for now, let's think about where to go for dinner next. Qin Yang smiled slightly, not taking what Sophie said to heart at all. With his current strength, he has enough confidence to challenge these so-called rich kids. Besides, as long as Sophie is around, the black technology system will continue to issue tasks. The more tasks he completes, the stronger he will become. Qin Yang is a smart man, so his goal is very clear and has never changed. You. Sophie frowned, seeming to be very unhappy with Qin Yang's attitude. After all, I told Qin Yang all this out of good intentions, wanting him to be alert and take precautions before anything happens. I know all about Miss Su's good intentions. But since I dare to do these things, I naturally have the courage to bear them. If we really encounter difficulties, don't we still have you? Will Miss Su just stand by and watch? In order to make Sophie relax, Qin Yang explained with a smile. Chapter 39 Goddess in Love Super Reward. You have a point. Seeing this, Sophie no longer bothered about this issue. Night falls quietly. Qin Yang and Sophie soon arrived at a nearby star-rated hotel called Paradise on Earth. The two people appeared in the hall and instantly caused a sensation. There is no other reason, it's just because they are both handsome and beautiful with outstanding temperament. People who don't know them would think they are just a pair of idle stars. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, Qin Yang chose a quieter corner. Ms. Su, if I remember correctly, your taste should be lighter. I've already ordered a few dishes, see if there's anything you need to add. Qin Yang sat opposite Sophie, took the menu from the waiter, ordered a few dishes first, and then handed the menu to Sophie. No, just order some. Sophie couldn't help feeling happy when she saw that Qin Yang remembered her taste so clearly. I immediately declined his proposal. Okay, let's have these first, and we can add more if they're not enough. Qin Yang nodded and said to the waiter with a smile. By the way, I noticed that you have been quite free recently, so there should be no problem with your work, right? Sophie seemed to remember something. At this time, he looked at Qin Yang and asked curiously. You mean Black Swan's part-time job as a takeaway delivery man? I have already quit that job. Now I am a freelancer and do some investments. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Sophie would care about him so much. In less than a moment, he came to his senses and explained to Sophie with a smile. Quit? Why did you quit for no reason? So what are the returns from your investment now? Sophie frowned, seeming puzzled by Qin Yang's behavior. If you invest in stock market full-time and cannot guarantee profits, it is easy to lose all your money. It's okay. A few days ago, one of my brothers raised some money and asked me to help him invest in stocks. We have made a profit of 7-8 million yuan so far, and we split the profits in half. For now, we are not short of money to spend. Qin Yang thought about it and finally decided to reveal his financial strength to Sophie. Although he knew that this amount of money might not be much in Sophie's eyes. But at least it can prove that Qin Yang can fully support his life with his own abilities. At the same time, it also highlights one's own talents and abilities. So much? Sophie was also shocked when she heard the amount. In just a few days, Qin Yang was able to make so much money, which shows how talented he is in stock market investment. Although this amount was just a drop in the bucket in her eyes, the fact that Qin Yang could earn it in a short period of time was enough to prove his talent and ability. Such a potential stock was chosen by myself. At this moment, Sophie couldn't help but sigh that her vision for men was indeed equally outstanding. Not much. In half a month, the estimated value will skyrocket several times. By then, I shouldn't be short of money. If your company is short of funds and needs financing, you can come to me at any time. Don't think that Qin Yang said this in a small tone. But every word he said was true. Even without counting the group shares he currently holds and the luxury homes he owns, the amount in his bank account alone is a full 10 million. Not to mention, when the stock market investment ends, he will be able to get a considerable amount of money. Qin Yang, I didn't expect that. I still underestimated you. Sophie took a deep breath, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Yang changed. Less contempt and more admiration. The guy in front of me is simply a treasure boy. He is handsome, gentle, has a positive outlook on love, no bad habits, and possesses many talents and abilities. Now, even the ability to make money has far exceeded Sophie's expectations. There is absolutely no blind spot in 360 degrees. He is like the male god that countless women dream of. Right now, I just have a special liking for her. Sophie felt an unprecedented joy in her heart. This would make her many times happier than if she had signed several big orders. Maybe I should give him a chance and try dating him for a while? At this moment, an idea suddenly popped up in Sophie's mind. If you miss this man, you may never meet him again. Miss Sue, thank you for the compliment. I can barely make a living, I can't compare with you at all. Qin Yang looked very humble and seemed to be complimenting Sophie. Qin Yang, can I ask you a question? Sophie's eyes flickered. She hesitated for a while and then stared at Qin Yang. Miss Sue, just ask whatever you want to ask. Qin Yang nodded slightly, signaling Sophie to speak directly. What do you like about me? Or what attracts you to me? As soon as she finished speaking, Sophie looked at Qin Yang expectantly, wanting to get an answer from him. To be honest, if Qin Yang said that he only liked her beauty, she would think that this man was superficial. This made Sophie very disgusted because the countless men who had confessed their love to her before were all after her wealth and beauty. To be honest, there are many beautiful women around me, and I often ask myself why I don't like them. I never understood this feeling until I met you. I cannot deny that I like your beauty and your unique temperament. But more than that, I like your character and values. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't be so comfortable with each other. It feels like we met too late. Qin Yang thought for a long time before organizing his words to speak to Sophie. This answer came completely from his heart and was sincere. Beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare to find. The reason why Qin Yang fell in love with Sophie at first sight was probably because of this. Your answer satisfies me. I'm willing to try dating you for a while. It will last for 2 months. If we get along well and really feel that we are good to each other, we can officially confirm our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. What do you think? Sophie hesitated for a moment. In the end, he mustered up the courage to tell Qin Yang his thoughts. Boom! Qin Yang felt as if a bolt of thunder had fallen on his head, completely shocking him to the point of standing still. It took him a moment to recover from his shock. Miss Sue, is what you just said true? Are you sure you are not kidding me? Until this moment, Qin Yang still couldn't believe his slap, and confirmed with Sophie with a nervous face. Sure, I'm serious. Why, you don't want to? Sophie's eyes flickered and she looked at Qin Yang in surprise. No, I do. I very much do. I just feel that this is all too surreal and I can hardly believe it. Qin Yang looked excited and quickly replied with a smile. Ding, the core mission is released. If you win the heart of the goddess within 2 months, you will be rewarded with all the shares of the Seaside Cat Group worth 100 billion, a Bugatti Chiron supercar worth 100 million, a Patek Philippe Parrot Frisbee watch worth 80 million, and a random god-level skill, and 3,000 points. Confused. I was stunned by the explosion. This is the most generous reward package Qin Yang has ever seen. The total value exceeds 100 billion. Chapter 40, Watching a Movie with Tsundere Goddess Su. Qin Yang was secretly ecstatic about the core task issued by the Black Technology System at this time. As long as he can complete this task, he can get these rewards and become a billionaire. From now on, I will never be short of money. Qin Yang, then I will wait and see your performance next. Sophie has made it clear and has officially given Qin Yang the opportunity to pursue her. As long as Qin Yang makes a little effort, and if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before the two of them officially establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Don't worry, I will do my best and will never let you down. Qin Yang nodded vigorously, still looking a little excited. Not long. The waiter then brought the dishes and placed them on the table one by one. The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Around 8 o'clock. Qin Yang took Sophie out of the hotel gate. After finding out there was a cinema nearby, Qin Yang decided to reserve a seat in advance. Ms. Su. Don't call me Miss Su, it sounds strange. Just call me Sophie or Fair. Qin Yang was just about to ask Sophie what type of movie she wanted to watch. But he didn't expect that he would be interrupted before he could even finish his words. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Yang immediately smiled, and then asked in a gentle voice, Fair, this is the cinema's schedule for tonight. Take a look and see if there is any movie you want to watch. After saying that, Qin Yang took the initiative to hand his cell phone to Sophie. A romantic movie, this one. Sophie usually leads a leisurely life and usually never goes to the movies. However, this doesn't mean she isn't interested. She quickly picked out a movie called Unforgettable Love from the action, horror and romance movie genres. Okay, I'll start booking a seat now. Qin Yang smiled slightly and stared at Sophie with interest. He didn't expect that Sophie, who looked like an ice goddess, actually liked to watch this type of movie. However, Qin Yang did not dare to ask more questions. Okay. Soon, the two of them headed straight to the cinema. About 20 minutes. Qin Yang and Sophie appeared at the entrance of the cinema. Go sit on the sofa over there. I'll go get the tickets and buy you something to eat. Qin Yang was afraid that Sophie would be uncomfortable standing and waiting in her high heels. Therefore, he didn't want her to queue with him. Okay, I'll listen to you. Sophie felt warm inside and naturally did not reject Qin Yang's proposal. She walked and sat on the sofa, but her eyes were always on Qin Yang and never left. This Qin Yang is quite careful. Sophie usually wears professional attire and high heels when she goes to work, and her feet usually ache after standing for a long time. Qin Yang must have noticed this, so he felt sorry for her and asked her to sit down and rest here while he waited in line. Although this was a very small action, Sophie saw it and was naturally touched. Fortunately, Qin Yang didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, he bought milk tea and some snacks, took out the movie tickets, and then walked towards Sophie. Sorry to have kept you waiting. There are quite a lot of people coming to watch the movie today, and they all have to queue up to get their tickets. Nua, I bought you some milk tea and snacks, so you can satisfy your cravings while watching the movie later. Qin Yang sat next to Sophie. This was the first time the two of them had such close contact. He could clearly smell the lavender perfume emanating from Sophie, which was elegant, not pungent, and smelled particularly pleasant. Actually, you don't have to buy these. I don't usually drink milk tea or eat snacks. I pay more attention to maintaining my figure. Sophie smiled sweetly, looked into Qin Yang's eyes, and then spoke slowly. So that's how it is. It's all my fault for not asking you first. In that case, let's give these to other people. Otherwise, it would be a shame to throw them away. Qin Yang touched his nose, never expecting that his efforts were in vain. Subconsciously, there was a hint of frustration on his face, and he was about to give the milk tea and snacks that he had queued up for to buy to other people. After all, it is impossible for him to eat so much by himself. But just as Qin Yang stood up and was about to speak to the couple next to him, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at Sophie. After all, you queued up hard to buy it for me. If I don't accept it, it would be too inhumane. Give it to me. It's just right for me to have a taste. Sophie's cheeks blushed and she looked a little shy. She just felt in her heart that she couldn't let Qin Yang down. You can't just give away the things he queued up for so hard to buy for no reason, right? You don't want it? Qin Yang said subconsciously. I changed my mind. Bring it here. Sophie grumbled. Then, he reached out to Qin Yang to ask for it. Seeing this, Qin Yang showed a smile. He knew that the reason Sophie changed her mind was probably because she didn't want to waste his kindness. Okay, all for you. This episode undoubtedly brought the two closer together. Finally, the movie is about to begin. Qin Yang and Sophie stood up and walked towards the inner hall of the cinema. Since I bought a seat relatively far back, no one could disturb me. The field of view is wide and the viewing experience is full. In front of Qin Yang and Sophie, there were also many couples sitting. They behaved affectionately and cuddled up to each other. Qin Yang looked at it and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He glanced secretly at Sophie, but he never expected that she was also secretly looking at him. For a moment, the two looked at each other. The air was silent, and neither of them spoke. In the end, Qin Yang felt guilty, so he gave a dry laugh and took the lead in shifting his gaze to other places. The movie begins. Sophie's attention was quickly focused on the screen. She almost forgot when was the last time she went to the cinema. Now I am in the cinema again and I was immediately attracted. While drinking milk tea and eating snacks in her hand, she felt extremely relaxed whole body and mind, and completely forgot about the existence of Qin Yang beside her. This kind of goddess Sue is more real. Looking at this scene, Qin Yang's mouth curled up slightly, feeling that Sophie was particularly real. Sophie was absorbed in the plot of the movie, but Qin Yang was looking at her carefully. Every inch of skin and makeup on your face. It seems that he is completely attracted by Sophie's beauty. Yuri not watching the movie, why are you staring at me? Finally, I don't know how much time has passed. Sophie then realized that Qin Yang was not watching the movie properly and his attention was always on her. And I don't know when this situation started. I just think you're better looking than the movie. So, it's inevitable to take a few more glances. Qin Yang didn't feel embarrassed either. In front of Sophie, he took the initiative to confess. These words instantly made Sophie's heart beat faster. What nonsense are you talking about? Sophie looked shy and couldn't stand Qin Yang's eager gaze at all. He immediately turned his face to the other direction to relieve his inner excitement. Don't you know the saying that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder? In my eyes, you are unique. No movie or beautiful scenery can compare to your smile and frown. Qin Yang completely ignored Sophie's shyness and spoke directly from his heart. Chapter 41. Do you want to come to my house? Qin Yang, tell me the truth, are you sure you have never been in a relationship before? After hesitating for a few seconds, Sophie finally turned her head back. At this time, she looked at Qin Yang seriously and questioned him. No. Qin Yang shook his head. Then where did you learn these love words? You can tell from the looks of it that this is your usual routine. You just say it without thinking. If you say you've never been in love before, I'll be the first one to not believe it. There was a hint of doubt in Sophie's eyes. It's not that she didn't believe Qin Yang, she just thought this guy was too good at talking. Those words just now left her completely defenseless. It would be fine if it was any other rich second-generation young man, but these words came from Qin Yang's mouth. For a moment, Sophie couldn't help but think too much. Hey, that's it? I learned all these tricks on the spot. If you don't like what I say, I'll change it. Why do you keep doubting that I've been in a relationship before? Qin Yang quickly came to his senses and realized that his behavior might have made Sophie suspicious. After giving a wry smile, he immediately began to secretly warn himself that he must never make a slip of the tongue again in the future. Otherwise, it might cause more misunderstandings. Remember this, you are now Sophie's nominal boyfriend, so you must not act so frivolously in front of other members of the opposite sex. I, Sophie, can't afford to lose this person. Sophie's angry look was extremely cute in Qin Yang's eyes. Of course, her words had another meaning. Qin Yang couldn't say such things to other women except Sophie. It can be seen that Sophie also has her own little tricks. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, and then quickly apologized to Sophie. I'm sorry, I will pay attention next time, please don't be angry with me. Snort. Sophie didn't say anything either, she just snorted. After that, the two did not continue the conversation. As the plot of the movie progresses, the most high-energy moment comes. In a love movie, there is always one scene that is most touching. Sophie was completely immersed in it. Although she has never been in love, women are naturally emotional. No matter how cold she appears to be, she is very soft-hearted at heart. She was moved, her eyes were red and crystal tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Qin Yang naturally noticed this scene. Fortunately, he was prepared and quickly took out a tissue from his pocket. After hesitating for a while, he took the initiative to wipe Sophie's tears. Thank you. Sophie finally came to her senses. She found herself crying in front of Qin Yang. She became nervous when he saw her weakest side. Fair, you don't have to be so strong in front of me. With me here, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, I can protect you from the wind and rain. Qin Yang's eyes were filled with heartache. Sophie appears to be glamorous and successful on the surface, but in fact she is under tremendous pressure. Qin Yang was very clear about this. He wanted to give Sophie a shoulder to lean on and show her delicate side. I'm fine. Sophie shook her head, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and hugged Sophie's head directly, allowing her to lean on his shoulder. I'm serious. As long as I'm here, I will never let you suffer any injustice. Sophie wanted to break free, but she was no match for Qin Yang. Seeing this, she had no choice but to give up. She leaned on the man's shoulder like a little bird, and the feeling was extremely wonderful. Warm and touching. For some unknown reason, Sophie actually began to enjoy it. This continued until the end of the movie. In the cinema, everyone left one after another. Sophie was about to leave Qin Yang's shoulder, but was stopped by a big hand. No hurry, let's wait a little longer. I think you have never been so relaxed as you are now. In this case, enjoy yourself for a while. Soon, Qin Yang's voice was heard. To be honest, Qin Yang's voice is very nice. It's the kind of heavenly sound that can make you imagine a handsome man just by listening to his voice over the phone. Surprisingly, Sophie did not refuse. Just like that, after everyone in the cinema left, Qin Yang and Sophie stayed for another 10 minutes. If it weren't for the staff in the cinema interrupting and ruining their alone time, I'm afraid neither of them would be willing to leave. It's still early, shall we go for a walk? Qin Yang looked at the time and it was just past 9 o'clock. It would be too early to send Sophie back now. He thought about it and then made a suggestion to Sophie. Okay. Sophie agreed without hesitation. At night, the breeze blowing on your face makes you feel extremely cool. When Qin Yang saw Sophie was wearing so little, he immediately took off his coat and put it on her. Thanks. Sophie was warmed by Qin Yang's actions. After being shy for a while, she thanked Qin Yang. Let's go over there and take a look. Riverside. The two walked side by side, and the dim street lights lengthened their shadows. At this moment, the two of them looked like a couple in love, making others envious. Qin Yang, do you have any plans for the future? Sophie thought about it and took the initiative to break the silence. Not yet. Qin Yang shook his head and then explained. I care more about the present than the future. As the saying goes, we don't know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident, so we should enjoy life while we can. Live every day well and don't let yourself regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang looked at Sophie curiously and asked, Fair, what is your goal? I have always wanted to be a professional woman and make my company bigger and stronger. But after meeting you, I suddenly realized that there is another way for me to live. Maybe I can give it a try. Sophie smiled and then said, Whatever decision you make, I support you. After all, doing what you want to do is a happy thing. Qin Yang's eyes revealed his love for Sophie. He discovered that the woman in front of him had a unique charm that fascinated him. No wonder he was able to bind to the goddess strategy system only after meeting Sophie. I am very happy today, thank you for everything you have done for me. Sophie's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Qin Yang with burning eyes. This man brought her too many unexpected surprises today. You're welcome. When you have time, we can make another appointment. If you want to go somewhere, you can tell me in advance and I will go with you. Qin Yang spoke without even thinking. Good. The locomotive engine started, turning into a beautiful landscape. Sophie sat in the back seat, hugged Qin Yang's waist tightly with both hands, and headed straight for home. An hour later. The main gate of the villa. Qin Yang stopped the car, put one foot on the ground, turned around and said to Sophie. Fair, we're here, get off the car. Qin Yang, do you want to come to my house and sit down? Sophie hesitated for a while, but finally mustered up the courage to speak. Forget it. You've been working hard all day, go home and take a hot bath and rest early. Good night, and have a sweet dream. It was already past 11 o'clock, and Qin Yang was afraid that it would be inappropriate to enter Sophie's house at this time. So he shook his head and refused with a smile. Chapter 42. This is what I should do as a boyfriend. Well, be careful on your way back. Seeing Qin Yang's tactful refusal, Sophie did not force it. On the contrary, her favorable impression of Qin Yang increased again. As expected, he is worthy of being the man she likes. His character and responsibility are obvious to all. Okay, I'll watch you go in. Qin Yang smiled and signaled to Sophie with his eyes. Sophie nodded and quickly walked into the villa. Return to Jiangwan community. Qin Yang walked into his room and took a comfortable hot bath. While wiping his hair, he took out his cell phone and looked through Sophie's circle of friends. She only occasionally posts some updates about food and scenery, and there are almost no photos of herself. It seems like I need to find a chance to take some photos so I can use them as wallpapers for my phone. Qin Yang thought, since he chose to date Sophie, he naturally had to take it seriously. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when the warm sunlight shines through the windowsill and onto the floor of Qin Yang's room, he rubbed his eyes and gradually woke up. I picked up the phone on the counter and checked the time. 8:10 a.m. Oh no, I forgot to set the alarm last night and overslept. Qin Yang immediately jumped up from the bed. While putting on his clothes and shoes, he ran straight to the bathroom to wash up. Afterwards, he immediately walked out of the room and rushed to the kitchen. It took me about 20 minutes to make breakfast. Brother Qin, you came back so late yesterday, why didn't you sleep a little longer? You even got up so early in the morning to make breakfast for me. How embarrassing. Jiang Bei heard some noise in the kitchen and came over without him noticing. Seeing that Qin Yang was busy, he couldn't help but smile and spoke to himself. Jiang Bei, you think too much. This breakfast is not prepared for you. If you want to eat, either make it yourself or buy it outside. Seeing Jiang Bei's narcissistic expression, Qin Yang instantly rolled his eyes at him. And then, he attacked in an unpleasant tone. What? It's not made for me? Brother Qin, you have changed. You were not like this before. Could it be that this breakfast was specially made for that queen-like CEO? No way, has your relationship developed so fast? I've known you for so long, but this is the first time I've seen you cook for a woman. At this moment, Jiang Bei looked shocked and could hardly believe his ears. Is the man in front of me still the Qin Yang I know? He had only known Sophie for a few days, but such a big change had happened. Could it be that I was really brainwashed by President Su? Get out of the way now and don't interfere with my work. Qin Yang did not explain much, obviously agreeing with Jiang Bei's statement. Oh my god. This news is more shocking than if I won the lottery. Brother Qin, you either don't have a relationship or you can do it so quickly. I really admire you. Jiang Bei couldn't help but sigh. There was a flash of gossip in his eyes instantly. When you have time another day, bring your sister-in-law back so I can meet her. I still can't believe that you can conquer President Su. Qin Yang did not respond, all his attention was focused on the movements in his hands. Okay, we'll talk about it later. 10 minutes later. Qin Yang packed his breakfast in a bag, then went out with his keys. Jiang Bei's curiosity was instantly aroused, and he actually had the idea of following Qin Yang. Forget it. If Brother Qin knew that I was following him, he would definitely be very angry. I'd better just keep an eye on my stock market and avoid any accidents. Anyway, when the time is right, I will be able to meet the real master. Less than an hour. The gate of the Su family's luxury villa. Ding dong. Qin Yang stood at the door with breakfast and quickly pressed the doorbell. Strange, who would ring the doorbell so early in the morning? Could it be that Qin Yang brought me breakfast again? At this time, Sophie had just finished washing up in the bathroom and was about to go to the cloakroom to change clothes. I thought to myself after hearing the doorbell. After a moment, she put down the clothes in her hands and walked directly to the lobby on the first floor. Looking at the surveillance screen, I immediately saw a familiar figure. Is it really him? Sophie was shocked and quickly quickened her pace to open the door of the villa herself. Qin Yang, why are you here? After seeing Qin Yang's face, Sophie said in surprise. "Why, I can't come." Qin Yang smiled indifferently, then spoke. "No, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect that you would come and bring me breakfast today." Sophie really didn't expect this, so her heartbeat quickened and she looked a little excited. "Then you have to learn to adapt. Because from now on I will make breakfast for you and bring it to you personally. When you finish eating, I'll drive you to work." Qin Yang said this, but in fact he did not consider himself an outsider. He walked directly into the villa. "Will this be too much trouble for you?" Sophie felt a little surprised, but she didn't say it. At this moment, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face, but she finally looked at Qin Yang and asked. "No trouble. This is what I should do as a boyfriend. I finally got this opportunity, which allows me to perform well. Do you want to reject my kindness?" Qin Yang frowned and stared at Sophie as he spoke. "No, that's not what I meant." "Okay, since you want to send it, then let's do as you wish." Sophie knew in her heart that Qin Yang wanted to perform well in front of her because of what he said yesterday. She naturally had no reason to refuse. Soon, the two walked to the villa lobby. Qin Yang put the breakfast in his hand on the dining table and then found the bowl and chopsticks from the kitchen. Fresh meat ravioli and pasta. Although time was not abundant, fortunately Qin Yang had prepared the materials in advance, so he was able to make it in a hurry. "Qin Yang, I'm going upstairs to change my clothes." Sophie looked up at Qin Yang and greeted him. "No problem. I'll wait for you." Qin Yang nodded without hesitation. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Sophie walked back to the cloakroom and looked at the dazzling array of clothes on the hangers. She couldn't help but feel troubled for a moment. "I was thinking about what style I should wear to surprise Qin Yang." Qin Yang was completely unaware of this. He was downstairs, waiting for about 10 minutes. Day. The sound of high heels hitting the floor became louder and louder. Qin Yang raised his eyes and immediately saw a fairy who was so beautiful that she seemed to be otherworldly. Sophie was wearing a white gauze dress, revealing a pair of long, white legs at her feet. The angelic face, the devilish figure, and the outfit at the moment made Qin Yang stare in amazement. "Fair, you look so beautiful today." Qin Yang quickly praised him. "Just today? Wasn't I beautiful before?" Sophie smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked at Qin Yang. "Of course not. It's just that you are dressed up today and look even more charming than before." What Qin Yang said at this time was all from the bottom of his heart, without a single falsehood. Chapter 43 Goddess Favorability +2. You just know how to talk nonsense. Sophie rolled her eyes at Qin Yang. Although Sophie knew that the other party was praising her on purpose, she couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. Then she walked gracefully to the dining table and sat down. "Qin Yang, did you cook all these breakfasts yourself?" Sophie looked at the breakfast on the table and asked Qin Yang in surprise. "That's natural. Why, isn't it to your taste?" Qin Yang nodded. Immediately, a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. "No, I like it very much. When I was very young, my grandmother often made me fresh meat wontons. But since she passed away, I have never eaten it again." Sophie shook her head subconsciously and immediately took the initiative to explain. "Really? In that case, then hurry up and try it." Qin Yang is quite confident in his cooking skills. Although he is not a professional chef, his cooking skills are not much inferior to theirs. Listening to Sophie talking about the fresh meat wontons made by her grandmother, Qin Yang felt a sense of anticipation. "I long to make the fresh meat wontons myself so that Sophie would be satisfied." Good. Sophie wasn't being pretentious. Soon she sat on the chair, picked up the chopsticks beside her, and then took the initiative to pick up a piece of wonton and put it in her mouth to chew. After a moment, Sophie's eyes widened and her whole expression was filled with surprise. "Tasty." Sophie's eyes subconsciously swept towards Qin Yang, and she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Since it tastes good, then you can eat more. These are all for you." Qin Yang was sitting in front of Sophie. He held his chin with both hands and stared at Sophie with a smile on his face. Seeing her enjoying her meal, I felt particularly excited. "Try it too." Sophie always felt a little embarrassed when she saw Qin Yang watching her eat. So, she picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat wonton, and handed it to Qin Yang's mouth. Qin Yang's expression froze and he was stunned at first. However, when I saw Sophie's serious eyes, I knew she was not joking. Instead, I specifically wanted to share the food with myself. Seeing this, Qin Yang's mouth curved up into an arc, and a smile filled his entire face. He did not refuse and put the fresh meat wontons into his mouth. Fair, you can tell me what you want for breakfast in the future, and I will cook it for you myself. If I don't know how to do it, I'll learn it and I'll make sure you're satisfied. This was the first time Qin Yang was willing to make breakfast for a person of the opposite sex other than his family members. And he really enjoyed this feeling and never got tired of it. It doesn't matter. As long as you make it, I like it. Sophie's cheeks turned slightly red at some point, and her expression looked full of shyness. She looks even more charming and attractive than her usual image. Qin Yang looked at this scene and was stunned for a few seconds, and instantly lost his mind. Did you see enough, idiot? Sophie naturally noticed Qin Yang's straight gaze, and felt even more embarrassed for a moment, and immediately said to him coquettishly. Not enough. There was no trace of fear on Qin Yang's face. The next moment, he looked at Sophie seriously and said gently. You are so beautiful that I will never get tired of looking at you even if I see you every day. Plop. Plop. Sophie's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Her cheeks turned red and her whole face looked extremely shy. What are you talking about? Are you going to let me have breakfast? Sophie felt as if her heart was beating wildly. She subconsciously lowered her head and didn't dare to meet Qin Yang's eyes. Good job. This was the first time in her life that she felt so shy. This guy is so smooth talking. How come I didn't notice it when I was with him before? When Qin Yang saw Sophie's shy face, the smile on his face became more obvious. After a while, he said. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and eat your breakfast. I'll take you to work later. Sophie still didn't dare to look up. But the chopsticks in his hand did not slow down. In about 10 minutes, she had finished eating all the meat wontons in the bowl. Qin Yang took the initiative to clean up the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. Sophie looked at Qin Yang's back, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she didn't know what she was thinking for a moment. Okay, let's go out. When Qin Yang came out of the kitchen, he said to Sophie. Qin Yang, drive my car to the company later. That motorcycle of yours seems a little out of place. Sophie picked up her bag, took out the key to the Maserati sports car from it, then walked to Qin Yang and handed it to him. Indeed. Then it seems I have to buy a car to facilitate our future travels. Qin Yang rides a motorcycle because he likes the unrestrained and free feeling. But if it is used to pick up Sophie to and from get off work, it is obviously not suitable. No, I have a Porsche 911 in my garage. If you don't mind, you can take it and drive it. Otherwise, it will just gather dust in the garage. As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Sophie spoke immediately. Is this appropriate? At this moment, Qin Yang couldn't help scratching his hair, feeling like he was being kept by a rich woman. Something's inappropriate. The car is only driven for you, not directly given to you. Of course, if you don't want it, you can buy another one yourself. You are not short of money now anyway. Sophie spread her hands, looking indifferent. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he hesitated. If he rejected Sophie's kindness at this moment, it would most likely make the other party unhappy. Okay, let's do as you say. When I get back, I'll drive away the Porsche 911 in your garage. In the end, Qin Yang chose to accept Sophie's kindness. Ding, the goddess favorability towards the host increases by +2. A series of electronic sounds came from Qin Yang's mind. At this moment, he found a virtual screen appeared in front of Sophie. Sophie's favorability towards me has reached 85. It seems that my actions just now have made Sophie's favorability towards me increase a little bit again. Women are indeed not creatures that can be measured by common sense. Fortunately, Qin Yang did not make the wrong decision. The main entrance of the villa. Qin Yang and Sophie were sitting in a fiery red Maserati sports car. The engine started, and with a roar, it drove directly towards the company. 9:45. The sports car stopped at the gate of Sophie Company. Qin Yang got out of the car first and opened the door for Sophie. Then, Sophie appeared gracefully. There were quite a few pedestrians passing by. They all stopped at this moment and looked at Qin Yang and Sophie. Isn't that the cold and majestic President Su? Who is the handsome guy next to her? Looking at how close they are probably dating. This is big news. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that President Sue, the icy queen, would actually get so close to the opposite sex. Who is that handsome guy? He has a handsome face and outstanding temperament. Could he be the young master of a wealthy family? For a moment, everyone present was talking about it and acting as the gossip party of UC Shock Department. Chapter 44, the news that President Sue, the iceberg queen, is in love causes a sensation in the company. Qin Yang, I'm going to work first. Sophie lifted her hair from her forehead, looked at Qin Yang, and spoke in a gentle voice. Go ahead. If you need anything, feel free to call me. 24 hours, dedicated to serving Goddess Sue. Qin Yang bowed slightly and performed a gentlemanly gesture. Good. Sophie's mouth corners slightly raised, and a smile spread across her face. After saying that, she walked towards the company gate with graceful steps. Qin Yang did not leave immediately, but stood there, watching Sophie's figure gradually disappear before he sat in the driving seat of the sports car and stepped on the accelerator to leave. Company front desk. Xiaoqian saw Sophie walk out of the elevator and walk towards her. He immediately stood up and took the initiative to greet her. Hello, President Sue. Sophie was in a good mood today, and subconsciously nodded to Xiaoqian as a greeting. Hello, President Sue. On the way to the president's office, the company employees greeted Sophie as usual. If Sophie had followed her previous style, she would have almost ignored it. But in cash, she actually had a smile on her face and nodded to everyone. This scene instantly made everyone feel incredible. As soon as Sophie walked into the president's office, everyone immediately became lively. Was I dazzled just now? President Sue actually smiled? And he took the initiative to say hello to us? Could it be that President Sue took the wrong medicine? This is too abnormal and does not fit her style at all. I know about this. I just went downstairs to pick up a package and saw a handsome guy personally driving our CEO Sue to work. The two were talking and laughing, and it seemed like they were dating. This is impossible. Our President Sue has such high standards and has so many suitors around her, but she has never been interested in any of them. How can she just fall in love? I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? At this time, the president's secretary Shuya came over. That's enough. It's working hours now. Everyone should focus on work and not gossip about Mr. Sue's private affairs. Otherwise, if President Sue gets angry, you all know the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately shut up, quickly sat back at their workstations, and dared not discuss anything anymore. Shuya, come to my office for a moment. It was at this time. The door of the president's office was pushed open, and Sophie's voice came from inside. Okay. Shuya quickly responded, then put down everything she was doing and ran to the door of the president's office. Boom, boom, boom. Shuya stopped and fixed her makeup before knocking on the door. Come in. Sophie's voice came from the office. After getting permission, Shuya pushed the door and walked in. Boss Sue. Shuya stood in front of Sophie and said respectfully. What was that noise outside the door just now? Sophie held the teacup and took a sip. Then he looked up at Shuya and asked curiously. She was not deaf. She must have noticed the loud noise outside just now. Boss Sue, I. Shuya was stunned, obviously not expecting Sophie to ask such a question. For a moment, she was speechless and didn't know how to answer. You can just say it straight. Colleagues outside the door are discussing whether Mr. Sue is in a relationship. For 2 consecutive days, President Sue was sent to work by a mysterious handsome guy. That's why everyone couldn't help but gossip. Seeing that Sophie's eyes were determined to get to the bottom of the matter, Shuya gritted her teeth and told the truth. So that's why. After hearing what Shuya said, Sophie came back to her senses. I didn't expect that Qin Yang sending me to work would cause such a big commotion in the company. Boss Sue, don't worry. I'll warn them when I get out later not to talk about your private affairs behind your back. Seeing that Sophie didn't speak for a long time, Shuya thought she was angry. He immediately thought of a remedy and spoke to her. It doesn't matter. Everyone will know about this sooner or later anyway. Sophie waved her hand and immediately rejected Shuya's proposal. Well, what? Boss Sue, is everything they said true? Shuya was stunned for a while before she could help but muster up the courage to ask. That's right. I am indeed dating Qin Yang now. Go out later and tell everyone the news truthfully. From now on, they won't have to make groundless speculations about me behind my back. Isn't it just a love affair? It's not something shameful. Sophie walked and sat upright, so there was no need for her to be afraid of what others said. Okay. Boss Su, do you have any other instructions? Shuya's face was filled with shock. After finally coming back to his senses, he asked Sophie. No more, get out. After Sophie finished speaking, she immediately signaled Shuya to leave the office. Shuya nodded, then walked out of the office and closed the door behind her. Whoosh whoosh. Shuya took a deep breath and tried to digest this explosive news. As Shuya confirmed it herself. Just 1 hour. The news that the Icy Queen President Su was in love spread throughout the entire building. Everyone is very curious about the background of President Su's mysterious boyfriend. Qin Yang was completely unaware of all this. Mr. Qin, I'm Xia Ho, the president of China Resources Group. Are you free now? Regarding the acquisition of 30% of our China Resources Group's shares, you still need to come here in person to handle the formalities. At this time, Qin Yang was driving a Maserati and didn't know where to go. The phone in my pocket immediately started ringing. He had just pressed the answer button when a deep voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I received 30% of the shares of China Resources Group yesterday, but I have not received any news to inform me to go through the formalities. Qin Yang just remembered at this time. No problem, I'll go over there right now. Qin Yang turned on the navigation and found the address of China Resources Group. He stepped on the accelerator and the car speed increased instantly. Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the group. China Resources Group, inside the president's office. After Xiaoho hung up the phone, his brows relaxed slightly. From the sound of his voice, this Mr. Qin should not be very old. To be able to come up with such a large sum of money at once, his origin must be extraordinary. We must not offend him easily. After figuring this out, Xiaoho immediately picked up the phone on the desk. Secretary Su, inform everyone that a major shareholder of the group will be coming over later. Have everyone prepare for the welcoming ceremony. Okay, Mr. Xia. Less than an hour. Qin Yang drove a Maserati sports car and appeared at the entrance of the China Resources Group building. Qin Yang opened the car door and walked out in a dashing manner. Sir, you can't park here. Before Qin Yang had taken a few steps, he was blocked by a security guard. Then help me move it. Qin Yang took out the key to the Maserati and threw it directly to the security guard. The security guard subconsciously reached out and grabbed the key. When he turned around, Qin Yang had already walked into the hall. Then, Qin Yang spoke directly to the front desk staff. Hello, my name is Qin Yang. Your president Xiaoho just called me and asked me to come over to handle the equity transfer procedures. Chapter 45. Wait, I'll come pick you up. Are you Mr. Qin? The beautiful front desk clerk had received a notice from the group earlier. They said that the group's major shareholder would come and asked everyone to be prepared to welcome him. Seeing that Qin Yang was so young and also a rare handsome guy, she was completely stunned. It's me. Qin Yang nodded and admitted the truth. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. I will notify our CEO Xia immediately. The beautiful employee looked excited. He quickly picked up the phone on the table and immediately dialed the president's office. In less than a few minutes, the elevator door opened. Xiaoho's figure appeared in the hall, followed by a group of people, walking towards Qin Yang in a mighty manner. Are you Mr. Qin Yang? Xiaoho walked closer, looked at Qin Yang with a shocked look and asked. Yes, you are President Xiaoho Xia? Qin Yang smiled slightly, then spoke. Mr. Qin, you are really young and promising. At your age, you have become a major shareholder of China Resources Group. This achievement alone is enough for most people to look up to you. What Xiaoho said was not entirely a compliment. He was telling the truth. After all, not everyone in their early 20s could come up with such a large sum of money to acquire 30% of the shares of China Resources Group worth tens of billions. At least, Qin Yang was the first one he met. Mr. Xia, you are overpraising me. Let's talk business. Qin Yang smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. This was originally a reward from the black technology system, and he didn't spend much effort to obtain it. Mr. Qin, this way please. Xiaoho nodded respectfully, then turned his body to the side and made an inviting gesture. Soon, Qin Yang, accompanied by Xiaoho, came to the president's office. Secretary Su had already prepared the tea and brought it directly to Qin Yang. Then, he took out another document and handed it to Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, this is your equity agreement. As long as you sign your name, you will own 30% of the shares of China Resources Group and become the second largest shareholder of the group. Xiahou looked at Qin Yang and said respectfully, Okay, I'll take a look first. Qin Yang nodded, and then quickly checked the document. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, he took the pen from Secretary Su and signed his name on the contract. The contract is made in duplicate. Qin Yang kept one copy for himself, and the other copy was taken away directly by Secretary Su. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for becoming the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group. If you have any questions in the future, please give me your guidance. Xiahou hurriedly congratulated him and gave Qin Yang enough face. Mr. Xia, you don't have to be so polite. I won't interfere in the affairs of the group. Everything is still under your control. Unless the group is going to make some major decision, there is no need to bother me if there is nothing else. After all, I still recognize Mr. Xia's ability. Qin Yang looked very serious and didn't seem to be being polite at all. Seeing this, Xiahou couldn't help but feel relieved. What he feared most was that Qin Yang, who was still very young, would interfere with the group's operations once he became a shareholder of the group. Now it seems obvious that he was overthinking it. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your trust. Through simple chatting, Xiahou developed a certain liking for Qin Yang. The other party is of noble status and has elegant manners. He must be from a big family. Mr. Qin, this is my business card. If you need anything, just come to me. Xiahou took out a business card from his arms, and then handed it respectfully to Qin Yang with both hands. Secretary Su, please help me get the paper and pen. Qin Yang didn't have a business card, so naturally he couldn't exchange it with Xiahou. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Secretary Su beside him. Mr. Qin, here you go. Soon, Secretary Su brought paper and pen and handed them to Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and nodded, then picked up a pen and wrote a string of numbers on the paper. Boss Xia, this is my personal contact information. Please don't spread it around. After saying that, he handed the paper to Xiahou. I will definitely remember Mr. Qin's instructions. Xiahou looked respectful and folded the paper and put it into his pocket. After doing all this, Xiahou's eyes flickered, and then he spoke to Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, I have already set up a banquet in Tianxiang Pavilion to congratulate you. Please be sure to honor me. This. Qin Yang was a little confused. He didn't expect that Xiahou had arranged a banquet in advance. Mr. Qin, is there something important you need to do? Seeing Qin Yang's hesitation, Xiahou's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I thought that this arrangement would disturb Qin Yang's subsequent schedule. Not really. I just feel that I have caused trouble for President Xia. Qin Yang shook his head and chuckled, then explained. In that case, Mr. Qin must do you the honor. After all, the top management of the group is still looking forward to meeting you. The reason why Xiahou made such arrangements was to introduce Qin Yang to everyone. At the same time, some important customers of the group were also present at the banquet. If Qin Yang was not present, the meal would have lost its original meaning. Boss Xia has invited me so warmly. If I refuse, it would be too disrespectful. Okay, let's arrange it according to what Mr. Xia wants. In the end, Qin Yang chose to agree after being persuaded by Xiahou. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Qin. I will arrange it right away. When Xiahou saw Qin Yang nodded in agreement, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. After a moment, Xiahou looked at Secretary Su and said to her, Secretary Su, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, President Xia. A few minutes later, Xiahou personally accompanied Qin Yang and inspected the group. It was quickly approaching lunchtime. A group of people stood at the entrance of the group building. Mr. Qin, I have arranged a car to pick us up, let's go together. Xiahou looked at Qin Yang and said softly. No, I can drive myself. After saying that, Qin Yang walked towards the security guard at the door. Sir, your car keys. When the security guard saw that Qin Yang was accompanied by President Xia himself, he suddenly felt extremely scared. I secretly thanked my lucky stars that I didn't offend this young master, otherwise I would be laid off in minutes. Boss Xia, I'll leave first then. Taking the keys of the sports car from the security guard, Qin Yang began to walk towards the Maserati not far away. No problem. As he was speaking, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Xiahou. Obviously, he specially arranged a special car to pick him up. However, since Qin Yang chose to drive himself, Xiaohou couldn't force him. Qin Yang opened the car door and sat down in the driving seat. After checking the time, he took out his phone and called Sophie. "Fair, do you want to have lunch together? I'll pick you up. I happen to have a dinner party here, I can introduce some people to you." At the same time, in President Su's office, Sophie answered Qin Yang's call. When she heard his voice, she subconsciously looked up at the time. It turned out that it was time for dinner. But she still had some unfinished work on hand. Sophie thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I still have some work to do. After I finish it, I'll go eat by myself." "How can that be possible? It's time to eat. When can't we work? Wait for me at the company, I'll pick you up." Qin Yang didn't give Sophie any chance to refuse. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. Sophie wanted to say something more when she heard a busy tone on the phone. In the past, if someone had dared to hang up on Sophie like this, her face would have turned extremely cold. But because that person was Qin Yang, at this moment her heart was inexplicably warmed by his domineering attitude. Chapter 46: The True Identity of Goddess Su. Less than half an hour. Sophie Company, in front of the president's office. Boom boom boom. Qin Yang took the initiative to knock on the door. "Come in." Sophie's voice was soon heard from inside the house. Snap. Hearing this, Qin Yang pushed the door open and walked in. Then he saw Sophie, without even raising her head, still concentrating on the work at hand. "Fair, come on, accompany me to a dinner party." Qin Yang walked to Sophie's side and took her tender little hand. Sophie subconsciously raised her head and stared at Qin Yang. After a moment, he said, "What dinner party? Tell me clearly first. It's hard to explain right now, let's talk while we're walking." Sophie was half-heartedly led to the elevator door by Qin Yang. Soon, two figures appeared at the company's gate. The Maserati sports car had been waiting for a long time. Qin Yang opened the door so that Sophie could get in. Then, he sat in the driving seat. Boom! The sports car engine roared and the speed increased instantly. "Qin Yang, where are you taking me?" "Now." Sophie sat in the passenger seat, tilted her head, stared at Qin Yang with curiosity and asked. "Tianxiang Pavilion. A friend of mine insisted that I go to a banquet, and I thought you hadn't eaten yet, so I came here to pick you up. By the way, introducing those friends to you will help expand your network of contacts." Qin Yang smiled awkwardly and replied quickly. "Who is the other party? Why do you take him so seriously? Tell me about it, maybe I know him too." Sophie thought about it for a moment and immediately asked. "You should have heard of China Resources Group, right?" Qin Yang pondered for a while before speaking to Sophie. "China Resources Group? Xiaohou? That friend you mentioned, could it be him?" Xiaohou's name quickly flashed through Sophie's mind. Immediately, she looked at Qin Yang in shock and asked in disbelief. "Yes, that's him. Why, you really know him?" Qin Yang nodded and looked at Sophie with some surprise. He didn't expect that Sophie actually knew Xiaohou. "Yes, Uncle Xia and my dad are friends." "Just Qin Yang, how do you know him?" Sophie frowned slightly, and couldn't help but become curious about this. "Well, you'll know when you get there." Qin Yang did not give a direct answer at this moment, but kept it a secret instead. After all, he had no intention of hiding from Sophie the fact that he owned shares in China Resources Group. "Okay, I want to see what you have in mind," Sophie said with a smile. "Tianxiang Pavilion." After Qin Yang parked the car, he took Sophie into the gate. "Sir, miss, do you have an appointment?" The lobby manager immediately stepped forward and greeted Qin Yang and the other man respectfully. "We are Mr. Xia's guests. Please take us to room 305. Qin Yang went straight to the point. "Okay, both of you, this way please." Afterwards, under the guidance of the lobby manager, Qin Yang and Sophie came to the door of private room 305. Qin Yang pushed the door open, took Sophie's hand, and walked straight in. In the private room. The place is full now. At first glance, there were more than 10 people. Most of these people are senior executives of China Resources Group, and a few are friends invited by Xiaohou. When everyone saw Qin Yang and Sophie, their eyes were filled with shock. "Mr. Qin, you are finally here." When Xiaohou saw Qin Yang, he immediately stood up from his seat and walked forward to greet him. In just a moment, he discovered that there was a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament standing next to Qin Yang. The key point is that he knows this beautiful woman. Sophie, do you know Mr. Qin? Xiaohou couldn't help but be curious and asked her quickly. Uncle Xia, Qin Yang is my new boyfriend. How did you two meet? Sophie's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was extremely curious about this. What? Mr. Qin is your boyfriend? Are you two dating? Upon hearing the news, Xiaohou was extremely shocked. He never expected that Su Tiannan's daughter was so capable and found such an outstanding boyfriend. Yeah. Uncle Xia, you haven't answered my question yet. How did you and Qin Yang know each other? Sophie couldn't help but be curious and asked Xiaohou again. Mr. Qin. Xiaohou subconsciously looked at Qin Yang, not knowing whether he should say it or not. Qin Yang nodded imperceptibly, indicating that Xiaohou could speak directly. Sophie, Mr. Qin has acquired the shares of China Resources Group and has become a shareholder of our group. I specially arranged this banquet to celebrate for Mr. Qin. Xiaohou showed a slight smile on his face, and then explained seriously. What? Qin Yang acquired the shares of your China Resources Group and became a shareholder of your group? Boom! This news instantly shocked Sophie. She thought she had misheard. Yes, you heard me right. Now, Mr. Qin holds 30% of the shares of our China Resources Group and is the second largest shareholder of the group. Sophie, I have to say you have a good eye. You picked a rich son-in-law for your family. Your parents will be very proud of you if they knew the news. Xiaohou could imagine what expression Su Tiannan would have when he knew the news. I will definitely laugh so hard that I can't stop, and I will even wake up laughing in my dreams. This. Sophie's brain froze and she was unable to react for a moment. Please take a seat first. We can't keep you waiting too long. Qin Yang took Sophie's hand and quickly walked to the main seat. Waiter, prepare the food. Xiaohou had already made arrangements in advance. Just wait for Qin Yang to arrive and start preparing the dishes. Mr. Qin, these are the dishes I ordered without your permission. Do you think there is anything else you need to add? After a while, a menu appeared in Xiaohou's hand and he handed it to Qin Yang. Fair, is there anything you like to eat? If it's not enough, I'll order more. Qin Yang didn't even look at it and handed the menu to Sophie immediately. That's enough. Uncle Xia has made very thorough arrangements. Sophie just glanced at it and closed the menu. Let me introduce to you all, this is Mr. Qin, he is now the second largest shareholder of China Resources Group. The one next to him is his girlfriend, Sophie. She also has another identity. She is Su Tiannan's daughter. Xiaohou finished speaking. Everyone looked at Qin Yang and Sophie with eyes full of respect. Su Tiannan, the helmsman of the Su family, one of the most powerful families in Shanghai, has assets worth over 100 billion yuan and is a well-known figure in Shanghai. As for Qin Yang, he was able to acquire shares of China Resources Group at such a young age, so he must have an extraordinary background. Mr. Qin and Ms. Su are a perfect match made in heaven. Yes, both of them are young and promising, they are a perfect match. Everyone was talking at once, and every word was a compliment. They are all old hands who have worked hard in society. When faced with Qin Yang and Sophie, two young people with such great backgrounds, they can readily praise them with all kinds of words. Of course, they were telling the truth. After all, anyone who sees Qin Yang and Sophie will think that they are a good match. Fair, are you Su Tiannan's daughter? At this moment, Qin Yang looked at Sophie in shock. Right. I thought you already knew my identity. Why, does that surprise you? When Sophie saw the expression on Qin Yang's face, she immediately found it a little funny. She wasn't sure whether Qin Yang was pretending or not. But there is one thing Sophie is very clear in her mind, the Qin Yang she knows is definitely not the kind of man who is greedy for fame and fortune. So there is no possibility that he approached me with other purposes. On the contrary, Sophie felt very curious. How did Qin Yang become a shareholder of China Resources Group? And where did he get such a large sum of money? Or did Qin Yang hide his true identity from her? Sophie desperately wanted to get an answer from Qin Yang. It is indeed a bit unexpected. After all, I really don't know your true identity. Qin Yang gave a wry smile. He didn't care who Sophie was. He just needs to know that Sophie is his girlfriend, that's enough. Chapter 47 What's Wrong with Holding Hands? But you actually hit it so deeply. Without a word, they acquired the shares of China Resources Group. To be honest, Sophie thought Qin Yang had an ordinary background from the beginning. At best, he is a talented academic master, and there is no way to associate him with the rich second generation. Even though Sophie couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of her. Well, fair, I'll explain it to you slowly later. Qin Yang looked around and found that everyone pricked up their ears, seeming to be very interested in his identity. He couldn't find a suitable reason for a moment, so he said to Sophie, "Okay, then you have to think carefully about how to explain it to me." Sophie smiled. It is not difficult to see that she was very much looking forward to what kind of explanation Qin Yang would give her. "Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Under the dining table, Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's hand. Sophie's first reaction was to break free, but Qin Yang was too strong. She struggled for a long time but failed. In the end, he let Qin Yang hold him. Sophie looked at Qin Yang, only to see him pretending nothing had happened. "Bad guy. You just take advantage of me." Sophie couldn't help but curse Qin Yang in her heart. Not long. The door of the private room was pushed open. The waiter placed each dish on the table and opened a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. Obviously, these were all arranged by Xiahou in advance. "Come on, everyone raise your glasses and congratulate Mr. Qin on becoming a shareholder of China Resources Group. In the future, maybe there will be trouble for Mr. Qin." Xiahou stood up, holding a red wine glass in his hand, and greeted everyone. "Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Congratulations, Mr. Qin." Everyone was very cooperative and toasted Qin Yang in unison, giving him enough face. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room became lively. "Thank you, everyone." Qin Yang raised his wine glass and gestured to everyone. Then, he took a small sip. Seeing Qin Yang's actions, everyone drank the red wine in their glasses. Then, the banquet officially began. Sophie didn't seem to like this kind of occasion and hadn't spoken a word since the beginning. He occasionally moved his chopsticks, but didn't eat much. Qin Yang naturally noticed this. So, he took the initiative to pick up some fresh meat and put it in Sophie's bowl. "Eat more meat, otherwise you'll be hungry easily when you start working." Faced with Qin Yang's concern, Sophie's mouth corners slightly raised, and she suddenly felt like she was being held in the palm of her hand. It is precisely because Qin Yang is by her side that Sophie is willing to attend such occasions. Soon, Qin Yang and Sophie had almost finished eating. After saying hello to everyone, I left early. As soon as the two walked out of the private room, they felt a lot more relaxed. "Fair, it's still early, let's find a place to sit down." When Qin Yang saw that Sophie seemed to be hesitant to speak, he knew that she had a lot of curiosity to ask him. It just so happened that he was just about to explain it to Sophie, so he spoke directly. "Okay." In a coffee shop with a very stylish decoration, Qin Yang and Sophie sat in a quiet corner. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. "Fair, from beginning to end, everything I said to you is true, you have to believe me." In the end, Qin Yang took the lead in breaking the deadlock. He explained to Sophie with a sincere look on his face. "Then tell me, where did the funds for your acquisition of China Resources Group's shares come from?" Sophie was obviously particularly curious about this. "I especially want to get a clear answer from Qin Yang. This money is from the profits I made from helping someone invest. The amount is quite large, so I don't usually use it. Considering the rapid development of China Resources Group in the past 2 years, I will acquire some shares." Qin Yang had already thought of what to say in his mind. At this time, he spoke to Sophie with a serious face. "Qin Yang, are you sure you didn't lie to me?" After listening to Qin Yang's explanation, Sophie's face changed instantly. Then, he immediately asked Qin Yang. "Fair, I swear, everything I said is true. Although it sounds unbelievable, this money was indeed earned by my own ability. Isn't that right?" Qin Yang worked so hard to complete the task, so it is not excessive for him to be rewarded with billions of dollars. Once he completely gets Sophie, the reward will be even more generous. By then, Qin Yang will be a billionaire. To him, money is just a string of numbers and he can spend it at will. You are so amazing. How can you make so much money?" Sophie knew it clearly. The valuation of China Resources Group is around 13 billion yuan. Qin Yang acquired 30% of the shares at one time, which cost at least nearly 4 billion yuan. How did Qin Yang make such a huge sum of money? Who says I'm an investment genius? God has blessed me with this. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. He could see that Sophie was already half believing it. Qin Yang, tell me the truth, are you a private equity tycoon? Do you specialize in investing and managing wealth for a group of wealthy people? Sophie stared at Qin Yang with a serious face. Apart from this possibility, she really couldn't think of a better explanation. A 25 or 26-year-old college student who has just graduated for a few years can earn billions of wealth through his own ability. This sounds like a legend. It's not impossible for you to understand it this way. Qin Yang hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed with Sophie's statement. At this moment, Sophie looked at Qin Yang with admiration in her eyes. She never expected that the man in front of her would bring her such a huge surprise. As the daughter of Su Tiannan and the daughter of the Su family, she has a noble status. If talking about marriage, one must pay attention to the matching of family backgrounds. If Sophie really decides to be with Qin Yang in the end, she will naturally take him home to meet her parents. If Qin Yang didn't have strong strength, he would not be able to pass the test of his parents. But now, it seems that all this is no longer a problem. What on earth am I thinking about? Sophie came back to her senses and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She actually began to worry whether her parents would be unhappy after meeting Qin Yang. Fair, I promise that I will never hide anything from you in the future. Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's fair and tender little hand, his eyes flashing with affection. Let go. In public, could you please pay attention to the impact? Sophie looked shy and looked around guiltily, afraid of causing discussion among others. What are you afraid of? We are boyfriend and girlfriend now, what's wrong with holding hands? They are very restrained by not openly showing affection or showing off their love. There is no way Qin Yang would obey obediently. He found Sophie's hand so soft. Hold it in your hand and don't want to let go for a moment. Sophie was born into a wealthy family and was spoiled by everyone, never having to do any housework. Every night, I soak my hands and feet in milk. Not to mention, her dressing table is filled with skin care products worth tens of thousands of dollars. The aspect of maintenance is beyond ordinary people's imagination. It is also because of this that every inch of Sophie's skin is white and tender. No wonder Qin Yang couldn't let it go after experiencing the feel of it. Chapter 48. Please call me a romantic confession without mentioning love. Qin Yang, let go of your hand. Sophie is a thin-skinned person and has no experience in love. At this moment, Qin Yang was holding her hand in public, her cheeks instantly blushed and she looked extremely shy. At that moment, she immediately glared at Qin Yang and couldn't help but said coquettishly, I don't. Qin Yang rejected Sophie's request without even thinking about it. It was also his first time to fall in love, and the first time he openly held a girl's hand. This made Qin Yang's heart beat faster and he felt extremely excited. Especially since his girlfriend is so beautiful, she is the goddess that countless male compatriots dream of. Suddenly, he couldn't help wanting to show off. If you don't let go, I'll be really angry. Sophie's eyes changed slightly, revealing an angry look. But she is Goddess Su after all. She is very charming even when she is angry. If you want me to let you go, you can, but you have to agree to one condition. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, as if he was making his own calculations. You took advantage of me and you still dare to make demands on me? Qin Yang, don't you think you're a bit of a scoundrel? Sophie's face was filled with astonishment. She had not expected that Qin Yang had such a side to him. Can't you be a scoundrel to the person you like? Fair, you underestimate love after all. Qin Yang felt that teasing Sophie seemed to be a very joyful thing. The goddess president who usually looks high and mighty now shows such a cute expression in front of him. This contrast also allowed Qin Yang to see the truer side of Sophie. Then tell me, what are your requests? Sophie was left in a state of confusion by Qin Yang. Seeing that his request was not met, the two seemed to be in a stalemate. After much hesitation, Sophie finally chose to compromise. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm going to take up one of your days. All your schedules will be arranged by me. As long as you promise, I will let go now. Qin Yang thought for a while, then said with a smile. Is it that simple? Sophie is so smart that she naturally knows that Qin Yang is planning to date her. I thought of using this method because I was afraid that if I took the initiative to invite myself, I might be rejected. Sophie saw through Qin Yang's little thoughts at a glance. Of course, she didn't expose it directly. Instead, he pretended that he knew nothing and cooperated with Qin Yang in acting. That's right. Qin Yang nodded decisively. Then he looked at Sophie expectantly. Okay, I agree. After thinking for a few seconds, Sophie nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Yang took the initiative to let go of Sophie's hand. I won't bother with you about this matter this time, but if you dare to take advantage of me like this next time, I will never let you go. Sophie raised her pink fist and warned Qin Yang in a bad mood. We are in a relationship now, so what's wrong with holding hands? Is it against the law? Besides, we are both adults and have every right to pursue love. Fair, you have to learn to adapt. Qin Yang chuckled, and then immediately began to explain. You're so smooth talking, I don't want to bother with you. After hearing what Qin Yang said, Sophie suddenly felt a little shy. He quickly turned his head to other directions, not daring to look at Qin Yang anymore. What are you looking at? No other man is as handsome as me. Not far to Sophie's right, there was a handsome man with outstanding temperament sitting. From this angle, you can just see his sharp face. Qin Yang naturally noticed it, and suddenly felt a little unhappy. Snort. Don't forget, you are still in my probation period as my boyfriend. Whether you can become my regular boyfriend depends on my mood. Sophie couldn't help but smile, as if she had completely grasped Qin Yang. She could feel that Qin Yang was getting anxious at this moment. Fair, look into my eyes. Qin Yang couldn't help but hold Sophie's hand tightly again and said in a serious tone. Next second. Sophie turned her head and looked at Qin Yang. Her heartbeat began to speed up and she felt inexplicably nervous. Qin Yang spoke, and he said to Sophie in the most gentle voice, everything is different. For example, I have you, but they don't. I want to hold your hand, from the time we fall in love to the age of 70, and then to the end of time. Fair, maybe I can't express myself well, but I'm really happy to meet you. You are a surprise that I will only meet once in my life, and you are also the reason why I don't love anyone else. You look amazing, you're a good candidate for a relationship with me. Remember this, no matter now or in the future, you are and can only be my, Qin Yang's, woman. Faced with Qin Yang's sudden romantic confession, Sophie felt like she was electrocuted, and ripples appeared in her heart. As the daughter of the Su family, the president of a listed company, and a goddess with both beauty and talent, she has been confessed to by countless suitors. But Qin Yang's confession was the most affectionate, which moved Sophie deeply. Qin Yang, you're too cheesy, shut up. Sophie looked shy and immediately couldn't help but reach out to cover Qin Yang's mouth. Okay, I won't say any more. As long as you don't get mad at me. Qin Yang grinned, as if his conspiracy had succeeded. After this episode, the relationship between the two became closer again. Time flies and another half an hour has passed. Are you going back to the company later? Qin Yang looked at Sophie and couldn't help but ask. Well, I still have some work to do. If you hadn't forced me to accompany you to this banquet, I would have handled it by now. Thinking of this, Sophie gave Qin Yang a displeased look. Of course, she wasn't angry. It was because Qin Yang insisted on pulling her over that Sophie knew this guy's secret. In comparison, there should be more happiness. Okay, then I'll take you back to the company. Soon, the two got up and walked out of the cafe. When they arrived in front of the Maserati sports car, Qin Yang took the initiative to open the door so that Sophie could sit directly in the passenger seat. The details are full and he is patient in every action. Boom! The sports car engine started, accelerated with a roar, and drove towards Sophie company. 2:30 in the afternoon. Sophie walked into the president's office and devoted herself to her work. Qin Yang drove back to Jiangwan community, packed his things, and prepared to move to the Thompson Epine luxury villa. But when he was halfway there, he found that he seemed to be followed. In order to confirm this, Qin Yang deliberately made a detour and turned several corners. A black Audi car was following closely behind him like a ghost. Who on earth is so sneaky that he dares to follow me? Is it Ning Ziyuan? Or is it Song Daming? No matter who is behind this, if he dares to take advantage of me, I will make him pay a heavy price. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with determination. Then, he steered the car and drove towards a more remote location. Chapter 49. Come to me if you can. Boss, we seem to be exposed. At this time, a big man in black in the Audi saw Qin Yang suddenly drive the car to a remote place, and then there was no movement. Suddenly, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. No way? We are keeping such a distance, how could he find out? When Lei Hao heard the report from his subordinates, his first reaction was disbelief. After all, he has been in this business for many years and has a strong awareness of anti-reconnaissance. Tracking and investigating news, there has been no failure so far. Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, a figure appeared outside the car window, and he knocked on the window glass. Lei Hao and his younger brother subconsciously turned their heads away, and their expressions were instantly filled with shock. Huey, is he here? The person who came was Qin Yang. Get off! Qin Yang's voice was so cold that people didn't dare to refuse. Boss, what should we do now? The big man in black turned around and immediately looked at Lei Hao and asked. Let's go down and see what this guy wants. Seeing that there were 4 people on his side, and each of them was tall and strong, Lei Hao was not afraid of Qin Yang's tricks at all. So, he spoke directly. Several people got out of the car swiftly. Tell me, why have you been following me? And who sent you here? Qin Yang didn't waste any words and went straight to the point and asked Lei Hao. He could tell at a glance that this guy was the commander of the operation and might know more information. What are you talking about? Who's following you? Lei Hao naturally would not admit it. At that moment, he simply turned a blind eye and tried to get away with it. It's a pity that Qin Yang is not so easy to fool. Bang! A punch was thrown. It immediately hit Lei Hao's chest. Because Qin Yang's punch was too fast, no one had time to react. All they saw was Lei Hao's figure suddenly rising into the air, then flying backwards 7 or 8 meters before falling heavily to the ground. Boss! Lei Hao's men reacted and couldn't help but exclaim the first moment. Immediately, he ran quickly to Lei Hao to check his injuries. My patience is limited. If you don't want to suffer, tell me the truth. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll end up in a miserable situation. Qin Yang is not kidding. With his current strength, let alone the mere 4 people in front of him, even if the number was 10 times more, he would not be afraid at all. Still dare to take action and knock them down one by one. Asshole, you dare to attack me. Heisey, all of you come at me together. I want to see how capable this guy is. Qin Yang didn't use much strength in this punch. But Lei Hao had 2 broken ribs in his chest, and even speaking and breathing were accompanied by pain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his expression became extremely gloomy. In the end, he still couldn't swallow this bitter pill. He gritted his teeth and gave orders to his younger brothers beside him, asking them to teach Qin Yang a lesson. Yes, boss. As soon as the words fell, Heisey and his 2 companions stood up and surrounded Qin Yang. Boy, you are so brave to hurt my boss. Next, I will let you know how serious the consequences of doing this are. Bang! 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 Qin Yang's figure flashed and he immediately disappeared from the spot. The fist in his hand punched out several times in succession. The 3 big men in front of him hadn't even reacted yet, and they were hit hard in the chest. Next second, the 3 of them fell to the ground in an instant, rolling several times, looking extremely embarrassed. This moment, everyone had an expression of disbelief on their face. Only then did they realize how terrifyingly powerful Qin Yang, who was standing in front of them, was. You guys dare to shout at me? You are simply courting death. Qin Yang glanced at them with disdain and then snorted coldly. Then, he walked directly towards Lei Hao. With every step he took, Lei Hao felt more fearful. No, don't come over. Big brother, we just didn't recognize you. If we have offended you, please forgive us this time. Just ask me whatever you want to know, and I will tell you the truth. Lei Hao's face turned pale in an instant, and his body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he didn't care about the pain in his body, and hurriedly knelt down towards Qin Yang, begging for mercy. If you had cooperated earlier, why would you have to suffer this? What a jerk. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and snorted disdainfully at Lei Hao. Then, he changed the subject and immediately questioned Lei Hao. Answer my question just now. Why did you follow me? And who ordered you to do this? It's Gao Jun, Master Gao. He gave me 200,000 and asked me to keep an eye on your movements and report to him every once in a while. Lei Hao did not dare to hide anything and told Qin Yang the truth. When did your tracking begin? Qin Yang couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that he had only met Gao Jun once, but this guy actually hired someone to monitor him. It started when you were dating President Su. Brother, Master Gao asked me to do all this. It has nothing to do with us. Please, give us a chance to live. When Lei Hao saw Qin Yang's terribly gloomy face and thought of his horrific skills, he couldn't help but beg for mercy. Go away, go back, and tell Gao Jun that if you have any tricks, just come after me. If anyone dares to go after Sophie, I will never let him go. At this moment, Qin Yang's voice was full of hostility. As for Gao Jun, Qin Yang really never thought that this guy would engage in so many conspiracies and tricks behind the scenes. But now that he has discovered it, he absolutely cannot sit there and wait for death. Yes, I will tell Master Gao everything that big brother said without missing a word. Lei Hao looked grateful. Then he followed his men and fled in disgrace. Jiangwan Community. Qin Yang parked his car in the garage and found that Jiang Bei's Lamborghini was no longer there. He thought that he should not be at home at this time. After returning home, I found that it was true. So Qin Yang returned to his room and packed up some valuable items. An hour. There was a noise in the hall. Qin Yang guessed that it was Jiang Bei who came back, so he opened the door and walked out. When Jiang Bei saw Qin Yang, he immediately opened his arms and rushed towards him excitedly. Stop! Jiang Bei, what do you want to do? Qin Yang immediately shouted loudly and quickly stopped Jiang Bei's actions. Brother Qin, you are really my god of wealth. The stocks I hold have soared today, and so far, I have made a total profit of more than 10 million. All this is thanks to you. I must give you a hug to express my respect for you. Jiang Bei looked excited. In just a few days, he had made so much money from his stock investment. In the past, he would never have dared to dream of this. It was also because of this that Jiang Bei realized how powerful Qin Yang was. He had already made up his mind to hold Qin Yang's thighs tightly. After this, will you still be afraid of having no money to spend? Chapter 50 Men, love is the most important thing. Okay, I already feel your feelings, so there's no need for a hug. Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Bei with disdain. After a while, he finally remembered his business. Jiang Bei, you're back just in time. I have something to tell you. Starting tomorrow, I will move out. This house is for you to enjoy slowly. After hearing what Qin Yang said, Jiang Bei was stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed. Brother Qin, are you kidding me? You're actually going to move away? Just because you're in a relationship, do you have to part ways with your brothers? Jiang Bei really couldn't accept this sudden news. What nonsense are you talking about? I just found a better place to live, and I didn't want to cause you any more trouble, so I chose to move out. I didn't say I was going to break up with you. Qin Yang had actually anticipated Jiang Bei's reaction. After all, the two of them have lived together for some time, and his announcement of moving out would indeed make Jiang Bei feel a little uncomfortable. Brother Qin, where are you moving to? Are you going to live with your CEO Su? Jiang Bei's eyes narrowed, and this thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, why would Qin Yang suddenly make this decision? Live together with your head. We've only just confirmed our relationship for a few days, how could we possibly develop into living together? Even if you use your toes to think about it, you know that this is impossible. Qin Yang held his forehead, shocked by Jiang Bei's ferocious words. In that case, why do you want to move out again? My house is in such a great location and has been luxuriously renovated. Where else can you rent it? Jiang Bei tried his best to persuade Qin Yang not to move out. This is a carefully considered decision, and you should support me. It's a pity that Qin Yang has made up his mind and is not moved at all by Jiang Bei's kind words. Jiang Bei, go get the 2 suitcases in my room, and then I'll take you somewhere. After a long while, Qin Yang spoke to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei was curious and didn't know what Qin Yang was up to. But in the end, he still obediently followed Qin Yang's instructions. They each carried a suitcase and walked out of the house. Soon, they arrived at the garage. Qin Yang opened the front trunk of the sports car and put the suitcase in. Then, he signaled Jiang Bei to get in the car. Thompson Epine Luxury Villa Area. When the sports car drove to the gate, Jiang Bei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly changed his expression. Brother Qin, this is the most luxurious villa area in Magic City. Why did you bring me here? Are you going to move here? Hearing Jiang Bei's words, Qin Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, and he couldn't help but smile and said, Yes, you guessed it right. I bought a luxury villa here. It would be a shame if I didn't live in it. Jiang Bei's expression was immediately stunned. He suspected there was something wrong with his ears. Brother Qin, you said you bought a villa here? Is that true? Thompson 1 luxury villas are famously expensive in Shanghai. The price of a house per square meter is at least 200,000 yuan. Any villa here is worth hundreds of millions, which is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even in Jiang Bei, you can't afford it. At this time, do you still think I'm kidding you? Xin Yang couldn't help but smile, and then began to explain. This is too unbelievable. Brother Qin, it turns out that you are the hidden boss. I have always underestimated you. At this point, Jiang Bei had no choice but to believe it. By investing in the stock market, you can easily make tens of millions in just a few days. A luxury villa worth hundreds of millions does not seem so out of reach. After figuring this out, Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang with complete admiration. About 10 points. The two arrived at the door of the luxury villa. Qin Yang took out the key from his pocket, opened it, and pushed the door open. Taking Jiang Bei with him, he quickly walked into the villa hall. Wow! The decoration and architectural style are all the latest. And this crystal glass lamp is worth a fortune. Brother Qin, are you afraid of living alone in such a big villa? How about letting me move in and live with you? Even Jiang Bei, a wealthy second generation who has seen the world, couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before him. This luxury villa is more spacious than his house and more valuable. Sure, if you want to come and stay, you're always welcome. Anyway, there are plenty of rooms upstairs, you can take your pick. Xin Yang immediately nodded in agreement to Jiang Bei's proposal. Really? Then I really won't be polite to you. I'll move all the things over when I get back. Jiang Bei was excited. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and took several pictures of the surroundings. Xin Yang ignored Jiang Bei and walked upstairs with his suitcase. In a blink of an eye, night falls. The time suddenly came to 6:30. Jiang Bei, I'm going to pick up Sophie from get off work. I can take you back on the way. Of course, if you want to stay at my place tonight, you have to find a way to get dinner yourself. There are some ingredients in the fridge that I bought, you can cook for yourself. Xin Yang walked down from upstairs to the hall and saw Jiang Bei sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, so he spoke directly. Brother Qin, you have changed. You were not such a person who valued love and righteousness before. Ever since I got a partner, it has become extremely difficult for me to eat the meals you cook for me. This made Jiang Bei miss his previous life. Okay, make your decision quickly. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Xin Yang didn't buy it at all. Immediately, he said unhappily. Just drop me off on the road. I'll take a taxi back by myself. It won't affect your date at all. Jiang Bei dare not delay Qin Yang's important matter. He now sees clearly that Qin Yang is the kind of person who either doesn't want to be in a relationship or, once in a relationship, will forget everything else. Yes, you are very conscious. Keep it up. Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. A few minutes later, the engine of the Maserati sports car started, the speed of the car suddenly increased, and it drove directly towards the city. At the same time, in the president's office. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. Sophie came back to her senses and subconsciously picked up her phone to check. When she saw Qin Yang's name appear on the screen, she couldn't help but smile. Fair, are you off work? I'll come pick you up. As soon as the call was connected, Qin Yang's caring voice came from the other end. This made Sophie, who had been working for a whole afternoon, feel that all her fatigue disappeared instantly, and her mood became cheerful. I just finished my work here and was about to go downstairs. How long will it take you to get there? Sophie smiled slightly and asked Qin Yang curiously. Right away, no more than 5 minutes. You can come down now. Qin Yang looked at the navigation and replied quickly. Chapter 51, I can't hide my love for someone with my eyes. Hearing this, Sophie smiled and nodded. After hanging up the phone, Sophie quickly packed up the documents on her desk, picked up her bag and walked out of the office. At the same time, a fiery red Maserati sports car also appeared in front of the company. Qin Yang opened the car door and just as he got out, he saw Sophie walking towards him with elegant steps. Seeing this, Qin Yang hurriedly took out a bouquet of roses from the car and walked straight towards Sophie. When I came here, I happened to pass by a flower shop. Seeing this beautiful rose, I couldn't help but want to buy it for you. Fair, I hope you like it. After saying that, Qin Yang took the initiative to hand over the rose in his hand. Thanks. Sophie didn't hesitate, she reached out to catch the rose and held it in her arms. I booked a popular restaurant in advance. I heard it's a dating destination for couples. That's great, we can go and experience it. Before coming to the company, Xin Yang had done his homework in advance. So at this moment, he took the initiative to invite Sophie. Okay, I'll do as you say. Sophie nodded in agreement, indicating that she had no objection. To be honest, she is usually a very opinionated person. But after being with Xin Yang, he took the initiative to arrange everything. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, she enjoyed it very much. Okay, let's get in the car. Xin Yang smiled gently and took the initiative to open the passenger door for Sophie. Boom! After a few seconds, the Maserati sports car engine roared and drove directly towards the destination. Solman Restaurant is located on the 18th floor of the city center building. Sitting near the window, you can have a panoramic view of the night view of Shanghai. Moreover, the chef was specially hired from abroad and is good at cooking fresh soup. Everyone who has checked in here has praised it highly. Of course, Xin Yang saw all these on the Dianping app, so he came here because of its reputation. Fair, this way. Xin Yang held Sophie's hand and they sat by the window. As soon as I sat down, the waiter came up and said enthusiastically, "Sir, madam, this is our menu. Please take a look and see what you would like to order." Fair, just order whatever you want to eat. Xin Yang signaled to the waiter and handed the menu to Sophie. Sophie naturally took the menu and flipped through it. In less than a moment, Sophie said directly to the waiter, "Caviar for the appetizer, mushroom soup for the soup, orf steak for the main course, and pudding for dessert." And this gentleman? The waiter wrote down all of Sophie's requests in a small notebook. Then, he asked Xin Yang. "I'm just like her." Xin Yang smiled slightly and spoke quickly. "Okay, please wait a moment, both of you." The waiter finished taking note, said hello and turned to leave. Fair, actually I don't usually eat Western food, and I rarely come to such formal occasions. However, I considered that you might prefer a sense of ceremony, so I specially arranged the dinner location here. I hope you like it. Xin Yang's eyes fell on Sophie, and then he spoke in a gentle voice. I know everything. Xin Yang, thank you for considering me so much. Of course Sophie knew this, so she was very touched at this moment. Before, she and Xin Yang had always eaten in hotels and casual restaurants. In this kind of situation, he would definitely feel restrained. But in order to make her happy, Xin Yang took her feelings into consideration in everything. Sophie understood all these details. She suddenly felt that Xin Yang was indeed different from those men who claimed to love her. Xin Yang is not only good at expressing himself, but also at showing his feelings through actions. Silly boy, I am your boyfriend now, isn't it my duty to treat you well? Although we have only known each other for a short time, I can be sure that I am really attracted to you. So, I will treat you well in my own way and then get your approval. Xin Yang's eyes were full of affection, and he kept looking at Sophie. You are handsome and speak well. It's no wonder that there are so many beautiful women around you who like you. But fortunately, you are in my hands now. Sophie couldn't help but sigh, wondering whether she was lucky or she and Xin Yang were destined to be together. The two of them would inexplicably come together and even get along pretty well. As for marriage, God's arrangement is the best. Maybe, we two are really destined to be together. When Xin Yang saw Sophie's sweet smile, he couldn't help but stare at her. Sophie's smile is very healing and completely in line with Xin Yang's aesthetic standards. So in his opinion, no scenery could be more charming than Sophie's smile. Xin Yang, to be honest, I never thought that I would establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with someone I've only known for less than 3 days. You are the exception, the only exception. Until now, Sophie still felt a little unbelievable. Why did I make such a bold decision at that time? That's right, don't you see how charming I am? Xin Yang couldn't help but brag about himself. Okay, stop being so ungrateful. You are still in the probationary stage. If you don't perform well in the future, you may not be able to become a regular employee. So you have to work harder and perform well. Sophie was very satisfied with Xin Yang. Of course, she wouldn't say it, let alone admit it directly. The fact that two people have only been together for a few days doesn't mean anything. Everything takes time to verify. Don't worry, you can't escape from my grasp. Xin Yang said with confidence. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about and they were having a very happy chat. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes. Sophie had been busy all afternoon and was already feeling hungry. However, in front of Qin Yang, she still tried her best to maintain her perfect image. Chew slowly and pay great attention to table manners. Qin Yang would steal a glance at her from time to time, liking the unique temperament in her. In the past, he often heard people say that beauty is a feast to the eyes. Now that I have experienced it myself, I finally understand the meaning of this word. Inside the restaurant. The lights are dim, the decorations are full of style, and there is a romantic piece of music. The atmosphere of the date has finally reached its peak. Sophie's heartbeat began to speed up and she felt inexplicably nervous. The same is true for Qin Yang. He even noticed that the couples around him were being intimate, and some were even kissing in public. You can't look at it, let alone think about it. Sophie naturally noticed Qin Yang's eyes looking around. Her cheeks turned red and her expression was full of shyness. Immediately, he spoke up to dispel Qin Yang's thoughts. Okay, I'll do as you say. Qin Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. But he knew in his heart that their relationship had not yet reached that point. At present, being able to hold hands is already good enough. In the following time, the two seemed to be eating, but their thoughts were drifting somewhere unknown. Finally, the dinner was over. Qin Yang got up and walked to the counter to pay the bill before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 52: A comforting hug from Goddess Su. This meal cost nearly 10,000 yuan. But for Qin Yang today, it is just a drop in the bucket. After paying the bill, he quickly returned to his seat. But at this time, Sophie was nowhere to be seen. Strange, where did she go? Just as Qin Yang took out his cell phone from his pocket and was about to send a message to Sophie. Sophie was walking towards him slowly, with a hint of apology on her face. Sorry, I went to the bathroom and didn't have time to tell you. It doesn't matter. It's still early, why don't we go for a walk around the bund? Qin Yang smiled indifferently, and then directly asked Sophie for her opinion. Sure. The weather is nice tonight, so I guess we can see a nice night view there. Sophie readily agreed to Qin Yang's proposal. She knew that the scenery over there at the bund was beautiful at night. Okay, it's decided then. Qin Yang immediately finalized the itinerary. The bund in Magic City. The whole area was brightly lit and filled with people. There are dragon boats cruising the river at night, and many vendors are taking advantage of the high flow of people to sell all kinds of gadgets. Fair, I'll go buy the tickets. Let's go play on the dragon boat. This was Qin Yang's first time to visit here. He was soon attracted by the scene before him. He took Sophie's hand and couldn't help but feel eager to try it out. Seeing Qin Yang's excited face, Sophie couldn't refuse. So he nodded quickly and said with a smile, okay. Since you want to play, then I will accompany you as a reward for you treating me to dinner tonight. Sophie had been to this place many times, but she had never experienced a dragon boat cruise on the river at night. Now that Qin Yang is by my side, I feel a little excited for a moment. In order to buy a ticket, Qin Yang waited in line for more than half an hour. Sophie stood beside Qin Yang the whole time without any complaints. If it were before, she would rather spend her time on work than waste time waiting in line. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have to wait too long. Finally bought the ticket. Qin Yang took the initiative to hold Sophie's tender little hand and walked towards the boarding area. Strangely enough, Sophie was a little resistant to the idea of holding hands at first. But as time goes by, and with Qin Yang's tough attitude, I have slowly gotten used to it. Of course, that was all. She would not allow Qin Yang to go any further. Ta. The dragon boat started to move and gradually moved forward. Qin Yang and Sophie stood at the bow of the boat and looked out. The skyscrapers on the shore emitted lights of various colors, all of which were reflected on the surface of the river. The scenery was incredibly stunning. The gentle breeze blew on the faces of the two people. Sophie's hair looked very flowing, and it hit Qin Yang's face from time to time. At the same time, a faint and elegant fragrance came. It doesn't smell like perfume, but more like the natural body odor that emanates from Sophie. And at this moment, Qin Yang and Sophie sat close to each other, and the air began to be filled with the scent of romance. After a while, Qin Yang's eyes fell on Sophie's face, and he couldn't help but say, "Fair, you are so beautiful, you are simply the goddess in my heart." Qin Yang, don't think you can get any benefits from me by praising me. I'm telling you, don't mess around. Sophie looked shy. In this situation, she had a premonition that Qin Yang must have bad intentions. So without hesitation, he spoke directly. Don't worry, I won't force you. Through these few days of getting along and understanding each other, Qin Yang gradually realized that Sophie was slow to warm up to relationships. The two of them held hands, which was all Qin Yang's initiative and his insistence on reasoning for. If the relationship is to go further, it will probably take some time to get along. The dragon boat swam quickly in the river, which took about an hour. The wind was very strong by the river, so Qin Yang immediately took off his coat and put it directly on Sophie's shoulders. Sophie's heart instantly warmed by Qin Yang's actions. However, she immediately shook her head. Qin Yang, you'd better put on this coat. It's too windy here, and you'll catch a cold if you only wear this. It's okay. I exercise regularly, so I'm in good shape. This little bit of wind is nothing to me. Seeing Sophie's concern for him, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile. What he said was true. Given his physical condition, it was impossible for him to catch a cold so easily. Of course, if you feel sorry for me, I don't mind you giving me a little warmth. As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, he took the initiative to open his arms and pretended to hug Sophie in his arms. You've got a nice idea. Sophie subconsciously took a few steps back. Then, he stared at Qin Yang with a vigilant look on his face and said, Qin Yang, I just realized that you are full of bad intentions and are trying to take advantage of me in various ways. Tell me the truth, have you always coveted my beauty? Qin Yang saw that his plan could not succeed, so he immediately spread his hands and said with an innocent expression, No way, you're just overthinking it. Sophie didn't believe a word of Qin Yang's sophistry. At that moment, he said angrily, Humph, you still want to quibble, I think you are. Fair, how can you think so badly of me? Am I, Qin Yang, a gangster in your heart who only has evil intentions towards you? Qin Yang was a little angry inside. He didn't expect Sophie to think of him like this. Suddenly, he said with a little anger. No, that's not what I meant. Seeing a hint of anger on Qin Yang's face, Sophie realized that what she had said seemed a little inappropriate. Qin Yang, please don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Sophie's face was filled with panic, and she was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. Can you joke around? Fair, I'm sincere to you, you should be able to see it. You can't use my love for you and my preference for you as a weapon to hurt me. Qin Yang's voice was low and he seemed really angry. I'm sorry, Qin Yang, I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it that way, so please don't be angry with me. When Sophie heard what Qin Yang said, she realized that she had gone too far. An expression of apology immediately appeared on his face, and he started to explain directly to Qin Yang. If you want me to not be angry and forgive you, it's not impossible. But you have to show your sincerity. In just a moment, the initiative of the situation fell into Qin Yang's hands. Sophie had no idea that she was being led by Qin Yang. It can even be said that she had fallen into Qin Yang's trap from the very beginning. Is Qin Yang angry? Of course not. All of this was just a trick he used to achieve his own goals. Poor Sophie, she was completely kept in the dark. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? In order to make Qin Yang forgive her, Sophie was naturally willing to do anything. You broke my heart, so giving me a comforting hug shouldn't be too much to ask, right? After hesitating for a while, Qin Yang slowly spoke to Sophie. Chapter 53, Who of us is the gangster? Let us go on a spontaneous trip. When Sophie heard Qin Yang's request, her expression instantly became extremely shy. Finally, she gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and hugged Qin Yang tightly with both hands. Plop! Plop! Sophie could clearly feel her heartbeat quickening and her breathing becoming rapid. An excited, nervous expression appeared on his face. On the other hand, Qin Yang. At this moment, his hands quietly fell on Sophie's back and his head rested directly on her shoulder. His nose trembled slightly as he smelled the special fragrance coming from Sophie, and an expression of enjoyment immediately appeared on his face. Now, can you finally let me go? Sophie finally came back to her senses and spoke to Qin Yang in a somewhat nervous tone. No, I haven't hugged you enough. Qin Yang rejected Sophie's request without even thinking about it. This made Sophie completely dumbfounded. She always felt that all this was a carefully planned plan by Qin Yang so that she would obey. And the more I think about it, the more so it seems. Finally, Sophie couldn't help it and started to struggle. She subconsciously pressed her hands on Qin Yang and tried to push him away. However, she found that Qin Yang's figure was better than she had imagined. Six-pack abs, well-defined and very tactile. No matter how hard Sophie tried, she couldn't break free from Qin Yang's arms. Fair, you just said I was a hooligan. So what are you doing now? Qin Yang noticed Sophie's actions, and immediately couldn't help revealing a hint of amusement on his face, and asked with a smile. "Tu didn't mean it. I just wanted to push you away. I didn't mean to take advantage of you at all." Faced with Qin Yang's questioning, Sophie's face showed extreme shyness. "I wish I could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. This is so embarrassing." "Okay, I don't blame you." After saying that, Qin Yang let go of Sophie. Seeing that she was free again, Sophie quickly took a few steps back and kept a certain distance from Qin Yang. It happened that the dragon boat docked at this time. Sophie hurriedly walked ashore, not daring to look back. Seeing this scene, the smile on Qin Yang's face became even more intense. "Fair, wait for me," he shouted and chased after her. In front of the Su family villa, Qin Yang drove Sophie back. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. "Fair, go back and take a hot bath, then have a good sleep. Tomorrow is the weekend, don't worry and leave your time to me, I will arrange everything." Before leaving, Qin Yang gave Sophie some instructions. "Okay, then be careful on your way back." Sophie smiled brightly and quickly replied to Qin Yang. "Well, I'm leaving." After Qin Yang finished speaking, he drove away. Sophie slept soundly that night. She even had a dream, but she couldn't remember what it was like. But there was one thing she was sure of, that was she dreamed of Qin Yang. The next morning. It was not even 8 o'clock yet, but Qin Yang had already woken up. After spending some time washing up, he headed straight downstairs. "Then, I went to the kitchen and made breakfast." After dealing with all this, Qin Yang sat on the sofa in the hall and prepared to start planning today's itinerary with Sophie. According to his original idea, he wanted to take Sophie to a seaside resort for 2 days. But with just the two of them, Qin Yang was afraid that Sophie would feel uncomfortable. So the first thing he wanted to do was to call Jiang Bei to join him. "This is a good opportunity to integrate Sophie into my circle of friends." Thinking of this, Qin Yang picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Bei's number. Beep, beep. The phone rang for several seconds but no one answered. Just when Qin Yang thought that Jiang Bei was still asleep and would not answer the call. "Brother Qin, you called me so early in the morning, is there something urgent?" On the other end of the phone, Jiang Bei rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but ask. "Isn't it the weekend? I plan to go to a beach BB with Sophie for 2 days, but I think it's not appropriate for just the two of us, so I want to ask you to come along. Call your girlfriend along, and the 4 of us can go over there and have some fun together." "How?" Qin Yang smiled and spoke directly to Jiang Bei. "A beachfront BB? It sounds pretty good." After hearing what Qin Yang said, Jiang Bei was startled and immediately jumped up from the bed. I have to say, he was moved at this moment. "Brother Qin, I'll call Meng Yan later and ask for her opinion. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news." Qin Yang nodded, "No problem." After hanging up the phone, he started looking up information on his mobile phone. See which BB by the sea has a better environment and what entertainment activities are nearby. At the same time, Jiang Bei was no longer sleepy. He called his girlfriend Zhang Mengyan immediately. "Mengyan, are you free these 2 days? I want to invite you to spend a vacation at the beach." "A vacation? Sounds like fun. Just the 2 of us?" Zhang Mengyan had just gotten up. I received a call from Jiang Bei and answered it almost immediately. "No, there's also Brother Qin and his girlfriend." Jiang Bei did not hide anything and told the truth immediately. "What's going on? It's only been a few days and he has confirmed his relationship with that female CEO?" As soon as Zhang Mengyan heard the news about Qin Yang and his girlfriend, she immediately showed curiosity. After all, this matter concerns the happiness of her good friend Li Xianxian. "I just heard what Brother Qin said. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Anyway, I haven't even met her in person yet." Jiang Bei had heard of Sophie's reputation. He had seen her photos, but he had not had the chance to see what she looked like in person. And now that there is such a good opportunity, Jiang Bei is indeed tempted. "Okay, let's go and take a look." Zhang Mengyan thought for a moment and accepted Jiang Bei's invitation. "Okay then, you can pack your things now. I still need to talk to Qin Yang." Jiang Bei looked excited. In his heart, he had a vague feeling that something good would happen during this vacation to the beachfront BB. Okay, I'll hang up first. After Jiang Mengyan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. The other side. After Qin Yang received Jiang Bei's accurate reply, he booked several rooms at a Seaside BB. Then he went back to his room, packed a few sets of clothes, and carried his suitcase to the hall. I took the prepared breakfast and walked towards the garage. 9 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yang's figure has appeared at the gate of Sophie's villa. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, Sophie took the initiative to open the door for him. It's the weekend today, and you still get up so early to make breakfast for me. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing Qin Yang holding breakfast in his hands, Sophie's eyes flickered and she couldn't help but smile. It's not hard at all. You eat it while it's hot, and then start cleaning up after you're done. Qin Yang shook his head and replied with a smile. Hearing this, Sophie's face immediately showed a look of surprise. She didn't know what Qin Yang was up to. What do you mean? Where are we going? Chapter 54, She escapes, he chases her. The game of love with high EQ. Don't ask yet, you'll know when you get there. Don't forget that you promised me yesterday that you would let me arrange your weekend time. Do you want to go back on your word? Seeing a hint of hesitation on Sophie's face, Qin Yang was suddenly shocked, fearing that she would suddenly change her mind. You're being so secretive. I'm afraid you're going to sell me out. Sophie couldn't help but complain. Of course, she didn't think so in her heart. After all, through spending these days with Qin Yang, she knew that this guy always liked to create surprises. Perhaps, this arrangement is no exception. Nonsense. I spent so much effort to catch you, how could I let you escape from me so easily? Qin Yang quickly shook his head and rejected Sophie's idea without hesitation. Well, sit on the sofa for a while, I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. Sophie was still wearing her pajamas at this time, obviously having just got up. Fortunately, this pair of pajamas is relatively conservative, otherwise Qin Yang would have been feasting his eyes. No problem. Qin Yang nodded slightly. After all, it was not his first visit, so he did not feel restrained. Put breakfast on the dining table, then go to the kitchen to get out the dishes and set them aside. After doing all this, Qin Yang sat on the sofa in the hall, took out his mobile phone from his pocket and sent a message to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, Sophie and I will leave around 10 o'clock. Do you want to go with us or with your girlfriend? And at this time, Jiang Bei happened to be at Jiang Mengyan's house. When he saw the message from Qin Yang on his phone, he immediately asked Jiang Mengyan. Mengyan, Brother Qin sent a message saying that they will leave at around 10 o'clock and asked if we want to go with them or go by ourselves? 10 o'clock? The time is so tight, I haven't even had time to pack my things yet. Or else, you can ask him to send the address over and we can drive there ourselves. When Jiang Mengyan heard the time, her face suddenly showed surprise. There is less than an hour left before departure. She thought for a moment and then spoke to Jiang Bei. Okay, then I'll talk to Brother Qin. Jiang Bei felt that what Jiang Mengyan said made sense, so he made the decision. I immediately sent a message to Qin Yang. Not long after, Jiang Bei received an address link on his mobile phone. Seeing this, Jiang Bei smiled and replied, Brother Qin, let's meet later. I'll call you when we get there. Okay. Day. Qin Yang just finished chatting with Jiang Bei. I could hear the sound of high heels hitting the floor, crisp and rhythmic. When I looked up, I saw Sophie was about to go downstairs. Because it's the weekend, Sophie is dressed casually today. A white tight skirt perfectly highlights the beautiful figure. Her hair was tied up with a silver hairpin, making her look particularly capable. Sophie's facial features are very delicate and her skin is fair and smooth. Now that she had carefully applied makeup, her charm instantly reached a higher level, making Qin Yang feel particularly stunning at just one glance. Qin Yang's eyes widened, and he was completely captured by Sophie's charm. Even when Sophie walked right in front of him, he didn't react. How is it? Do I look pretty in this outfit today? In fact, Qin Yang didn't need to explain. Sophie already knew the answer just by looking at his expression. It was when Sophie asked that Qin Yang suddenly woke up and gradually came to his senses. Fairy, don't you know how charming you are? You actually asked me such a stupid question. Are you really hoping that I will praise you? Qin Yang showed an expression that said I understand you and immediately couldn't help but smile and said. So are you going to praise me or not? Sophie smiled sweetly and stared at Qin Yang with a playful look on her face. Ahem. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. One look from her could make a city fall in love with her, another look could make a country fall in love with her. I'd rather not know that she could make a city fall in love with her, as it's hard to find a beauty like her again. Qin Yang couldn't find a suitable adjective for a moment, and a poem suddenly emerged in his mind. In an instant, he recited the poem to Sophie with great emotion. Not bad, I guess you're qualified. Sophie's heartbeat accelerated instantly. It's like it's covered with honey, so sweet. Have you packed all your things? Is there anything I can help you with? Qin Yang walked up to Sophie and expressed his desire to help. Yeah, everything is packed. Just go upstairs and help me carry it down. Sophie nodded and quickly spoke to Qin Yang. Good. Soon, Qin Yang walked towards the second floor. When I came to the corridor, I saw a suitcase standing quietly outside the door. Oh, what a pity. I thought I could see what Goddess Sue's room looks like. Now it seems that she has probably seen through my little tricks a long time ago. I thought I was the better one, but I didn't expect Sophie to have risen to the atmosphere. I expected it. Is this the game of dating a queen like CEO? This is too brain-consuming. Complaints are complaints. But isn't Qin Yang also enjoying it? Qin Yang carried the suitcase and stared at the door with longing eyes for a few seconds. Finally, I couldn't help but walk downstairs. Qin Yang, my suitcase shouldn't be heavy, right? Seeing Qin Yang taking down the suitcase, Sophie looked at him with a playful look while eating breakfast. Not heavy, very light. I thought you were going to bring a lot of stuff. Qin Yang shook his head and replied with a chuckle. Why, are you disappointed that I didn't come into my room? Sophie asked immediately with a smile on her face. Ahem. Fair, what are you talking about? I'm not the kind of person you think. Qin Yang immediately denied it. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked. Sure enough, after what happened last night, Sophie has become very shrewd. He even knew how to set a trap for Qin Yang. But fortunately, Qin Yang had already been alert. This reaction speed must be praised. What kind of person are you? I still have a question mark in my mind. But I also tell you, I, Sophie, will not fall for the same trick a second time. Sophie felt particularly shy when she thought of the night cruise on the river with Qin Yang dragon boat on the bund last night. This was the first time she experienced Qin Yang's tricks. Only then did I realize that this man was particularly scheming. The purpose of everything is just to find ways to take advantage of oneself. Because of this, Sophie's competitive spirit was aroused. Qin Yang just wants to have fun, so let us see who is more capable. This. Qin Yang was suddenly speechless and didn't know how to answer, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the little incident last night would make Sophie's sense of vigilance so strong. But it doesn't matter. During this weekend vacation to the beach, they were able to stay together for 2 full days. After spending such a long time together, Qin Yang still didn't believe that he couldn't find a suitable opportunity. She ran away and he chased her. Qin Yang was confident that Sophie would never escape from his grasp. Chapter 55, Beach Vacation, Stay in a Luxury BB. Around 10 o'clock. Seeing that Sophie was almost ready, Qin Yang took the lead in putting her suitcase into the car. Get in the car, let's go now. It will take at least several hours to get there. Sophie immediately showed a hint of curiosity on her face. Why do we have to go so far? You said you were so busy at work every day that sometimes you didn't even have time to eat. It's a rare weekend now, don't I want to take you out to relax? Qin Yang chuckled and his eyes fell directly on Sophie's pretty face. Then tell me first, where are we going to play? Sophie couldn't help it and wanted Qin Yang to reveal some information in advance. You'll know when you get there. If I tell you now, there will be no surprise at all. And this time it's not just the two of us, there's also my brother and his girlfriend. Qin Yang thought about it for a while and still felt it necessary to tell Sophie in advance. Anyone else? Hear this. Sophie looked a little surprised. She thought that this weekend date that Qin Yang had carefully planned was just a trip for the two of them. Now it seems that she was overthinking it. Somehow, Sophie felt a slight sense of loss in her heart. Yeah. It's more lively when there are more people. Besides, I've always wanted to find a suitable opportunity to introduce you to them. Qin Yang kept his eyes on Sophie's expression, fearing that he would make her unhappy. Now it seems that Sophie's reaction was not very big. So that's how it is. Sophie nodded to show her understanding. The driving distance was quite far, so Qin Yang took out the Porsche 911 from Sophie's garage and planned to drive to the beachside BB. After the two got in the car, Qin Yang started the engine. Then, he directly opened the navigation on his mobile phone and followed the route. This was Sophie's first time going out with a man. Although she didn't know the specific destination yet, her heartbeat began to accelerate. Even more, I am looking forward to the next journey. 1 hour after Qin Yang and Sophie set off, Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan loaded their luggage into the car and prepared to set off. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Porsche 911 was already parked in front of the Seaside BB Hotel. Qin Yang spent some time and finally found a parking space. After parking the car, I turned around and found Sophie sleeping soundly with her head resting on the headrest. The scene before him made Qin Yang's breathing slow down a little. He was afraid of disturbing Sophie's sweet dream. Qin Yang opened the car door and walked down. After confirming that the car door was locked, I went to the front desk to check in. A few minutes later, Qin Yang hurried back. But he found that Sophie was already awake. At this moment, she was looking at the scenery around her. After seeing Qin Yang's figure, she immediately walked towards him. I was wondering why you were being so secretive. Turns out you wanted to take me to the beach. The scenery here is nice, and there are many entertainment options. I thought about it for a long time before finally deciding to bring you here. How is it? Is this a surprise? Qin Yang smiled and looked at Sophie expectantly. Forget it. After all, I almost forgot when was the last time I went to the beach. Sophie nodded and was quite satisfied with Qin Yang's arrangement. I have already completed the check-in procedures for the BB. Let's pack our luggage and go over for a tour. Qin Yang took the initiative to suggest. Okay, I'll listen to you. Sophie naturally had no objection to this. Soon, Qin Yang took the suitcase out of the car. However, he did not intend to ask Sophie for help. Instead, he carried one in each hand. How about letting me help you carry one? After all, this suitcase isn't very heavy. Sophie felt embarrassed when she saw that she had nothing in her hands. After hesitating for a while, he took the initiative to speak to Qin Yang. No need, I will take care of these trivial matters. How can I trouble you? Don't say these 2 suitcases are so light. Even if they were heavy, I would bring them to our BB. You know, Qin Yang's physique has long been beyond ordinary people. It was just 2 suitcases, no problem at all for him. No matter what Qin Yang said, it was impossible to get Sophie to help. Fortunately, the address of their BB is not far away. It took about 7 or 8 minutes to get there. Qin Yang took out the room card and opened the door directly. As soon as you enter the lobby, you can see the sea through the glass windowsill. The warm sunshine, the blue sky, and the endless sea. The scenery before them made Sophie and Qin Yang couldn't help but marvel at it. So beautiful. Sophie looked delighted. To be honest, she was extremely excited at this moment. She didn't expect that all this carefully planned would turn out to be such a huge surprise. Fair, you can go to the rooftop and have a look. The scenery there will definitely be more beautiful. I'll put our luggage in the room first, and then I'll go upstairs to find you. Qin Yang smiled slightly, and then immediately made a suggestion. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Sophie nodded quickly. So she went straight upstairs and headed towards the roof. The homestay has 2.5 floors, and the total area is estimated to be 100 square meters. The layout and decoration downstairs look quite luxurious. Qin Yang booked it for 2 days and spent 25,000 yuan. As for Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan, he had made arrangements in advance and let them live next door to him. After putting all the luggage in the room, Qin Yang looked around. He didn't want any surveillance cameras to appear in this house. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Qin Yang went up to the roof to meet Sophie. Sophie heard some noise in the corridor and turned around, only to see Qin Yang appear in front of her with a camera in his hand. Snap! The lights are flashing. A beautiful photo of Sophie has just been released. This place has a great view, perfect for taking photos. Qin Yang looked at Sophie with a smile, and immediately couldn't help but speak. I'm warning you, if you dare to take a picture of me that makes me look ugly, you'll see how I'll deal with you later. It was a rare opportunity for Sophie to come out, so she was in a good mood and didn't bother with Qin Yang. Don't worry, even though I'm an amateur photographer, I still have the most basic aesthetic sense. What's more, you're dressed so beautifully today. You look great in every angle. No matter how you take pictures, you'll look great. Qin Yang was telling the truth. Although his composition is simple, the combination of the scenery and Sophie creates a stunning charm. Smooth talk. Sophie gave Qin Yang a displeased look. But at this moment, her heart was filled with joy, not to mention how happy she was. Fair, just strike a few poses and I'll take some artistic photos of you. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Qin Yang really didn't want to miss it. He smiled and said to Sophie, "Okay." Sophie agreed without hesitation. Then, she struck some extremely charming poses. Chapter 56, Pure CEO Style? Zhang Mengyan from Jiang Bei arrives. Sophie did not deliberately show her charm, it was just because her outfit today was so stunning and she behaved in a way that was extremely inconsistent with her usual image. For a moment, the charm naturally increased. When Qin Yang saw this scene, he would fall into it inadvertently. Snap. Snap. Even so, Qin Yang's movements were not slow at all. Sophie posed in a new pose every few seconds, and he was always able to adjust the angle to capture her most attractive side. After a while, Qin Yang looked at the photos in the camera and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. He seemed very satisfied with his masterpiece. Show me. At this time, Sophie was also very curious about what Qin Yang looked like in the photo. So, he hurried towards him. Qin Yang nodded and immediately handed the camera in his hand to Sophie. Sophie took it and her eyes were quickly attracted by the photos in the camera. "Qin Yang, are you sure the person in this photo is me?" Sophie looked at the woman in the photo on the camera, and her face was full of shock. She didn't expect that Qin Yang was so talented in photography and could take such beautiful photos of himself. "If it's not you, then who else could it be? I just adjusted the composition and lighting to blend you and the scenery behind you into one. This way, the photos look beautiful. Otherwise, why would I say I want to take artistic photos of you?" When Qin Yang saw Sophie's excited face, he knew that she really liked the photos he took. "I remember you said just now that you are just an amateur photographer? But your photography skills are obviously very professional. Are you planning to lie to me again?" Sophie reacted quickly, her eyes immediately fixed on Qin Yang, and she took the initiative to question him. "I just learned some photography skills before, but they're not as good as you think." Seeing that Sophie misunderstood, Qin Yang tried to explain it clearly. "Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. But since you're so good at taking pictures, why don't you take a few more for me? When I get back, I can print out the photos and put them in my room as decorations." Sophie's eyes lit up, and she immediately spoke to Qin Yang. "Okay, no problem." Qin Yang did not refuse and agreed decisively. At Sophie's request, Qin Yang specially took several photos in a unique style. Pure wind control. Cool style. I have tried almost all kinds of different styles. At the same time, it also opened Qin Yang's eyes. He realized that if he hadn't gotten to know her more carefully, he would never have thought that Sophie had such a side to her. Ding-a-ling. Just as the two of them were enjoying taking photos, the cell phone in Qin Yang's pocket rang. "Excuse me, I have to take a call first." Qin Yang looked at Sophie apologetically, and then quickly took out his cell phone. When I looked at the caller ID, I saw it was Jiang Bei calling, so I just pressed the answer button. "Brother Qin, Meng Yan and I just arrived at this BB. Where are you? Let's go find you." Jiang Bei's voice came directly from the other end of the phone. Jiang Bei set off an hour later than Qin Yang. Calculating the time, it's almost time. "Okay, then just come over here, I can give you the key." Qin Yang smiled slightly and immediately replied to Jiang Bei. The phone just hung up. Sophie looked curious and asked Qin Yang, "Has your friend arrived?" "That's right. Let's go downstairs and wait for them." 10 minutes later. There was a doorbell ring at the door of the BB. Qin Yang walked forward and opened the door, then saw Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan. Immediately, he greeted us enthusiastically, "Come in first and see if you are satisfied with this environment." "Brother Qin, President Su is also in there?" Jiang Bei looked at Qin Yang and asked in a low voice with a playful look on his face. "You better behave yourself and don't talk nonsense later." Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Bei sharply. "Hey, that's a must." Jiang Bei felt the threat from Qin Yang and immediately nodded in agreement. Then, he took Jiang Mengyan's hand and walked inside. In the hall, Sophie had been sitting quietly on the sofa against the wall. When she saw Qin Yang appear with Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan, she quickly stood up. "Let me introduce her to you. She's Sophie, my new girlfriend. His name is Jiang Bei. He was my roommate for 4 years in college. This is his girlfriend, Jiang Mengyan." After everyone sat down, Qin Yang stood up and took the initiative to introduce themselves. "She is the rumored aloof CEO Sophie? How come she is Qin Yang's girlfriend now?" This moment, Jiang Mengyan immediately looked towards Sue, with an expression of extreme shock on her face. She never expected that Qin Yang's girlfriend would be Sophie. That's right. She and Brother Qin met through a blind date. After coming back that day, Brother Qin was completely distracted. I guess he must have fallen in love with Goddess Sue at first sight. After that, he launched a frantic pursuit. To be honest, their relationship developed so quickly that even I found it a little unbelievable. Jiang Bei couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he heard the news from Qin Yang, his expression was exactly the same as Jiang Mengyan's. It seems like Xianxian has no hope at all now. Jiang Mengyan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She knew very well that Sophie was an extremely outstanding woman. In terms of family background and ability, her good sister Li Xianxian is not as good as her. It is simply wishful thinking to want to snatch Qin Yang away from her. "Hello, I'm Sophie." At this time, Sophie smiled sweetly and took the initiative to greet Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan. Of course, this is entirely for Qin Yang's sake. After all, inviting them both over at this time is enough to show that they both occupy a very important position in Qin Yang's heart. "Sister-in-law, I've heard Brother Qin mention you before, and I've always wanted to find a chance to meet you." "Why?" Sophie couldn't help asking with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Brother Qin has always been surrounded by countless beauties, but he didn't fancy any of them. He fell in love with you at first sight. So I can't help but feel curious. How charming are you to attract him? Now that I've met you in person, I finally understand that he really has good taste. Jiang Bei laughed awkwardly and immediately explained. With these words, both Qin Yang and Sophie were praised. In an instant, Qin Yang gave Jiang Bei a gratified look. Sophie, on the other hand, looked surprised. It turned out that Qin Yang fell in love with her at first sight. No wonder after the blind date that day, Qin Yang had been trying every way to get close to me. Of course, the best assist was Sophie herself. If she didn't have a good impression of Qin Yang, she wouldn't have sent him a message first, creating an opportunity for the two of them to be alone and meet. "Thank you. I appreciate the compliment." Sophie looked at Jiang Bei with a smile. My impression of him was instantly profound. Chapter 57, I understand your thoughts, brother. Jiang Bei, Mengyan, I booked a bed and breakfast for the two of you. It's right next door to mine. Here's the room card. Go ahead and pack your luggage. Let's meet up later and discuss where to have dinner together. Soon, Qin Yang took out the room card and handed it to Jiang Bei. Brother Qin has made thoughtful arrangements. In that case, let's go first. Jiang Bei nodded. Immediately, he took Jiang Mengyan out of the BB. Qin Yang even followed them out and pointed out their location. Brother Qin, tell me the truth. Do you have any plans in mind when you take Goddess Sue to the beach for vacation this time? If you need my help, just ask. We are both in this relationship. For your happy life, I don't mind being your flirt. While Jiang Mengyan was walking in front, Jiang Bei put one hand on Qin Yang's shoulder, and the two of them put their heads close together, and immediately spoke in a low voice. Can you please stop being so dirty? Am I that kind of person? After hearing Jiang Bei's words, Qin Yang's expression changed and he immediately glared at him with dissatisfaction. Pretend, keep pretending. Brother Qin, we have known each other for such a long time and have lived together all this time. How could I not know what you are planning? If you really have no feelings for Goddess Sue, then why do you insist on inviting her to a place like this? And you're staying here for 2 days, and you specially booked such a luxurious BB here? Jiang Bei was not fooled by Qin Yang's one-sided words at all. Only men understand men, and what's more, they are such close brothers. Jiang Bei had already used similar tactics many times before. Ahem. The reason I made this arrangement is because I was worried that Fair was under too much pressure at work, so I brought her here to relax. Jiang Bei, I'm not like you who plays with women. I'm very responsible when it comes to relationships. Once I fall in love, I'll devote myself to it wholeheartedly. When Qin Yang saw that he was misunderstood by Jiang Bei, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Then, he began to explain to him. Alright, brother Qin, just think of it as my misunderstanding. But are you sure you don't want my help? You should know that this is an opportunity to quickly bring you and your sister-in-law closer. It would be a pity if you miss it. Although Jiang Bei is full of evil intentions. But the words are rough, the truth is there. If he was there to assist, it might be of great help to Qin Yang's subsequent arrangements. You are worthy of being my brother. Okay, when the time is right, I will definitely let you help me. Qin Yang smiled, obviously agreeing to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, why are you still standing there? Can't you see that it's hard for me to carry the suitcase by myself? Why don't you come and help me? Just at this moment. Zhang Mengyan turned around, looked straight at Jiang Bei, and shouted at him. Here I come. Brother Qin, I'll go first. We'll talk about it in detail later. After Jiang Bei finished speaking, he quickly ran to Zhang Mengyan's side, took the suitcase from her hand, and the two walked towards the BB. Qin Yang just returned to the BB. Then I saw Sophie sitting on the sofa, looking through the photos in the camera. Before Qin Yang could speak, Sophie raised her head, looked at him and said. That Jiang Bei is really interesting. I just heard him say that you and he shared a dorm together for 4 years in college? No wonder you two have such a good relationship. In response to Sophie's question, Qin Yang nodded decisively. Thinking back to the past, he smiled and said. That's right. After I graduated, I didn't go to work at a financial company. At that time, many people thought I was crazy, but he was the only one who comforted me every day and even let me live in the house under his name until now. Although we are not related by blood, in my heart, I have already regarded him as my brother. I remember I mentioned to you last time that my brother lost a lot of money in the stock market. It was him. Later, he mortgaged all the luxury villas under his name and raised some funds for me to help him invest. In just a few days, he had made back all the lost money and even made a lot of profit. Sophie nodded slightly. She remembered that she had heard Qin Yang talk about it before. But I didn't expect that person to be Jiang Bei. I remember the son of the Jiang family in Magic City was also called Jiang Bei, right? He is quite famous in the circle. I didn't expect you to be so lucky that he is actually the prince's best friend. Sophie's beautiful eyes moved, and she stared at Qin Yang with interest. When I make friends, I only care about their character, not their background or family background. If you are not of the same kind, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to fit into the other person's circle. Qin Yang could clearly hear the teasing tone in Sophie's words. Of course he knew in his heart that Sophie meant no harm and was perhaps just joking. Yes, you see this point very clearly. Sophie was born into a wealthy family and has seen too many people completely abandon their dignity and bottom line for the sake of profit. It is indeed rare to find someone like Qin Yang who is willing to give up a high-paying job simply for freedom. But he is a rare talent. As long as he wants, he can have considerable wealth at any time. Now I have also achieved good results in investment. If nothing unexpected happens, I will invest in projects that interest me based on my hobbies and interests. Qin Yang now has a large amount of funds on hand and some group shares in his name. He has enough capital to act as an angel investor and explore some new projects. Yes, at your age, you can achieve these results by yourself. You are worthy of being called a legend. Qin Yang, maybe I will need your help in the future. Ever since she learned about Qin Yang's worth, Sophie no longer dared to underestimate the man in front of her. Even though he did not come from a wealthy family, his own strength was enough to match the wealth of a wealthy family. No problem, as long as you ask, I can give you anything you want, as long as I have it. Qin Yang grinned, his expression revealing a strong sense of confidence. The two sat on the sofa and chatted for nearly half an hour. The other side. After Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan arrived at the BB, they packed their things quickly and lay down on the soft big bed in the room. After driving for an entire afternoon, Jiang Bei was indeed a little tired, so he took a short nap. Zhang Mengyan was lying beside her playing with her cell phone. The first thing she did was to pick up her phone and send a message to her best friend Li Xianxian. Xianxian, I have some unfortunate news to tell you. Your idol is already taken. Less than 20 seconds after the message was sent, Li Xianxian immediately replied. Mengyan, what is going on? Explain it to me clearly. Qin Yang took his female CEO to the beach for vacation and invited Jiang Bei and me. Do you know who the female CEO is? It's Sophie. She is the one with both talent and beauty, and she is the goddess that countless young men in the industry dream of. They have already confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so I suggest you forget about him as soon as possible. Jiang Mengyan had a look of regret on her face, but she finally typed and told her best friend the cruel fact. No, that's impossible. Li Xianxian looked at the phone screen, completely stunned. Chapter 58 Girlfriends are meant to be pampered. Mengyan, didn't Jiang Bei say last time that Qin Yang was in the stage of pursuing him? It's only been a few days, how could she agree to be Qin Yang's girlfriend? Isn't Sophie famous for being aloof? Why would she agree to Qin Yang's pursuit? Li Xianxian suddenly had numerous question marks in her mind. Then she immediately typed and asked her best friend Jiang Mengyan. You ask me, I don't know either. I just saw them together with my own eyes, and they were staying in the same BB. Xianxian, I've met Sophie in person. It's not that I don't want to be on the same side with you, but even I think they are a good match. And I can see that Qin Yang really likes Sophie. It will be very difficult for you to compete with her. After all, Li Xianxian was her best friend, so when Jiang Mengyan was trying to persuade her, she tried her best to pay attention to her choice of words and expressed herself in a more tactful tone. 2M just not happy. I finally met a boy I liked, but after just a few days, he was snatched away by someone else. Thinking of this, Li Xianxian felt filled with grievance. Xianxian, this only means that there is no fate between you and Qin Yang. You said you are so beautiful and have many suitors around you. You will meet the right person in the future. Jiang Mengyan patiently comforted her again. This chat lasted the entire afternoon. In the evening, around 5:30 p.m., Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Bei, and he and Sophie were getting ready to go out. Seeing this, Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan also set off immediately. After the four of them got together, they planned to find a restaurant nearby to eat. I just searched on my phone and found a good seafood buffet restaurant not far ahead. Should we go over and try it? Or do you want to eat stir-fried food? Should we go to another restaurant? Qin Yang put forward his own suggestions. Of course, he did not rush to make a decision, but instead left the decision-making power to everyone. That's fine with me. I agree, the seafood buffet is pretty good too. Sophie and Jiang Mengyan both nodded. Seeing that both women agreed, Qin Yang immediately said, okay, it's decided. Brother Qin, don't you plan to ask for my opinion? Can you please not treat me as transparent? Seeing that he had no say at all, Jiang Bei's face immediately became dissatisfied. He immediately spoke up and said to Qin Yang. Jiang Bei, I think you have a pretty good EQ. Why would you do something stupid at this time? They both agree. If you jump out at this time, aren't you just asking for trouble? Qin Yang looked at Jiang Bei and couldn't help but reveal a worried look. This guy usually knows how to please girls, why is he committing suicide at such a critical moment? Or did those women deliberately let Jiang Bei pursue them just because of the money he had? Faced with Qin Yang's questioning, Jiang Bei was suddenly speechless. He realized that his opinion was indeed redundant. Asking or not asking could not change the final result. In that case, why should Qin Yang continue to waste his breath? Okay, let's go. Qin Yang withdrew his gaze and then took the lead to walk forward. Not long. The group came to the seafood buffet restaurant. As soon as they walked in, the four of them attracted a lot of people's attention. The two pairs of handsome men and beautiful women were dressed so fashionably that they stood out in the crowd. Soon, everyone chose a quieter place to sit down. Fair, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Qin Yang's eyes turned to Sophie first, and then he asked softly. It's okay, just bring whatever you want. Sophie likes seafood very much and is not picky about food. As long as Qin Yang brought it to her, she would like to eat it. Jiang Bei, let's go. Qin Yang pulled Jiang Bei and walked directly towards the dining table not far away. There was plate after plate of various types of seafood on it. In about 10 minutes, Qin Yang and Jiang Bei walked back and forth several times and got some of almost everything. Then, I specially prepared a few bowls of sauce. And at this time, the soup base is also just boiling. Qin Yang took the lead and threw some fish fillets and fresh shrimps in, without letting Sophie do anything at all. Brother Qin, you are too good to your sister-in-law, aren't you? Jiang Bei was sitting right opposite Qin Yang at this moment. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Girlfriends are meant to be spoiled. If I don't treat her well, do I expect others to treat her well? When Qin Yang heard this, he immediately gave Jiang Bei a displeased look. Did you hear that? I think you should learn more from your brother Qin. Don't just make me angry all day long. Jiang Mengyan was very excited because Qin Yang's words touched her heart. Immediately, she hurriedly gave instructions to Jiang Bei. Yes, you are right. Jiang Bei naturally didn't dare to refute, so he had to nod and agree quickly. Sister Su, to be honest, I really envy you for finding such an outstanding boyfriend like Qin Yang. He is much stronger than the one in my family. After saying that, Jiang Mengyan looked at Jiang Bei with disappointment. Mengyan, it's not that I'm not good enough, it's that brother Qin is too good. You compare me to him, aren't you deliberately humiliating me? Jiang Bei is still aware of this. But Jiang Mengyan was deliberately slandering him in front of outsiders, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Mengyan, what Jiang Bei said makes sense. You really can't compare the two of us. He, like you, comes from a wealthy family and lives a life of luxury. He is used to being served by others on a daily basis. He can only do this in front of you. If it were anyone else, he would have quit long ago. Qin Yang noticed that Jiang Bei's expression looked a little strange. In an instant, he stood up and spoke to help smooth things over. Immediately, he glanced at Jiang Bei, signaling him not to be angry. The two brothers have a tacit understanding. Even though they only communicate with their eyes, they can still understand various meanings. Qin Yang is right. The best state of a relationship is when both parties are giving and learning to tolerate each other, rather than just asking for things. Do you know why Qin Yang and I decided to start dating after only knowing each other for a few days? It's because during the few days we spent together, we found that our personalities and values were very similar, so it was easy for us to get along well with each other. So, there is a feeling that we met too late. Of course, you can also understand it as getting along well. At this time, Sophie, who had been silent and listening to the conversation, took the initiative to speak. These words seemed to be intended to remind Jiang Mengyan. In Sophie's opinion, Jiang Mengyan still has a kind of proud princess syndrome and insists on being spoiled by Jiang Bei. But this way of getting along is not enough to maintain the relationship between the two and keep them together stably. To understand. Jiang Bei, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said that to you. Jiang Mengyan seemed to realize that what she had just said was inappropriate. She quickly took Jiang Bei's hand and said apologetically, "It doesn't matter, how could I be mad at you?" When Jiang Bei saw Jiang Mengyan apologize, his heart softened immediately. The original dissatisfaction in my heart suddenly disappeared. Chapter 59 Goddess Su, he is so good, I can't refuse him. Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan did not quarrel over this trivial matter. Qin Yang and Sophie looked at each other inadvertently, and then chuckled. After a while, Qin Yang saw that the shrimps were ready and was the first to take out a few. After peeling all the shrimp shells, she did not eat them first, but put them directly into Sophie's bowl. This move, Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan were instantly fed with a lot of dog food. Although Sophie herself felt a little surprised, she could understand it. Thanks. Seeing this, Sophie smiled and took the initiative to thank Qin Yang. Come with me, why are you so polite? Eat it with confidence. If it's not enough, I'll peel more for you later. Qin Yang shook his head. In his opinion, this was what he should do. Only in this way can Sophie feel his kindness. Jiang Bei, I want to eat shrimp too. Peel them for me. Only then did Jiang Mengyan get to know Qin Yang a little better and realized how gentle he was. No wonder Jiang Bei keeps talking about this brother all the time and never stops talking about him. Thinking of this, she immediately felt a little jealous and acted coquettishly towards Jiang Bei. No problem. Jiang Bei nodded. At this moment, the movements of his hands couldn't help but become faster. By the time we finished the meal, it was already dark. Qin Yang suggested that everyone go for a walk on the beach. Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan had obviously eaten too much. They touched their bulging stomachs and nodded. Sophie hadn't spoken yet, but at this moment she could clearly feel that Qin Yang's eyes were always on her, as if he was very much looking forward to her answer. Okay, I think this is great. In the end, Sophie agreed decisively. Soon, everyone walked some distance away from the restaurant door. The sky by the sea is full of stars. It is different from the crowded skyscrapers and red lights in Shanghai. It's quiet and peaceful here, without the hustle and bustle of crowded places. Even if we met pedestrians on the street, they were all in pairs. Yang and Sophie were walking side by side on the road. A breeze blew towards them, blowing Sophie's hair to the corners of Yang's mouth. To be honest, Yang is enjoying this moment very much. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Next second, Yang directly took Sophie's tender little hand. Sophie was shocked. She didn't expect Yang to be so bold. Subconsciously, I wanted to take my hand back. But he found that Yang was incredibly strong. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from Yang's palm. Bad guy, hooligan. You just take advantage of me. Sophie couldn't help but curse under her breath. Yang naturally heard it, but he acted as if nothing had happened. With a nonchalant expression on his face, he continued to play dumb. And at this moment, Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan followed behind Yang and Sophie, about 2 or 3 meters away. Although the sky was slightly dark, they could still see the whole process clearly. The two of them felt like they were watching spectators at the scene and were extremely excited. Jiang Bei, what charm do you have about your brother Qin that could make the famously cold and beautiful CEO Sophie like him so much? Look at the state of these two people now. It's hard to imagine that they have only known each other for a few days. People who don't know would think they have been in love for many years. Jiang Mengyan was extremely curious about this. You don't know this, do you? First of all, brother Qin is handsome. Just relying on this face, he can make countless beauties vie for him. This is also the easiest thing for him to stand out among men. Secondly, brother Qin is a very talented person. He is a rare academic master in the finance department of Magic City University. All the teachers who have taught him are full of praise. It is also because of him that I can make a profit in the stock market and earn such a large sum of money. Third, brother Qin is really serious about relationships. He either won't date or once he's in a relationship, nothing in his mind is more important than his girlfriend. A man who is so outstanding in appearance, talent, and character is irresistible to any woman. Even though Sophie is known as a cool CEO, she is still a woman after all. When she meets a high-quality man like brother Qin, she knows very well that if she misses him, it may become the biggest regret of her life. That's why I'm so eager to establish a relationship with brother Qin and assert my initiative. Otherwise, if she gets lured away by other women, she won't even have anywhere to cry. Jiang Bei has every say on this point. Yang was confused by Sophie's little thoughts, but as a bystander, he could see them clearly. So-called love at first sight? It's nothing more than lust at first sight. What ultimately brings two people together is the heart-pounding feeling they get after spending time together. This kind of heartthrob is the most important factor that gradually brings two people closer and even develops into a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. You see things clearly. Then why don't you feel the same way about me as they do? Jiang Bei, what do you mean? Do you think I'm not good enough? Jiang Mengyan was shocked by Jiang Bei's analysis. They have been in love for several months. If it weren't for today's opportunity, she wouldn't have known that Jiang Bei had such a clear mind. But he has never been so attentive to himself. No, Mengyan, please listen to my explanation. Seeing Jiang Mengyan turned hostile and immediately got angry, Jiang Bei suddenly became anxious. I won't listen. After saying that, Jiang Mengyan turned and left. Jiang Bei couldn't stay there any longer and immediately chased after him. But Yang didn't know that the couple Jiang Bei and Jiang Mengyan staged such a farce because of him. Now, Yang held Sophie's tender hand and felt very happy. Beautiful scenery, warm breeze, and a beautiful woman by your side. How he wished that this kind of life could continue forever. Yang, this is the real purpose of your careful planning to invite me here, right? Seeing that Yang's face was always smiling, he had no idea how to spell the word restraint. Sophie felt a little shy inside, but couldn't bear to see this guy so proud, so she asked him directly. I don't have any purpose. If I have to say anything, it's that I hope you can relax and not have too much pressure. On the weekend, we should be happy. We shouldn't stay at home and work all the time, right? You can never make enough money in your lifetime, but good times are short-lived. I hope that after you meet me, you will be happy every day, so that when you look back on it in the future, the memories in your mind will become a movie, and time will treat you tenderly. Yang chuckled and looked at Sophie with affectionate eyes. Use an extremely gentle voice to express your truest thoughts. Humph, don't think that you can hide your little thoughts by saying it so beautifully. Yang, I won't be fooled by you again. Sophie's heart suddenly felt like a deer beating fast, and she was moved by Qin Yang's words. She looked at Qin Yang in shock and found that this man was completely different from the men she had met. Although his mouth is full of sweetness, he is very nice to her. Even though she has the persona of a cold and beautiful CEO, who wouldn't want to have a boyfriend who is handsome, talented, humorous, and treats her wholeheartedly? She felt extremely fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, I didn't agree to date those suitors before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to wait for a treasure boy like Qin Yang. Chapter 60, The Cold Goddess's Personality Collapses? Fair, how could you think so bad of me? Seeing Sophie looking at him warily, Qin Yang suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Sophie actually saw him this way. It's not that I deliberately think this way, but every action you take confirms my thoughts. Sophie couldn't help but give Qin Yang a blank look. Facts have told her time and again that this guy is full of bad intentions and uses one trick after another. When she is with Qin Yang, she has to be careful. Otherwise, who knows how much you will be taken advantage of. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now, some intimate actions can help enhance our relationship. I don't want to be eliminated by you in less than 2 months. Of course, this was Qin Yang's joke. He had absolute confidence that he could make Sophie feel his charm and fall in love with him. All this is done to achieve my lofty pursuit. Humph, don't forget that the decision is in my hands. If you go too far, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Sophie saw Qin Yang's smug look, she suddenly felt a little unhappy. In an instant, he immediately revealed his trump card. Don't. It would be such a pity if you missed such an excellent boyfriend like me. Maybe I won't be able to find another one in the future. What Qin Yang said was not exaggerating at all. Although he is not the best, he is definitely the most sincere to Sophie. Besides, Qin Yang hopes to complete this mission and become a billionaire. Achieve success in both love and career and become a winner in life. It won't happen that you will fail now. Who said it can't be found? There are so many good men in the world, who says there are no better ones than you? It's just that I'm busy and don't have the leisure time to discover it. When Sophie saw Qin Yang flattering herself, she immediately ruthlessly exposed him. Although she subconsciously felt that what Qin Yang said might be right. But how could she admit it directly? Women are often proud creatures. In the game of love, people always like to take the initiative, especially someone with Sophie's personality, who hopes to control Qin Yang. Instead of letting herself be manipulated by Qin Yang. Yes, you are right. But I just held your hand, I didn't do anything excessive to you. Fair, you don't have to be so serious with me, right? Qin Yang smiled and then said to Sophie. Of course I do. If you had done anything untoward to me, how could I have communicated with you so calmly now? I'm just giving you a heads up so you can get rid of all the thoughts in your mind. Sophie looked very proud. She found that she now liked seeing Qin Yang looking like he had a headache more and more. Because this represents the competition between himself and Qin Yang, and he occupies an advantageous position. Why should we worry about these things when we can just go out for a walk, enjoy the sea breeze, and see the night view? We agreed to come out to relax, why do you have to make the atmosphere so depressing? Qin Yang also realized that the current situation was somewhat deviant. He smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. It's not your fault. At this moment, Sophie's hand was held tightly by Qin Yang. She immediately looked here and gestured to Qin Yang. Okay, it's all my fault. I apologize to you here. Qin Yang took the initiative to surrender. He was willing to show weakness as long as it could put a smile on Sophie's face. Hey, where are Jiang Bei and Mengyan? How come in such a short while, I don't know where the people have gone? At this time, Qin Yang came to his senses and found that there was no one behind him. He couldn't help but speak out curiously about this. They should be nearby. Let's go look for them. Sophie guessed in her heart that it was most likely that Jiang Bei took his girlfriend away on purpose. The purpose was to give Qin Yang and her a chance to be alone. Although Sophie and Jiang Bei had only met twice, Jiang Bei gave her the impression of being wise and particularly loyal. He can definitely do this. It's a pity that Sophie is too confident. Little did he know that it was because Zhang Mengyan ran away in anger that Jiang Bei chased her and tried his best to cheer her up. The two searched for a while. Finally, Jiang Bei and Zhang Mengyan were seen on the beach. They sat on the beach, shoulder to shoulder, being very intimate. Seeing this, Qin Yang and Sophie did not bother them. Night. After the two returned to the BB, Sophie went straight to the room on the second floor and took out a black briefcase from her suitcase. What's in this? Xin Yang followed curiously, and after seeing Sophie's actions, he couldn't help but ask. Laptop. Sophie didn't look at Xin Yang, but put the computer on the table. After a moment, pressed the power button. Fair, are you still planning to work now? Xin Yang was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but ask. No, I just checked my email to see if there was anything I needed to respond to. This is a habit Sophie has developed over the years. No matter how late it is, as long as she is free, she will check her email for new messages. Okay, I won't bother you then. Seeing that Sophie said this, Xin Yang didn't say anything else. He walked out of the room and headed downstairs. There is a kitchen and a refrigerator in the homestay. There are even a lot of fresh fruits, eggs, vegetables, and fresh meat in it. Obviously, these were all arranged in advance by Xin Yang and his staff. Xin Yang took out some strawberries and cherries from the refrigerator. He was not sure which one Sophie liked. Just wash them all. Then, he took a fruit plate and went straight upstairs. Fair, I washed some fruit for you. Xin Yang came into the room and saw Sophie sitting in front of the computer typing, apparently replying to an email. Put it here first, I'll eat it later. Sophie turned her head, glanced at Xin Yang, and said with a smile. It's okay, I'll feed you. Would you like strawberries or cherries? Xin Yang didn't think too much about it. With a smile on his face, he spoke directly to Sophie. Two can do it myself. Sophie was startled and immediately stopped what she was doing. Take the initiative to pick up a strawberry from the fruit plate and put it in your mouth. Okay, then you take your time eating, I'll go take a shower first. Xin Yang looked at the time and it was indeed late. After saying that, he went straight back to his room, packed out his clothes, and headed downstairs to the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Sophie has finished her work. She turned off the computer and walked out of the room. The figure just appeared in the hall. Snap! The bathroom door was pushed open. Xin Yang walked out straight away. Ah! Sophie looked at the scene in front of her and suddenly screamed. The image of a cool and aloof CEO was completely forgotten at this moment. She subconsciously covered her eyes with her hands. But less than half a second later, a gap appeared between the fingers. His eyes were fixed on the scene before him. It seems that every second you watch is earned.